A very good morning to one and all. I, Dr. Sumera of Department of Management Studies, will be comparing the inaugural session of this international conference on recent advancements in commerce, management, and technology. Before we move ahead, I hope I am loud and clear to all the participants.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Knowledge extrapolates when shared with others. Hence, these seminars, conferences, and symposia forums for discussions and deliberations while sharing the experiences, facts, and insights one has explored in one's research journey. I welcome you all, and a special welcome to Ms. Natasha Sagar, Joint Secretary of Dayananda Sagar Institutions, to this enriching platform, which includes research deliberations and presentations, along with keynote addresses, technical sessions by eminent speakers from industry and academia. At the outset, I request Professor Gurunath, IQAC Coordinator of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and the conference convener to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please, I hand over the session to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries who have joined today virtually. On behalf of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce and IQAC, I am pleased to welcome all of you to this two-day international conference titled International Conference on Recent Advancements in Commerce Management Technology, ICRACMT 2022 on virtual mode. Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, run by Dayananda Sagar Institution, is one of the Bengaluru's oldest colleges and is associated with Bangalore University. It has a long history of generating remarkable people who have made the significant contributions to the society in range of professions. The college philosophy plays an important role in assisting students in developing critical thinking skills, inventive senses, in order for them to become socially responsible and progressive citizens. As a part of the complete development approach, students are encouraged to realize their full potential through a cultural, scientific, educational method designed for growth. On behalf of DSCAC, I cordially welcome Dr. Kusga Egapparaj, Professor, Trainer, and Research Supervisor from Putra International College in Malaysia, who is an internationally acclaimed scholar in the field of commerce, management, and IT. Thank you, sir, for accepting our request to participate in this conference, and we believe your knowledge will bring fresh insight to initiate a discussion on the theme of the conference. I would like to welcome our new generation leader, visionary, skilled, Honorable Joint Secretary of DSI, Ms. Natasha Sagar, our beloved Principal, Dr. Nagaraj Shanai, Vice Principal, Professor Hemant Uppala, Director, MBA, Dr. Venkatesh BR, Head of the Department, MCA, Professor Sunita, Head of the Department, BBA, Dr. Suplab Poddar, Head of the Department, BCom, Professor Murugesh, and HOD MCom, Dr. Savita Trivedi. This conference has already attracted 80 overwhelming registrations from throughout India and overseas. We are delighted to welcome everyone to watch all of the presentations today and tomorrow with the 5-track sessions containing papers from computer science, commerce, management domains. There will be live concurrent streaming from Zoom platform and YouTube. The papers presented in this conference will be published in conference proceedings as well as go for publication process in UGC Care Publications, Scopus, ABDC Group Journals. Before concluding my welcome speech, I would like to welcome the faculty, staff, and students, the conference team, our academic partner, Primax Foundations, for their efforts in bringing the conference to this point. I hope that this conference will allow us to collaborate and learn from one another as well as network. and build strong community of intellectual and professional fellowship. Thank you very much, sir. All of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Dr. Nagaraj Shinoy, Principal, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, to address the participants.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm audible, no? Sir, I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're
Yes,
audible.
sir, audible.
Yeah. A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Kosaga Yagappa Raj, our young and dynamic leader of new generation of the Dayananda Sagar institutions. Our Joint Secretary, Ms. Natasha Sagar, our IQAC Coordinator, Professor Gurunath, Director of MBA Department, Dr. Venkatesh, HOD of MCA Department, Professor Sunita, HOD of MCOM Department, Professor Savita Trivedi, HOD of BCom, Professor Murgesh, HOD of BBA Department, Dr. Suplab Podar, team members of this international conference, and all the students and faculty members who are participating and presenting your research papers here. At the outset, I once again welcome you all to this international conference and appreciate your concern for the growth of the domain that you wish to enrich with your innovative contribution. Every generation faces its own challenges in its growth and excellence. These challenges are mainly triggered by the advancements in commerce, management, and technology. The curious fact is that these changes are not confined to these domains, but they will have an impact on each and every segment of society. In essence, they will decide the path of civilization of mankind. The good old proverb says that the necessity is the mother of invention. But modern world dynamics has reversed that proverb, as invention is the mother of necessity. That's why today we do not know how to commute from one place to the other without Uber or Ola services. How to get the food in odd time without Swiggy. How to reach an unknown place without Google Maps. And finally, how to live without a smartphone in our hand. That's why it is very exciting to observe that first man creates a new technology and then technology creates a new man. In this context, the theme of this conference, recent advancements in commerce, management, and technology, gains significance. If we need to glance on such a top technology trends that are reshaping our lives are artificial intelligence and machine language, robotic process automation, edge computing, quantum computing, virtual reality and augmented reality, blockchain, Internet of Things, that's a IoT, 5G, which is emerging now, cyber security, full stack development, computing power, datafication, digital trust, Internet of Behaviors, predictive analytics, development ops, 3D printing, AI as a service, genomics, to name a few. These technological advancements have transformed business technology that are reshaping the modern offices. The prominent ones in this trend are hot desking and hoteling software, artificial intelligence, collaborative technology, human capital management apps, ethical monitoring and analytics, augmented and virtual reality, hyper automation, health and safety technology, software integrations, focus on cyber security, touchless technology supporting deskless workers. The corona pandemic caused a disruptive change in the market with a greater thrust on the innovative technology here. Here, human contact is minimized. This gave further push to e-commerce technologies, which led to creation of innovative applications. The following are prominent e-commerce technologies that emerged and popularized during this period. Some of them are chatbots, recommendation systems, AI-driven pricing tools, mobile apps, virtual reality, image search engines, web scraping, ERP systems, e-wallets, pop-ups. Armed with these technological features, e-commerce at a point threatened the very existence of our traditional brick and mortar business system. Here, it needs to be observed that though it got a boost during the pandemic, e-commerce existed much before pandemic because of some of its inherent unique features. They are ubiquity, global reach, universal standards, information richness, which you are not going to get in your brick and mortar business systems, interactivity, information density, personalization, social technology. This is the interaction between commerce and management and technology. Each side helps the other one to grow. This is why business and technology are growing exponentially, and their growth is faster than any time in human history. All the youngsters who are participating or watching this conference are the luckiest ones, as they can be both witnesses and creators of this change. In this context, I call upon each and every participant here to explore all these possibilities to enhance your research competence as well as deliver innovative contributions to make this country self-sustainable and emerge as a leader. Wishing you all the best. Thank you, and thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for those insightful words. Now, I take this privilege of presenting the profile of Ms. Natasha Sagar, Joint Secretary, Dayananda Sagar Institutions. Ms. Sagar is a graduate with an MBA from IESE Business School, Spain, and is a dual bachelor's degree holder in the fields of management and supply chain management from Arizona State University, USA, where she graduated with highest honors. Ms. Sagar went on to pursue legal education and is a law graduate from Karnataka State Law University. Ms. Sagar has a varied set of work experiences ranging from working as an analyst at Goldman Sachs and Bank of America in the US to engaging in strategy and operations consulting projects in Nairobi, Kenya, and Barcelona, Spain. Ms. Sagar also serves in the capacity of Legal General Counsel for the Sagar Group. At the age of 24, Ms. Sagar co-founded a luxury lifestyle company in New York, USA. The company has thrived ever since, with its most notable achievements being invited to showcase their collection at the New York Fashion Week in 2020 and the Paris Fashion Week in 2021. Ms. Sagar has been featured in British Vogue and the popular MBA blog Poets and Quants for her achievements as an entrepreneur. Ms. Sagar is a former international athlete who has represented India in the Asian Grand Prix. She has 18 national medals and 2 national records in the field of athletics to her credit. Lastly, Ms. Sagar was appointed as Joint Secretary at Dayananda Sagar Institutions, where she works closely with heads of various business schools under the DSI umbrella. Ma'am, I hand over the session to you for the presidential address.
Thank you for that. A very good morning, all of you. A warm welcome to all the participants of this wonderful conference. I think the topic or the theme of this conference is most fitting because recent advancements in commerce, management, and technology have made it easier for businesses to automate and streamline their operations. It's made it easier for them to improve customer service and build stronger relationships with their employees even. I think Dr. Shenoy very beautifully, summarized all the emerging trends as far as technology and management and businesses are concerned. I do want to highlight three of those, trends that have particularly caught my interest. The first is, of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning. The second is mobile-first commerce, and finally, digitization in the context of management. Now, AI has impacted every industry known to man, and it will continue to do so. But I will be remiss if I talk about AI and not mention ChatGPT, which has been a global phenomenon in the past 2 weeks. Now, the introduction of chat-based language models like GPT-3 is likely to have a significant impact on businesses. Now, these models are trained to understand and respond to natural language inputs, making it easier for businesses to automate and streamline their customer interactions. This can lead to an increased customer satisfaction and loyalty consensus, as well as have a huge positive impact on a business's bottom line. Now, I've personally had the chance to use ChatGPT, and I am blown away by how powerful this tool is. I no longer need a copywriter in my marketing team. My legal team probably can downsize from 5 junior lawyers to about, say, maybe 2 junior lawyers for drafting. The implication that a tool like ChatGPT has on the field like education is tremendous. Perhaps maybe not GPT-3, maybe in the future when we have GPT-4, they would be competent and powerful enough to write research papers to submit to conferences just like these. The way we assign assignments and homeworks to students will have to change drastically, because if you ask a student now to write a paper, they just have to go into ChatGPT and put in a prompt, and you have a full-length 4-page essay, right? In the click of a button. So things will change drastically because of this, particular AI tool. The next trend I find fascinating is the explosion of mobile-first commerce. 73% of all e-commerce in the country happens through the phone. Now, developments in mobile-first commerce basically empowers rural India to be on par with the rest of the world. It connects the cottage industries to the rest of the world. A person sitting in Chanpatna can now sell toys to a person in California, which I think is incredible. The low capital expenditure, as well as the infrastructure associated with mobile-first commerce, it helps democratize access and ease of doing business, which is especially important for a developing country. Finally, post-COVID digital transformation has been the norm. I think it will continue to be the norm. It has accelerated the rate of adoption of technology in most industries, managements included. Remote teams are, I think, here to stay, which means managers have had to adopt a lot of technological solutions to bridge the gap to kind of personalize interactions with their teams. Technology has helped flatten organizations. It has helped managers make quicker decisions. It has helped automate repetitive tasks, and it has helped make better use of talent over the course of the pandemic. And I think this will continue to go forward. I think finally, we can't think of a world where we have commerce and management without technology. I think they're all interlinked at this point, and we cannot look at them as separate entities anymore. So I look forward to learning more from all the insights that all the conference participants will have to share over the course of the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for instilling that strong feeling that interdisciplinary research is the way ahead. Now it's time to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Kosaga Yagapparaj. Dr. Kosaga Yagapparaj is serving as a professor at Putra International College, Malaysia, holds a doctoral degree in commerce. He has been involved in education for the past 27 years, both in the capacity of a teacher and as an administrator. He has worked as a social worker and a volunteer in the field of education for the underprivileged and deprived societies in the northern region of India. Among his professional involvements, being a community member in the school curriculum framing project, is most eminent, which determines the school syllabus to the university syllabus, both nationally and internationally. He intensified his dedication by conceiving and successfully implementing environmental awareness, sustainable development, and corporate social responsibility programs in schools and colleges, lecturing on the imperative need for the community to be exposed to the extent trending and current trending of the new wave in education. He is responsible for the administration, lecturing, and supervision at tertiary level, especially as research supervisor and trainer. His current interests include training and research in the area of finance and delivering tailored trainings programs as per the requirements of the industry, including performance management. May I now request Dr. Kasaga Yagapparaj to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody from Malaysia. Your time is morning, our time is afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank the Army under the leadership of Professor Gurunath for organizing this international conference on the three major pillars: commerce, management, and IT. I also would like to thank all the team members and congratulate. At the same time, choosing me to address the gathering, the conference. See, I would like to center around marketing, digital marketing, the transition when we think of commerce, management, and IT, technology. We all have our experiences. We are having our experiences now. We are going to have our experiences in the future. So past is gone, is our experience. Present is what we are experiencing now, and future we are going to experience something. And this commerce, management, and technology is providing us tools to experiment our life for the future. So, past is an experience, present is an experiment, future is an expectation. And therefore, we all use our past experiences in our lives to achieve the future expectations using commerce, management, IT. When we think of recent advancement, there's a sea change. What we all studied in the past is no longer hold water. We all studied under one stream and now teaching in a different stream. We were not taught to teach in the online process. We all are used to face-to-face. The recent development, including pandemic, even before pandemic, the changes is taking every second. Sea change is taking place. Except to change, everything else is changing. For me, one of the major issues is marketing. We are marketing our products. I am marketing my products. We are all marketing our own product in our own way. In an organized setup, we use the word commerce, management, and technology. Even take away these terms, commerce, management, and technology. In our basic lives, we use techniques of marketing ourselves. We sell our own skills, our products, our services. But when it comes to commerce, management, and technology, it takes an organized form which can be accepted, which can easily interact with other beings on this planet, with one another. And at this juncture, for me, the important area is marketing. How commerce, management, IT enables us to sell our product, market our product, put across our product to others. There was recently research by EY Futures Consumer Index consisting of 14,500 individuals of 20 countries. And when they were asked to quantify and the results came, 32% of the people, the respondents from 14,500 or 20 countries, they are looking for affordability. And the least one is 12% looking for experience first, which means people do not want to experience immediately. They are looking for something future, sustainability, long term, but which is not available to them. And therefore, the first point for me is the recent transition from knowing your customer to the customer segmentation. In the past, the advertisement, the marketing was very little. Now we open the internet machines, we get millions of or crores of advertisement. We don't have a single product for any particular thing that we are looking for. We have millions of products and services. And the customers are left with which one to choose, which one to trust. And from the marketing angle, the marketing is not looking at individual concentration, which was in the past. Now it is focused on the segment, the group. Which group to concentrate? Adults, young, national, international, the buying capacity. So there is a shift from focusing on one individual or one group to multi-segments, multi-groups. Secondly, I would like to talk about competing with your competitors. In the past, we had few competitors for anything. Take for colleges, educational institutions. We had few competitors, products or services. Now we have innumerable competitors, crores of competitors. Now to survive in this competitive world, when I was a student, we were told we are in the cutthroat competition world. I think, yes, but now we are more into this cutthroat competition of the world. Now the marketing is focusing on the experience. Or we look at who are our competitors. I need to come out better than my competitor, but marketing is focusing on experience. The last experience you had with us, or the last good experience you had with somebody else, the competitor. So we are hitting upon the experience. In the past, it was competing with the competitors, now competing with the experience of the individuals in marketing. And IT, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence is coming to play. In the past, third point, in the past, consumers were hoping what you have to offer. They did not have much knowledge, content knowledge. Only you could provide as a giant or as a novice. You could provide the content information, content knowledge of your product or your service. Now, they already have it in their hand through their mobile. Now, and therefore, the marketing is focusing on what exactly they want. and what exactly they don't require, what they want and what they don't want. Marketing has to specialize. Once we know what they want and what they don't want, we can step in with our product or services. And that commerce management IT enables an individual. In the past, the advertisement was focused on many mass advertisement. This may be a disputable point. We may agree to it. Now also we are flashing out things in the internet and reaching out to many. We have a WhatsApp group and multiple email function. We reach out to different group. I agree to certain extent. But marketing, reaching out to many, to the unnecessary group or unimportant, unwanted group is no good. It's not going to help us. And therefore, marketing is focusing on the right segment. The word is right, correct. Is my product and service is reaching to the right person, right group? And that is another change that has taken place in the marketing with the help of Internet of Things. In the past, customers at the heart of your marketing strategy. You are focusing on your customers whom you are targeting, and you are targeting your customers. Now, you need to have a vibration. You need to have a connection with your customers. Yes, Internet of Things enables us to have a connection with the customer's journey, continuous journey. It is no more of selling your product or putting across your things to the customers, product or services, but what is the after effect, after sales effect is very much focused. The past, having connections was not that relevant. Now you need to have connections. That is the relationship between the product or service and the seller or the marketeer with the customer was not required. Now it is required. Who sells what, how they sell it, corporate social responsibility, stressing on the values of human life is stressed. It is no more you you produce a product, you sell your product, market your product, no more holds water. It has to have a relationship, a continuity. In the past, technology was just a process only, or what we were selling, marketing was a mere process. Now, moving on from the process to the end result, we need to achieve the targeted end result. It is no more of good and efficient, but effectiveness. How it affects people, the consumers, the end users is more important. centering around corporate social responsibility. From this to holding on to the great products, consumers were targeting for the branded big products. Now they are moving on to anything readily available, easily available, plus which gives values to them in their life. It's not only the intellectual values, but meaning in life by using the product. So the transition has moved from the product approach to the value approach. You esteem, it gives you prestige, it gives you satisfaction now and forever. In the past, marketing was one of the segments in business, one of the department in business. It was centered around a group of people, marketing department. Now, if you look at, you will agree with me, in the universities, it is no more restricted to the marketing department. Everybody as a team, as an army, a group of people in a university educational setup, in any corporate world, in any company, everyone is involved in marketing, research, getting feedback. And therefore, the shift has come from marketing was important as a segment, as an isolated department, to marketing is the center of your business growth. Marketing has come in the forefront, has come to the reception or the entrance of any institution. Previously, marketing was at the back, was one department. Now, if we don't bring marketing to the forefront of our business, the business is not going to continue. It is going to end sooner or later. So, which means marketing is going to be important than the content knowledge of or the skill or your presentation. Marketing takes a lead for any business because of Internet of Things. And therefore, I'd like to conclude marketing or online business, it is not only having a knowledge, but it is art and science. It is not only you have, you develop, you study a particular skill, you go for a training and you survive forever. No, you need to keep updating with the human heart. It is not only connected with mind, with the correct decision. I'm not negating the right discernment, right correct connection, right decision at the right time. But you also need to put in our heart to vibrate with the work that we are doing, marketing, online business. So only when we connect our head with our heart, using commerce management and information technology, using the tools that are available at this juncture, business is going to survive. We all know during the pandemic, those who were on the top, they continued to remain on the top, or they came down to the middle level of the business. Those who were in the middle level of the business down to the lower level, and those who were in the lower level, they disappeared. Many businesses disappeared during the COVID pandemic time, and they couldn't survive. Why? Because they were focusing on a segment, marketing as a segment, and they were focusing on immediate needs, not focusing on the long-term needs. not focusing on the effectiveness of. They were doing good, they were efficient, but were they effective? For that, education institutions provide under the platform of, under the Department of Commerce, Management and Technology. And rightly so, you are bringing in three different aspects, major aspects, commerce, management and technology, to deliberate, to share knowledge and experiences during this international conference. And you have provided me an opportunity to share mine. Thank you very much. In the past, suppose in the past, online mode was not recognized. Even distance education was not recognized. Now, distance mode is recognized. UGC, the new NEP. Number two, in the past, we were trying to study focusing on one thing. Now we are trying to put everything together and look at as a whole perspective. We are not an isolated being on this earth. We are social animals living in groups with intellect, knowledge, capacity. And now the education throughout, especially Indian education, is bringing in combined stream. You have to be masters of many, not master of one stream. No, I belong to commerce department. No, I belong to management department. No, I belong to IT department. I don't interfere in commerce department. No, I said marketing is involved by all in an organization, in a company. So also we as individuals, educated beings, students, staff, and respected honorable scholars, we need to be jack of all and master of all, not none. And for that, this commerce management technology provides us, and we are here as individuals, though, working in groups to appreciate, recognize one another, enable one another to live our life on this earth in a meaningful way. Thank you very much to Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce for providing me this opportunity. There were many people on this world, on this planet you could have targeted, but Professor Gurunath somehow contacted me, and I am happy to share what from my experience. And I am basically an Indian, and looking for a better scope. I am here to teach. Last 10 years I am here. Living up my life with this change of commerce, management and technology, and you have contributed to my life by accepting me to share my views, and let us continue and grow collectively as human beings. Thank you very much, Professor Gurunath and the college team, for providing me this chance, and all the best for the presenters, participants, and especially to the organizers for taking their time and trouble to share knowledge. Thank you very much. All the best. Good luck. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir. Both the speakers in the presidential address, Ms. Natasha Sagar as well as Dr. Kosagaraj, have driven the points home, saying that we need to keep ourselves abreast of the latest developments in the industry. And the keynote speaker also mentioned very clearly that we have transitioned from product-centric approach to customer-centric, and now later on towards value-centric approach. And wherever we are delivering any product, service, or a software, we need to keep in mind what value addition we are giving. And also the need for leveraging on technology in whatever we do. So with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. But before I hand over the session to Dr. Shalini Suresh to propose vote of thanks for the inaugural session, I would like to mention that after the session, within few minutes, we'll start the first track session, wherein the first track session participants will be presenting their papers. I would request all of them to kindly be ready with their presentations. We'll be going in the same sequence, and all the participants are informed earlier with the track schedule sessions, both via the mail as well as in the WhatsApp groups. Kindly be ready for the track session 1. Now I request Dr. Shalini Suresh to propose vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Ma'am, over to you.
Good morning, all. On behalf of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, myself, Dr. Shalini Suresh, from the Department of Computer Applications, feel incredibly honored and privileged to extend the vote of thanks on this remarkable occasion of inaugural session of ICRACMT 2022. I would like to acknowledge our deep gratitude to the management and the Sagar institutions for all the support to make this conference a reality. I express my deep sense of gratitude for Honorable Joint Secretary, the Sagar Institutions, Ms. Natasha Sagar, for gracing this occasion and proposing a very informative presidential address. Thank you, ma'am. We would like to acknowledge our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kosga Egaparaj Putra International College, Malaysia, for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence, sir. My sincere thanks to Principal DSCAC, Dr. Nagaraj Shenoy, sir, for guidance and support at various stages of the conference organization. We are also thankful to all the conference advisory committee members, the invited speakers, and the session chairs who will be joining us in upcoming sessions. I also thank director and HODs of various departments who have rendered immense support in organizing the conference. I also wish to express my gratitude to Professor Gurnath sir, IQAC coordinator, for the guidance and encouragement at every point of time in organizing this great event. I would like to thank Dr. K.V. Ramanathan, Primax Foundation, for partnering with us to organize ICRACMT 2022. A special thanks to the organizing committee, the faculty members, non-teaching staff, and the student volunteers for their constant support and coordination. Our sincere thanks to all the conference delegates and wishing you all the best for your presentations. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And on behalf of the entire organizing committee, participants, and everybody else, I thank you for being a wonderful and accommodating conference convener, Dr. Shalini Suresh. Now we'll be continuing the session with the first track session, wherein we have the privilege of having her presence with her, Dr. Jyotirmay Reddy. Ma'am, can you please confirm whether you are in the session? Dr. Jyotirmay Reddy.
Hi, Dr. Chumera. I'm here, very much here.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. At the outset, I would like to introduce Dr. Jyotirmay Reddy, who is currently serving as an associate professor at Marwadi University, Gujarat. She holds a doctoral degree. May I request anybody who has unmuted to please mute? She holds a doctoral degree in management from Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, along with postgraduate diploma in HRM, business analytics from MIT, Pune. She has a vast experience of more than 20 years, serving several educational institutions prior to her stint at Waldia University, Ethiopia as associate professor. She has 3 textbooks and 6 book chapter publications to her credit. Her research publications include 8 ABDC Scopus and Web of Science Index journals, apart from many other national and international journals. She specializes in HRM, organization behavior, and leadership and change management. She recently received the Best Academic Excellence Award in Management during September 2022. Ma'am, it's a pleasure to have you for this track session. May I now request the team to check whether the first track session presentation is ready?
Thank you, Sumera, for your wonderful welcome.
My pleasure, ma'am. I now request Ms. Mahati Arkana to take over the announcements of the papers of the first track session. Participants may kindly note that your presentation should be limited to 5 minutes plus 2 minutes for the question and answer session. And you may also please note that you keep yourself on mute unless and until you are ready. Along with that, I would also request the participants to please ensure that you are ready in the sequence of the program schedule which we have given to you. May I have the presentations being conducted from Mahati Arkana? Over to you.
A very good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Let's start off with the paper, first paper of today, IDCM01, Gig Economy in India by Dr. P. Joshna from PVKNGC Institution. Can we have your PPT, ma'am? Dr. P. Joshna.
Dr. P. Joshna, if you are available and if you are ready with the presentation, can you please share it? Kindly respond if you are available.
Let's move on to the second paper, ID CM02, Financing Artisanal Small-Scale Mining in Sub-Saharan Africa, a Systematic Literature Review by Makungu Paschal from Gujarat University.
Thank you, ma'am, for this invitation for presentation. Let me share my PPT for the presentation. I can share my slides, please. Can you allow me? Host disable the participant screen sharing.
Yes, sir. Sir, it's allowed. Can you please try now?
Sir, we can see your screen. You may go ahead.
Yes. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, sir, it is. Kindly go ahead.
Yes. Thanks very much. My name is Makungu Paschal, a PhD scholar at Gujarat. This paper is on financing at small-scale mining in sub-Saharan Africa, a systematic literature review. This paper is co-authored by Dr. Jignesh Awangal from Sri Narayana College of Commerce, Ahmedabad, India. Let's get started. This presentation will be guided by the outline as proposed by the conference organizer from abstract to references. Let me start by abstract. Availability of financial sources for artisanal and small-scale mining, ACM, has been a topic of concern for researchers, politicians, NGOs, international donors, and other development stakeholders in mineral-rich countries. This paper uses a systematic literature review approach to identify and evaluate many financial sources for ACM in sub-Saharan Africa. The results show that although informal sponsors, lenders charge unfair interest rates, but miners depend on them as they face complicated procedures to access credit from formal sources like banks and the government funds. It should be noted that availability of financial support is not the only way for ACM prosperity. Further studies should be conducted on the role of miner financial literacy and entrepreneurial skills on ACM financial sources sustainability. Let me go through background information and the related works. Artisanal and small-scale mining, ACM, is an important source of livelihood for millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. About 45 million people worldwide depend on ACM, whereby sub-Saharan Africa have the highest number. Some of the countries where ACM is recorded at high number like Tanzania, Ghana, Ethiopia, and others. ACM includes all mining activities that operate at low technology, mostly depending on labor-intensive production. Currently, studies on ACM and the Society Journal, and followed by Resource Policy Journal, which contributed 25, while extract contributed 33%. The financial sources identified were commercial banks and microfinance, cooperative associations, foreign donors like the World Bank and UN, and also government fund programs. Buyers also were reported to, mineral buyers were reported to find some of the small scale miners. Also there are private financiers, which there are two kinds, those who sponsor every activity conducted in the mining pit, or the lenders, those involved in financial business to provide funding to the miners. Every source has its strengths and the weaknesses. Although government and the donor funds are provided at reasonable interest rates, but involve bureaucratic procedures and ineffective supervision with low sustainability. Likewise, bank loans associated with several legal papers, high interest rates, and a collateral requirement, which is difficult for a poor and illiterate miner to comply with. Informal sources like local lenders, sponsors, and the mineral buyers are easy to access, but the loan always given at insufficient amount with the high interest rates. Availability of funds cannot be the only solution for ACM prosperity. Further studies should be conducted on the role of miner financial literacy, on entrepreneurial skills, and the financial sources sustainability. This paper has about 33 references following APA Study 7th edition. Thanks a lot. I hope I've gone in the speed that matches my time.
Thanks a lot. Now, I request Dr. Reddy to have any questions or remarks on this paper.
Yeah. Mr. Makungu, that was a good
Yes.
presentation.
Okay.
And in fact, you are very informative about your South African thing. As we know,
Yes, thank you.
yes, in fact, to be very honest, South African people are such a lovely people, which I have personally experienced when I was there. The thing is, like, your country is such a beautiful country which has got lots of minerals, especially where people from other country are trying to explore them. So in this context, I think the funding and all that can be, like, you can have a better source where people wanted to explore the minerals of your country. So apart from this, your government, what my observation is considered, is trying to take initiation for keeping the treasures of your country for yourself. So I think your research, once it is completed, probably may give us a more brighter thing on your concept. Well done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Any questions from the participants? I hope no. The silence, I take it as acceptance. So can we go ahead with the next presentation? And participants, please be ready with your presentation, and at the same time try to stick on to the time 5+2. 1 or 2 minutes here and there is fine, but still, yes, please go ahead with the next presentation here.
So the next one is IDCM-04, Experience and Entrepreneurship, an Effectuation Theory Perspective by Jyoti R. Pavitra and Dr. Subbalakshmi from Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce. Can you share the PPT, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Ma'am, it is showing that it is disabled, ma'am. Can you please accept the screen sharing?
Yeah, just a minute.
Try doing it now, dear.
No, ma'am, it's not coming.
We are working on it.
Give me a second. We are checking it. Give me a second, please.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
You are presenting as Jyoti E, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, kindly do share it now. We have allowed you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Jyoti. My paper topic is the title of my paper is Experience in Entrepreneurship and Effectuation Theory Perspective. As we all know, entrepreneurship contribute in economic development not only of India, for all other developing countries also. Emergence of most of the entrepreneurs are from organization and not from the educational institution. The key success factor of entrepreneurship is work experience. This paper explains the logic in career transition from employment to entrepreneurship. And it is viewed in the perspective of effectuation theory. Effectuation theory was proposed by Saraswati in the year 2001. It is all about the human behavior, that is decision making with a phase of uncertainty and all resources in hand. Effectuation accepts ambiguity and increases the control. There are majorly four principles of effectuation theory. There are mean orientation of bird in hand, strategic partnership or crazy quilt, flexibility or lemonade principle, and the last one is affordable loss. Coming to the main part of the paper, factors leading to entrepreneurship after jobs. So the factors are, first one is experience. Experience provides a knowledge about business environment, both internal and external environment informations, and it also provides a person to improve interpersonal skills and social skills. Coming to the second factor, networking here leads to entrepreneurship after job, refers to clients and business partners in the workplace. People started with similar ventures and mentors will also be a useful information resources for an entrepreneur. Coming to the third point, financial requirement. Financial stability is very important to start a business, and personal saving of a business can contribute more to the financial stability of a person. And the entrepreneur should have knowledge about loans and government facilities that have been provided so that it makes him clear about the career opportunities of entrepreneurship. Intrinsic motivation is the fourth point. The intrinsic motivation is nothing but responsible for making decisions and take results to own. And intrinsic motivation is caused due to the lack of appreciation and recognition in the workplace or in an organization. In this paper, the alignment of factors with effectuation is done. Coming to the first principle of effectuation, mean orientation of bird in hand, it explains that a person should set goals within the available resources in the hand. So the idea for this comes through the experience, networking. And the second point is strategic partnership or crazy quilt. This principle explains that developing new strategies via new partnership. So that also comes through the experience and networking. Through experience and networking, the person can find new partners and also new mentors for his organization to start an entrepreneurship. Coming to the third principle, flexibility or lemonade principle, this explains how the entrepreneur should be flexible for the changes that are done through the experience. Once the man experience, he can be easily adjusted to any of the changes that occurs in an organization or in his own business. Then the fourth point is affordable loss. Affordable loss principle explains that the person as an entrepreneur should be ready to face the loss and expecting the future gains or future profits. And this also comes through the experience and networking and also the financial requirements. If he is financially stable, then it will be easy for a person to face the loss that occurs in a business. Coming to the conclusion part of the paper, this paper explains about the factors leading to career transition from employee to entrepreneur. This paper provides new perspective of entrepreneurial decision making, provides in-depth knowledge about the entrepreneurship to career to the person starting a career as an entrepreneur, and helps to know the uncertainties and opportunities that are available. And these are some of the references which have been referred, and these are also can be considered as a related works. Finally, I thank everyone for giving this opportunity for me to present the paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Jyoti. Now for time for the remarks from the session chair.
Yeah, Ms. Jyoti, the topic you have taken is good. And I have a question for you. Can you tell me, no, the entrepreneurship was reborn. So the period when it was reborn, because earlier many of us are focusing more on the job-based income, but at one point of time wherein everyone started to think about this entrepreneurship. So can you tell me when this was again reinitiated?
I think due to industrial revolution and economic drop which happened in India led many of them, and a lack of employment opportunities that was faced in India. This led for the entrepreneurship development, ma'am.
Yeah, and one more part is during the pandemic, especially the COVID-19, that let many of them lose their jobs, and that is how people started thinking about what you said, the personal things, like how we can run the family in this crisis time. So I think that was one of the situation which led, even from all categories of people to become entrepreneurs. Yeah, yes.
Yes,
And one suggestion I have is this
Yes,
paper
ma'am.
can be much better if you can convert it into a research one rather than a theory. If it could be a
Sure,
research
ma'am.
one, that would be much more it be a food for a thought. So if you can, you
Sure,
just
ma'am.
try to do some facts and figures ka research be okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jyoti. Any remarks from
Thank you, ma'am.
the participants? Any questions from the participants? Right. An empirical study on this same topic would be more value adding. So kindly work on it here. Over
Sure,
to you,
ma'am.
Mahathir,
Sure.
for the next presentation.
Next presentation is ID CM07, Permanent Establishment Arising in EPC Contracts, a study of past trends and current situation, a critical study by R. Ravichandran from Dayananda Sagar University. Can we have your presentation, sir?
Your screen is visible. You can go ahead with the presentation. Ravichandran, if you have started presenting, we are not able to hear you. Mr. Ravichandran, can you hear me?
Ravichandran, you are muted.
I think you are on
Sorry,
mute.
unmute.
Okay.
Kindly
Now,
unmute.
yes, I have muted. Basically, it's in the engineering, procurement, and construction companies, which is commonly used for infrastructure as a vehicle for upgrading infrastructure and development activities in country. Various stakeholders are involved, different tasks are there, responsibilities and roles are allocated, composite sped contracts, due obligation, the rights are there. In addition, you have the income rising can be taxed in these type of countries only when there is a business connection and a permanent establishment is there, formed for the entity in the country. In the other part is basically taxation has become a very vexatious process because litigation is there between the taxman and the companies. In this paper, we make an attempt to analyze the critical judicial facts responsible for the same. Taxation of PE arising in EPC contracts is very crucial because it can turn liability to transaction running into crores. Again, at the same time, there's conflicting interest from tax authorities and the different subterfuges being factored by the companies. So next is basically related studies are what are the motives behind this. But one of the motives in the literature is tax reduction and structuring. And many people are feeling that when CEOs taking aggressive tax positions, as a result, they are getting beaten at the court levels. Then structuring of EPC contract is very much in vogue in all geographies. have gone through the studies with respect to other geographies like in Nigeria, South Africa, Russia, UAE, and Middle East, and even the US, which is very common to do that. And other countries are in fact taking the cue from India, and the judgments taken in the Indian context has been more pronounced in other judgments also. Some of the judgments are Ishikawa Harima Heavy Industries, which was a Supreme Court judgment of 2007. Offshore part is not taxable. Hyundai Industries also, it was held that offshore is not taxable again in 2007. Then, but in Michelin tiles, these people said that though it is not taxable, the person had come down to India and done some supervision of the work, that is taxable. So to the extent you're performing the service in India, there's a direct nexus to tax. Nippon Steel also, the offshore portion is not taxable. And the other two contracts in LG Cable Limited, where both were linked together, the revenue was contending that it's taxable, but then the court held that simply because they are linked, you can't agree, make a statement that it's not, it is fully taxable. And the other case of Mero Asia Private Limited, the entire contract was held taxable because this contract which awarded to L&T has subsequently given some portion of that back to the main company. So they found it's a sort of a subterfuge arrangement to give some money to the Singapore entity. So the proposed method is basically past literature and exploratory study. Motives behind structuring and practices. Indian court rulings will be being taken across, and how the PE has been created. We expect that it will be helpful in understanding the complex situation in EPC contracts. And the approach is more of an exploratory nature and evaluating the judiciary's ruling from time to time. Now, results, what we find from that is basically tax avoidance planning and structuring indicates structuring is very common in EPC contracts. In fact, in certain US studies had come out, they are able to save to the extent of $3.26 billion. And structuring is done for sponsor of the project as also to reduce taxes. The sponsor who is going to fund the project doesn't want his money to get stuck up and his assets to be held to ransom by the tax authorities. Then they put up a SPV. For the special vehicle, special purpose vehicles have become a common feature of these transactions. Big difference in taxability and the income rising can also happen when they move this entirely abroad, the entire transactions, especially offshore portion. Splitting of contracts has been and practice in jurisdiction. Otherwise, in India, globally an accepted practice. So Indian tax authorities cannot contend that no, you're not doing something legal. So that's a practice internationally. Installation and commissioning is in fact a major issue coming up when the work involves large projects. People have to sit in the project for more than say 180 days. Then automatically, as per the convention, you are found to have some income coming up on the external country's tax, entity is taxed upon the income earned in India. Supervision PV is very commonly found because you send some people to overseas or overseas people come to India. So whatever income they're earning as a result of the services performed, these are getting taxed under the supervision P category. On-site works is being carried off. Some portion will happen. This is more common in our Indian model, where it is more than 180 days. 6 months is the time period where beyond which any transaction done in India will be taxable, because India follows the UN model, whereas the OECD model is 12 months. You can go and do a project in another country without getting taxed at all, provided it is not exceeding 365 days. So that is what the situation is currently. Now, agency P is also coming up when a foreign principal is taking the decision, and there is no principal to principal relationship, then the income is taken as taxable. On the contrary, if you are taking a principal to principal relationship, the courts have held it is not taxable. So that is another one. Then offshore equipment is not deemed as taxable in many rulings, except when in the case of this, you have a subterfuge contract, which is in turn passing off some part of the allocation of income to back to the main owner who is giving you the contract. In this case, only it was held to be taxable by the authority for advance rulings. Place of effective management is also a critical factor, and where the brain and head of the company is lying is a clear factor in determining the tax liability implications. The other finding is that revenue pressures are mounting. The government is bound to make attempts to ensure that legislation is brought to tax contracts and bring the same into tax net. This happened in many cases in Nigeria and Saipem contract and other places also. Documentation and linking of contracts is key to enabling the government to tax the contracts. And is directly done, and the documentation proves that there is a nexus coming up. Only then you can tax the income rising, that too only attributed portion to the income arising, not otherwise, not the whole contract. Split contracts are a major challenge because even though in other jurisdictions like Vietnam, Thailand, and Middle East, it's very common, but still Indian courts are taking different views, and there's a possible motive for tax avoidance and evasion. So they can look at the look through the contract instead of look at the contract. That was one of the judgments made in one of the cases in Indian case. Conclusion: I feel that the EPC contracts are likely to be more targeted by authorities. Revenue is high, therefore the proportion of income that can be taxed and litigated is high. They would not like to leave that pound of flesh. Other one is all work relating to designs and drawings and part assembly of products will get shifted offshore. Suppose I'm able to get my entire job done, major part of it. This happens basically in the shipbuilding industry, and some drawings and designs done, which are required for a steel plant coming up in India. I do the entire thing outside India. Then that portion which is done outside India, you can't tax it. In shipbuilding industry also, it happens. The entire shipbuilding is done at Korea or Japan, and the ship is finally moved to India. Only that proportion will be taxable, not otherwise. So whatever work gets done outside India, I'll have a higher proportion of offshore work. BEPS action point is 7 is also there, which is limiting the splitting of contracts. There are some prevention measures. BEPS means base erosion and profit shifting. See, many of the MNCs had coming up with a situation where they shift the base from one country to another low tax country, and as a result of which they're able to avoid paying tax in the host country. So to avoid that, the OECD has come out with the BEPS arrangement. Now the recommendations are already through. Now discussions are going on. Countries over the world are trying to impose writ on taxable nature of EPC contracts within the jurisdiction. If it happen, then they are trying to tax it up to the extent. This is a finding. GAR and SAR will be exercised. Basically, general anti-avoidance rules and special anti-avoidance rules will be exercised with the authorities when you go into the future. So that's likely to happen in the Indian scenario, because India is a very high litigant as far as tax is concerned as compared to China and other places. Retrospective amendments will not favor. We have seen the case of Vodafone and Pain Energy, where even though the law was amended with Supreme Court's permission, it didn't really cut ice with the arbitration. When India went for an arbitration, they lost $1 billion. Digital technologies and transactions which can be performed offshore will be shifted, as I mentioned. Therefore, the companies and the countries are likely to apply a minimum threshold limit. So they'll say that beyond, even if you shift it outside, 2% of the offshore contract will be taxable. If I put a conditionality through a deeming provision in the constitution, tax laws, then there will be a lot of money revenue accruing to the government. Government is possibly thinking seriously at this also. Structuring will continue to be a feature in future because there have been considerable savings, huge savings, especially in the US context. I have seen 6,370 firms across US have been examined, across the contract, global contract base has been examined by research, and they have found a saving of $3.2 billion tax saving, avoiding because use of special purpose vehicles. The IRS has not been able to get income on that, a tax on that. Several Chinese people are working on the possibility of predicting case outcome using AI and algorithm models, ML models. Future work, I believe that will be going to be connecting the tax avoidance planning to EPC contract structure, possibly predicting case outcomes. Actually, I've seen this is happening very time in the US markets. People are coming out with some models, so they're able to predict whether to appeal against a case or not. They will decide based upon the outcome. And the model will, if you put the variables and factor the database is available using AI and ML, you can take the data and analyze it out. Tax risk rating could be one of the possibilities we can think of in the EPC contract. We do rating for bonds and equity securities. The other one is overconfident position taken by advisors is a major thing. That was found in a German study where tax advisors and tax students were given the same set of information. They found the advisors to be more positively confident of getting their position approved by the revenue, but whereas in actual situation was something different, and the students seem to be more balanced because of the skepticism on the tax laws and confusion occurring in the process. Developing tax liability prediction models may come up given a particular contract relationship. Interrelations can also be looked into. Possible ability to predict tax case outcomes using algorithms, which can factor key variables and develop better structures. So what happens? The ability to go into a gray area is getting reduced for the a company, and the model can also help the people to know where are the gray areas, what type of structure I should avoid. The same thing can be used with the administration to ensure which are the areas getting avoided and where we should go put it. A counter model can be developed also. These are the references. I just put across some of them. Thank you. Any questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much, sir. Your presentation and the way you have delivered it shows that you have put in a really commendable effort in doing all this. Any remarks from the taxation chair?
Yeah. It was indeed it was a good presentation, Mr. Ravichandran. I just have a simple question for you. I have seen many, and especially Indians are, they have a lot of expertise in identifying where they can, look for the prospects for their business. So in that situation, but when I have observed, we as Indian, we do take up a lot of projects. And I've seen many Chinese people also taking a lot of projects. But what exactly I've noticed was, compared to us, their projects are very huge in number. Can you tell me, is there any difference in terms of the taxations or, in financially, the support from the government, or maybe, the laws that we need to abide by when we take up such projects abroad? So can you tell me, like, how do we different from the Chinese? Do you have a huge difference? Yeah.
Yes, a good question, madam. In fact, to give you a brief overview on this, because I worked on some of these projects myself, so I had an idea on that. Typically, the size of Indian projects is that it's small, so you cannot get that much of leverage or benefit. The Chinese projects, on the contrary, are very large. The funding restrictions are not too much there. The tax system is not as what you call aggressive as the Indian tax system. They have a SAT, State Administration Tribunal, which they offer a certain percentage of the contract as tax, or income from contracts as tax, 30% of the income, or on that some 10% or something is charged. That approaches are given. This is also there in an Indian scenario, where you have got a 44A provisions, 44AB, 44AD and other things, airline business, shipping business, non-residents. They can afford to give certain percentage of sale turnover, 5%, 10%, etc. Mineral oil exploration, etc. That's also available. That is one part. Second thing is, Indian market is highly litigious. Tax statements are highly litigious. The department is looking at ways to increase the revenue, and they are many times getting beaten up at the courts, and that's why they are not in a position to come out with a solution. That is the second part. The third part is, the Chinese have gone advanced further. They are able to use, I have seen some papers on using special vector machines and random forest approach and a clustering approach to find out what is the probability of a particular contract getting taxed or not. In fact, those things are also coming up. Size-wise, we are way behind the Chinese. There's no doubt about it. Funding-wise, they don't have too much of a restriction. We have too many fellows coming up in the table. Like if you look at major projects, they are either funded by the parent company from outside or by local bigger PE VCs, etc. They look at a very high amount of return in a short period of time. So that is one thing which is coming up in a major thing. As a result of which, the risk level increase for the Indian investors in these type of projects.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah.
your
Thank you so
response.
much.
Thank you.
Sir, hello, can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to appreciate for your efforts. I am talking to all my computer science friends also, because these are the platforms which will let you know that there can be scope of using your algorithms and programming in areas which you will never feel that there is a scope. So this is one such area which sir has highlighted, this participant has highlighted in his future work, that you can utilize algorithms and programming to come up with solutions related to EPC contracts. So you may find it fascinating, and some of you can work on it. So thank you so much for your research presentation, sir. May I
Thank
now have the next presentation, please?
कितनी की presentation है यार? तो feedback end में ही होना है?
Somebody has unmuted themselves. Can I please ask you to mute?
The next paper ID, CM08, Dimensions of Credit Flow and Credit Gap in Financing the MSMEs in India, a critical analysis by B.N. Lalit Chandra and Dr. Sri Ramulu Minna from PwC Bangalore. Can we have your presentation, sir?
Sir, kindly confirm if either one of the participants, author or the co-author, is there in the presentation. Either Mr. Lalit Chandra or Dr. Sri Ramulu Minna, either one of you. If you can hear us, please confirm your presence.
Madam, one more request.
Sir,
kindly mute all other participants whose presentation is over and then take out this co-host permission because a lot of noise is being heard there. So
Sure, sir.
if at all, yeah,
Sure, sir. We'll do
just
that.
maintain that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
I call up for one more time, B.N. Lalichanda and Sri Ramalu Minna. As of now, we don't get any response from your side, sir. If you are there, kindly let us know so that we can reschedule it again. So shall we go ahead with the next presentation, please?
The next paper ID, CM09, Adaptive Environmental Management Practice for Dairy Industry by Gautam Shivraj from City College. Can we have your presentation, sir? Are you able to share the screen, sir? Let's go to the next paper. ID CM10, a study on various plans and programs of government for young entrepreneurs in Kerala by Praveena K. from Concord Arts and Science College, Muttanur, Kerala. Can we
Yes,
have the
ma'am.
presentation?
Yes, ma'am. May I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
Your
And
screen is not visible.
Yeah, I am present in my screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can go ahead.
Okay. Then myself, Praveena. I am from Kerala. I am working as an assistant professor in Concord Arts and Science College, Muttanur. That is affiliated to Kannur University, one of the most famous university in Kerala. Then here I am presenting a topic, study on various plans and programs of government for young entrepreneurs in Kerala. Then we know that entrepreneurs shape the economic density of nation by creating wealth and providing more employment opportunity and generating revenue through taxes to the government. Then entrepreneur provide the idea to economic opportunity through innovation. Therefore, most governments try to augment the supply of competitive and globally competitive entrepreneurs in their country. Even if the countries have rich resources, endowment, they face unemployment opportunity due to the death of businessmen. The role of entrepreneurship is not only on the creation of employment opportunity, but it includes the creation of capacity to produce wealth, job, and income. Then these are the indicators of economic development. The underdevelopment of a country results from the absence of the development of entrepreneurs, not from the lack of natural resources. Then if we count natural resources for the economic growth of the country, then we know that African continent, Latin America, or most of the Asian countries would have a lot of natural resources, but they are still underdeveloped or undeveloped. As a matter of fact, economic growth is the outcome of entrepreneurial activity. Then we can see the abstract of my presentation. By promoting entrepreneurship, a specific thirst on young entrepreneurs or youth entrepreneurs was not given by government. Entrepreneurship and youth entrepreneurship were considered to be the same. Hence, it is the reason for certain countries for the slow growth of entrepreneurship. We know that young entrepreneurs have a lot of idea relating to innovative business ventures. Then in this study, I would like to find out what are the various programs and plans developed by Kerala government. As I am from Kerala, I selected this topic. What are the various plans and policies developed by Kerala government for the promotion of young entrepreneurs in the state? Then before going to the topic, some of you have confusion about who are young entrepreneur. Then young entrepreneur means he is a child or young adult who assume risk to operate a business or who find out new way to do business better. He is a person having age below 30 to 35. We can say that they are young entrepreneurs. So in this study, the various plans and policies, especially for young entrepreneurs, are discussed. Then we can see what are the various programs developed by Kerala government for the promotion of young entrepreneurs. First one is Technology Business Incubator, that is TBI. In 2004, Kerala government established its first TBI in Kozhikode in collaboration with National Institute of Technology, Kozhikode. Coming years, Kerala government came out with different technology business incubators in different parts of Kerala. That at present there are 6 successfully TBIs are functioning in different parts of Kerala. The next one, Startup Villages of Kerala. In 2012, the country first public-private partnership PPP, that is in combination with, excuse me, ma'am, 1 minute. Actually, I am feeling not well. I am suffering from cold and fever. Sometimes my sound may
That's
be.
okay, ma'am. That's okay. Absolutely fine. But try to restrict yourself to the time limit.
Okay.
No? It's our humble
Okay.
request from our side.
Okay. Then second one, Startup Villages of Kerala. In 2012, the country first PPP, that is Public-Private Partnership Telecom Business Incubator Startup Villages, was set up Kerala in Kalamesheri. This startup village is spread over 10 acres of land in Kochi with an initial investment of rupees 100 crore. Then this government also provided a built-up space for 1 lakh square feet for startup village. The next we can see another program developed by Kerala government that is very interesting. That is Student Entrepreneurship Scheme. This scheme was started by Government of Kerala for the universities, colleges, and polytechnics in Kerala. Then for the students who are participating in the student entrepreneurship scheme, our government or university are also providing 20% attendance relaxation and 4% grace mark to those students who pursue entrepreneurship and innovation during their studies. The next one, that is Kerala State Self-Entrepreneurship Development
I'm
Mission.
very sorry to interrupt you. Can you please go ahead towards the objectives and methodology and findings of your study?
Yes, ma'am. Then here I would like to say some of the young entrepreneurs name. We know that most of the new entrepreneurship developed due to the pandemic situation. Then this is recipe is a newly developed, that is in the year 2015. It is an app that can list out possible recipes that can be prepared from whatever ingredient you have in hand. The next one, Tech Mango, that is developed by a young entrepreneur, that is Rahul Krishna in the year 2017. Another one, Entry app, that is Muhammad Hisamuddin. It is a platform for online learning startup based in Kochi. Then in this study, I conclude my topic. In this study, I revealed that there are different schemes developed by each state for promoting young entrepreneurs, but undoubtedly clear that most of the youngsters are unaware of the scheme, even though they have the interest to start the business venture by their own. So in future work, I wish to conduct a study on topic awareness about various entrepreneurship development programs of Government of Kerala among youngsters in the state. For this study, actually, I make a descriptive study. I collected data from industries, Department of Commerce site and DAC and all other related Government of India site. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Time for the remarks from the taxation chair. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Praveena. It was a good presentation. And recently there is one program that is, it's called as a STEP, Support for Training and Employment Development, which has been into practice across the country. So I think that is one of the leading program in Kerala as well to develop the women or in fact entrepreneurs who can take care of themselves. So thank you so much for a beautiful presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I agree that your scope of the study is limited to the streams and programs of Government of Kerala, but you may also simultaneously include in your fold in your future studies when you create awareness the central government schemes, which are many in number and quite fetching for the young entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, Ms. Praveena.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Over to the next presentation, please.
The next paper ID, CM11, Reforms in Taxation Regards GST with Current Scenario. by S. Pavitra and Dr. B. Kannan from Tantai Periyar Government Arts and Science Colleges.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Is my PPT is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
PPT is not visible. Can you please make it visible?
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Just a second.
Now it is visible.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I'm A.S. Pavitra, a full-time PhD research scholar under the guidance of Dr. B. Kannan, Assistant Professor and Research Supervisor, PG and Research Department of Commerce, Tantai Periyar Government Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. My research title is Reforms in Taxation Regards GST with Current Scenario. Abstract of my title. One of the most significant changes to the Indian tax system since independence in 1947 was the GST with effect from July 1st, 2017. The GST was supposed to go into effect in April 2010, but its implementation was delayed due to political issues and competing interest among stakeholders. Transparency in the tax system is improved by the GST-based taxation system, which also boosts GDP growth from 1% to 2% and decrease tax theft and corruption. This paper gave a brief current tax systems flaws by GST current scenario effects on the Indian economy system. Excuse me, ma'am. Actually, my PPT is not moving. I don't know why, ma'am. Just a second.
Your PPT is visible, ma'am.
But not moving, ma'am. I'm moving next slide, but it's not.
Stop sharing and reshare it.
Yes, ma'am.
It's visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is the outline of my paper. Introduction consists of current tax system flaws, industry-specific taxation, exclusion of services, tax cascading complexity, and next review literature. I collected few review literature review from Indian journal and also from international journals. And next is GST current scenario. It consists of need for GST, introduction, importance, and GST council. Then effects of GST gives the impact of GST on the Indian economy and impact of GST on various sectors. Then challenges of GST implementation consist nature of taxes, types of GST, rates of tax, tax management and technology infrastructure, and conclusion and reference. I brief my study by this current tax system flaws. This major enhancement include state and local sales tax collection points across the country are being replaced by VAT, lowering the current central sales tax rate of 4% to 2% as a part of the gradual elimination of the tax, and a significant growth in the service tax taxable base due to the central government's implementation of the tax and subsequent years of expansion. As a part of this rationalization, the number of the SENVAT rates has been reduced and many of the individual rates have been replaced with the ad valorem rates based on the MRP of the products. And industry-specific taxation. The SENVAT tax applies to all the products that are either manufactured in India or have their final destination in India. This raises questions about how manufacturing is defined and how the value of goods is to be assessed as a result of the tax. While these ideas have developed through the case law, it is generally agreed that taxation should be applied fairly and efficiently regardless of where a product is made. There is not a much of foundation beyond the manufacturing. In addition, the supply chain, that is the effect of tax burden, is heavily influenced by the ratio of the taxable value at the point of manufacturing to the value added afterward. This is why almost everywhere else has switched to the multi-point taxation system that reaches all the way down to point of the sale instant. Next, complexity. The complexity of the tax systems are the federal and the state level persistent improvements in design and everything about the management. Excuse me, just a second, ma'am. Everything about their management is poor. Disputes and legal challenges can arise, and judicial system is a cumbersome and costly way to resolve these issues.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you please keep your video on?
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, I'm due to sunlight. I'm not having the network issue. I'm having network issue, so I'm in sunlight.
Okay, fine. All the presenters, kindly please keep your video on when you are presenting, and try to avoid any animations in your presentation. If you have any, please try to avoid it so that it will be easy transition of slides when you are presenting. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. GST, the current scenario. It became urgent to find a new mechanism for the taxation of consumer goods and services to replace the current system. At home spending took the brunt of the tax burden. It is hoped that India's system can be made more effective and equitable. The taxing authority must ensure that no taxes are levied outside its borders. The Indian market needs to be consolidated under the single common market structure and advancement of the corporate federalistic cost. And GST Council consists of the chaired by the Union Minister of Finance, the Union Member of Parliament in charge of Revenue and Finance, and member include each state's minister responsible for the taxation or designing from the ministry. Next, effects of the GST on the Indian economic system.
Can you please focus on the objectives of the study, methodology, and
Yes,
the prime findings of your study, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is my review article. So the challenges of the GST implementation is by the nature of taxes and types of the GST, rates of taxes. The tax rates have not been finalized and there is still much more work to be done, especially in the light of the rising cost of living. And tax management and technology infrastructure, in order to put in place effective policies and plans, it is crucial that taxes and infrastructure to be managed properly. At last, I conclude my study. The goods and service tax was first mooted in India a few years ago, but on July 1st, 2017, the Indian government, led by the Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, finally put it into the effect. The new administrations in India strongly supported the GST because of the numerous benefits it would bring to the country. The goods and service tax would have an effect on all the economic sectors in India, including manufacturing services, telecommunication, the car industry, firms of a reasonable size. Since it would create a national sales tax on all goods and services, is a potentially game-changing tax reform. Experts predict that GST would increase tax revenue, accelerate India's economic growth, and eliminate differences in taxation between the federal government and the states. And these are the reference I referred, and that's all from my side. Thank you. And thank you for giving this opportunity for the Dayananda Sagar College team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pavitra. Can we have the remarks from the taxation chair?
Yes. Thank you, Pavitra, for giving us good inputs on the taxation.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think this you can even one suggestion is if you can share a comparative thing like earlier what was the taxes and now what was that, how they differ and all. So that would be something wherein you guys bring more inputs for people who are not into that part of the financial aspect.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions from the participants? Any questions from the participants? Okay, we'll move ahead with the next speaker.
Next paper, ID CM12, Consumer Behavior Towards Online Fashion Renting Portals by Sulekha Oja from IIS Jaipur. Can we have your presentation? Can we have your presentation? ID CM12. Sulekha Oja, are you there in the meeting? Can you please respond?
Yeah, ma'am, shall I start with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Just
please share your presentation.
Wait, just hold on, ma'am.
We can see your screen, ma'am. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Ma'am, it is visible now?
It's visible.
Namaskar, one and all present over here. Myself, Dr. Sulekha Oja from Department of Fashion Textiles, is presenting a paper on consumer behavior towards online fashion renting portals, which is a buzzword in the industry as we are moving ahead with fast fashion.
Can you please turn on your video?
Wait, ma'am.
Please turn on your video, ma'am.
Yeah, definitely, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So fast fashion has become a major buzzword in the industry. People are moving towards it. Youngsters are consuming the garment in a more everyday buying instead of a yearly buying or weekly buying. So the rental services which is provided by the industry. The apparel industry is one of the most second polluted industry in India, according to the fashion development in the fast consumption fashion and sustainability, which is one of the major issues. We are looking forward to the post-purchase, pre-purchase and purchases of the people, how the young generation are looking forward to it. Collaborative, and the word which is connected to the fast fashion is the renting is the collaborating consumption, which is related to the new opportunities, that is sharing, gifting, swapping, lending, leasing, renting, and fashion management. Collaborative consumption has enabled people to differentiate what they want and what they can afford. By collaborative, one can access to the customized product without availing the product itself to it. So renting fashion gives fashion customers access to high quality clothing in a society where there's a lot of social pressure to wear according to the influential people, influenced by the people and the peer pressure. Fashion renting is regarded as a more environmentally friendly purchase, considering the growing acceptance of sustainability measures. Fashion in India, it is at nascent stage as people are not so aware about the consumer collaborative consumption, but the rental porting has come into the market, and according to the future market inside the global online clothing market is expected to 19252 million in 2026, and according to the latest report of FNI, regional growth of India comes to a high lucrative market among the South Asian countries, and Indian shoppers are finding superior ways of getting the garment as opposed to buying them. Major businesses in online clothing rental market offer services exceptionally at the minimal cost with added benefits such as free trial at home, which are expected to drive the demand for online growth. When we look towards the growth of the online retailing in the global market, we see that there's a growth, compound annual growth rate of 17.91%, which is 3 billion of growth difference in the 5 years. And the major segment which are the users are the men, women, and children. And 44% people that will be consuming in the near future will be Asia Pacific region, which is the India, nearest about the South Asian countries which are consuming it. And e-commerce, that is the portal, online e-resources, has become one of the major attraction towards the online rental portal. So to frame this objective, my study is on the fashion rental brands of India, to examine the consumer preference towards collaborative consumption, to study consumer clothing renting behavior. The rationale of the study is analyzing the future investment towards circular fashion and economy, and helping current renting fashion businesses in transforming themselves from linear to circular business economy. And the locale of the city is Jaipur, with 100 participants in the age group of 20 to 40 years old, and which are educated and employed. These are the review of literature. This is the methodology. And these are the, according to the first objective, first topic, we can see that rental services online have been started since 2005, because the clothing rental by Shilpa Bhatia came into existence in 2005, where men and women apparel, accessories, and jewels were the categories of the products that were when one can avail the facility. And it has distributed into the 15 cities with the 1 to 2 million of revenue that is being generated. And these are the various online portals which has come. You can see the existence from 15 and 16 nearest pre-COVID, and now they are in existence because of the peer pressure, the influence of the younger generation. Through this, we can make the choice. We go into the website, we make the choice, we choose the garment, we select the garment, they deliver at them, we look the picture, and the product is at, and we can customize the garment. And through the collaborative consumption, the second about the consumer awareness. When we talk about the consumer awareness, 40% are not aware about the collaborative consumption, because they are not so aware about renting that is available on the website. When we use it, they have not, 38% have visited the website and 62% have not visited. They have gone to, they see the thing, but they do not want to get it. The consumer preference in terms of renting clothing is that 40% want to prefer on the clothes on rent, and 60% doesn't, due to the health hygienic issues. They have the fear of the damage of the product which they give, and in return, there might be some legal obligation that need to be followed up. The drivers which are forcing the people towards the online clothing rental are the rise. 73% of the respondents have said the rise in social networking platform. There are various websites which are available. One can access them at the click of a button, and everything is available. They can compare, they can see the things, and they can avail the facility. And 60% have had access to new clothing and styles. 38% says that it has money saving, because now they don't have to buy the product. They now can access the product in a very feasible fee, so that they can go to the occasion, participate in the various fashion and the custom various occasions. And there's a 45% have told there is increase in consumer spending, because lots of younger generation are earning and they want to spend there, and they are influenced by the celebrities, as the now on the airport look has come into existence, which is one of the key factors that they look forward to all this thing. And 20% is towards sustainability. And one of the examples which I can quote is that Kate Middleton last week have worn a renting clothing of her company, HURR company, that being
Ma'am, just a second. Due to paucity of time, I am inevitably forced to ask you to sum up a little quickly. Please, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Definitely. Ma'am, only one slide is more than.
Yeah, thank you.
When the royal legacy are following the rental clothing, why we not look towards a collaborative consumption or sustainability so that we can save the environment. 73% choose clothes for the occasion, and rest is 2%, 4%, and 4% for the general day-to-day. Mostly people are want to buy only for the want to rent the clothing only for the occasion, not for the other purposes. And the factors which are demotivating, these are the last slide and an important slide, because people look forward towards the health and hygiene. 78% says that health and hygiene is the maximum issue, because they want to, the bacterial issues on the negative effect of the garment, they might have some allergies regarding, followed by 67% says there's lack of customization. Well, because the Indian body size is different according to if we see east, west, north, south, they have a different shaped body. So one can't customize the clothing according to it. 28% to the return problem, because they have to pay for it. 25 is the damage liability. That is the legal issues that are looking towards it. 22% prefer clothing new clothes. So when now I need to sum up the things, and what we'll get, the awareness regarding collaborative consumption in clothing is minimum, and will not like to engage in such activity due to hygiene issues. An increase in spending capacity, changing fashion trends, and the Western influential are creating factors that are flowing the market in India. A clothing rental service can solve the problem of one and done outfit, creating a lasting impression. Renting is the fashion version of reduce, reuse, and recycle for the cheap and fulfillment of something new. And the term circular economy refers to the reduced consumption and sharing, and the idea that no person needs to possess everything. They can get rented and avail all the facilities. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for bringing up a wonderful area from the marketing side, the online retail rental services. Over to you, ma'am, Taxation Chair, for your remarks.
Yeah, ma'am, that was a really very good research paper, which, yeah, it was indeed very nice. And this renting is recently, it has been one of the major concept which is prevailing in many states across here. Yeah, that is really good. So thank you so much for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's all my pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. May we go ahead with the next presentation?
Next presentation, ID CM03, Dimensions of Job Stress Impacting Job Satisfaction and Turnover Intention Among Faculty Members Working in Colleges Post-Pandemic, by Manju B. from Perrier University. Can we have your presentation? Sulekha ma'am, can you please stop presenting? So your presentation is visible. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to one and all present. My topic is dimensions of job stress impacting job satisfaction and turnover intention among the faculty members who are working in colleges. This study has been made after post-pandemic.
Can you please switch on your video, ma'am? Sorry to interrupt you. Can you switch on your video?
Ma'am, I have switched on, ma'am.
Okay, right. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. Myself, Mrs. Manju B, research scholar, Periyar University, and assistant professor, SBR FGC College, Chandapura, Bangalore. purpose of the study, the major reason why I have taken this topic in sense, we could see that one of the most affected victim after the COVID is the profession what we belong to. And it has impacted most of the normal life of various group of employees, especially the faculty profession has impacted more, I can say, because there was lots of health issues as well as especially even the stress also. So in this present study, an attempt has been made in order to identify whether there is an impact on job stress, on job satisfaction and turnover intention among the faculty members. And since of the time constraint, I have too little for presentation. That is a literature review which has been made in the year 2021 by Mohammed, who has to reveal that employees' happiness and consequences on the impact. And Sheikh to discover that characteristics of work satisfaction and plans to leave is having a relationship. So my data is collected from 150 faculty members to the structured questionnaire with the help of the Google form. And I have taken job stress 4 items and job satisfaction 5 items and turnover intention 5 items for my studies from the various other researches which have been done by various research. And I have used SPSS software to make my study better and to test my hypothesis. I have gone for parametric tests like regression and etc. And these are the results of my study, where I can see that there is no relationship between the job satisfaction, job stress, and job turnover intention. But there are other, since I have taken many factors, each individual factors has been compared. Few factors are having positive correlation and few factors does not have positive correlation between these. And these are my stress factors, what I have taken for my study. And I would like to conclude by saying that there are certain factors which is having an impact. At the same time, that does not also. So this is my study results. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Time to hear from the session chairperson.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, at the end of your thing, what exactly you could find other that is having an impact on the job stress and the huge turnover?
Ma'am, actually in my full paper I have given that information because there is a time constraint. I was not able
just
to
tell me,
particularly.
Just in 2 words, you can just tell me what are the factors that you have?
Ma'am, one factor I can just tell you that the wage is enough for my everyday working hours and tasks. So that is not having an impact on the turnover intention. So because here each and every individual factor I have compared with the turnover intention. So here I have taken the overall result, but here we can see like few factors does not have positive, but few factors are having a positive relationship.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the participants? Okay, let's move on to the next paper. ID CM06, Perception of Employees Towards Impact of Promotion and Training and Development on Job Performance, a case study from Nangarhar University Lecturers of Afghanistan by Abdur Rashid Sahibzada from Gujarat University. Can we have your presentation, sir?
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abdur Rashid, PhD scholar at Gujarat University, first year. Actually, basically, I am from Afghanistan. So my topic is perception of employees toward the impact of promotion and training and development on job performance, a study of university lecturers in Afghanistan. With me, my guide, Dr. Hemal Pandya. She also helps too much. So my abstract, the main objective of my paper was to find the impact of promotion and training on job performance, that how training and promotion can affect the performance of the employee. So for this, I have taken the data from Nangarhar University, which is in Afghanistan. So I have collected data from the 130 responded through online questionnaire because I was not able to go there. So through Google Form, I have sent the data to them, and voluntarily 130 lecturers only, they have filled the data. So when they fill the data, I analyze the data through SPSS version 24. So my objectives are, I will evaluate the impact of promotion on the job performance of university lecturers in Nangarhar University. And my another objective is that I will find the impact of training on the job performance of the university lecturers at Afghanistan. So regarding these, many of the researchers, many of the authors, they have done literatures. They have said that performance is the association of an employee's ability to do or perform his job, fulfill management expectation, and reach to the job target. This was said by Mesri and Abubakar in 2019. Promotion is one of the basic incentives that increase the performance of the employee in the organization. Promotion is said to be the shifting of employee for the job of higher satisfaction and higher compensation by Hassan Malik. And according to McCausals and their co-author in 2015, they have said that promotion is the advancement of worker for higher ranking positions. It means that other authors, they have worked on this, and they have said that it is one of the basic and crucial aspect for the performance of the employee. As well as my another variable, which is training. Training is a systematic method for learning and development in order to increase individual, team, and organization effectiveness or performance. According to Iftikhar and Sirajuddin, training development is essential element which increase the performance. As well as Adjuns and Krieger in 2009, training benefit have cascading impact on the individual and the team performance. Also, Ahmad and the co-author in 2014 stated that training and development bring many changes in the organization, which is essential for every organization and should be involved in their strategy. So my research method was, as I mentioned before, that I have conducted my research at Nangarhar University, which is located in the east part of Afghanistan. The primary data was collected from 130 lecturers. Among 130, only 4 were females and the rest all were males. Data were analyzed through SPSS 24 version. The validity of the promotion was 0.830. For training, it was 0.80, and for job performance, it was 0.865. My result, when I analyzed the data through the software from the primary data, I have concluded the result that there was a significant correlation between promotion and performance of the employee. The relationship between them was positive. It means that if we increase this variable promotion, the performance of employee will increase. If we decrease the promotion opportunities, their performance in the university will decrease. The another result was that there was also a significant correlation between training and development and job performance. It means that higher the training and development, higher the performance of the employer. Lesser the training and training and development opportunities, lesser will be the job performance of the employees. These are some of my references from which I have taken the data. These are all references. Thanks a lot for being with me. And again, thanks a lot for the team, for the Congress team, that giving me the opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, sir. Time to listen from the session chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The thing is, I would just like to know in just a moment, what sort of a development programs can improve the performance of the teaching fraternity?
Okay, generally, financial and non-financial incentives. And financial incentive like salary, bonus, rewards, and non-financials, recognition, training and development, job security. These are the factors which, if we provide them to the lecturers in the university, definitely their performance will increase.
Now, how you can feel like, the faculty can have a better version from their present academics point of view? What can be done to them?
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't get the question.
No, what sort of a training or a development programs you can offer to your faculty, teaching fraternity, especially in academics, we need a lot of things, right?
Okay. I will tell about my country, Afghanistan. Actually, in Afghanistan, when someone hired as a faculty member, for the 3 months, they will give the training and development program related to their task, that how you will teach to the students, how will you work with your colleagues. So these 3 months, continuously, they will give the presentation to the new hire lecturers. So in these 3 months, he will also give a lot of presentations. The trainer will give them task that, okay, tomorrow, how you present. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, let's move on to the next paper. IDCM01, Gig Economy in India by Dr. P. Joshna by PVKNGC.
Ma'am, your screen is visible. You can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. More voice. Good morning. Can you speak? Continue.
A little louder from your side, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. My topic was gig economy. Gig economy in India. This is Dr. P. Josna, lecturer in Commerce, BVK in Government College, Chittoor from AP. Today we discuss about gig economy. What is gig economy means? Gig economy is rapidly growth nowadays after very long. After Corona, gig economy is rapidly growing in India while comparing to other countries. The growth of gig economy in India changing in many, mainly in 4 sectors which are providing as employment opportunity in the future, like construction industry and manufacturing industries and real estate industries, and also transportation and logistic industry. According to Federation of 2019, reported to India, 5th largest flexi staffing globally after US and China and Brazil. Now, India.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your voice is too low and it's not clear. Hence, little louder, please.
At the present, gig economy is prevalent among the blue-collar jobs in India. They are just based on the time-based work under certain location or place. They are working in particular area and particular field. They are not like a white-collar jobs like or contractual or some other kind of job. They are doing just for freelancers, and they are doing the workforce for multiple tasks and multiple employment and multiple opportunities they are getting just for doing for earning capacity. They are doing the gig workers, but they are more flexible to job, and they are doing well in the economy while comparing to
continuous job or salary based working employment better than the earning the capacity of gig workers, but they won't have a recognition like white collars, but they are doing as a flexible job, flexible comfortable zone. The main objectives of gig workers and gig economy in India, it is increasing of influencing of strategic decision taken with the immense motive and motive sector, and achievement of completion of the project to improve knowledge and cooper's ability, joint action plans. The mainly objective of the project is to increase influence to one of strategic decision taken within the automotive multinational reach until the completion of project through the improvement of knowledge. How the gig economy work? Gig workers are individuals. They make a employment their own self. When they are doing the job is not continuously and they are doing in the same place, they are changing their job workplace and workforce in different and various fields. Some gig workers are doing multiple jobs. They are earning multiple earnings also. Workers and employers usually find each other with the technology. Nowadays, gig workers are doing moreover the manpower with technology. It became a leads to those who are working in the Uber and the Zomato and the Swiggy. These are the concepts are the gig workers are doing their workforce in rapidly. And gig workers are independent contractors. They are doing their work, employment is independent and free of restrictions. Freelancers pay their own taxes and benefits. They are providing the taxes and benefits of their own individual of earnings. Then platform have done their flexible of working and workplace. This is the right platform where the gig workers are doing their employment opportunities in different areas and different categories. Like there is no differentiation between the age or gender or talent based or something. It is depend on the location and the place is giving an opportunity to do the work. So that only mainly the gig workers are lapses by the there is no quality and there is no hygiene and there is no best service in the gig economy. And it is also enhancing the promoting of platform for employment generation persons with disability as well as. The study also represented the suggestions of promoting social inclusion, financial inclusions in the platform of economy, which can be leveraged by improve the labor force participation of marginalized and vulnerable groups, especially through skills. Gig economy are workers in different sectors, that is where they are extended their work in the different to balancing of livelihood activities, where they have to choose for their career and where they have to getting a much more of income or extra income or additional income for liveliness, livelihood things, and making extra money on side of savings or will protecting as a better life or better opportunities. They are concentrate about the gig economy, gig working capacities in India. Gig economy pros and cons: low barrier of entry, flexibility, variety, independence, opportunity to try to like new jobs. Every time they are changing their job and workforce, and they are choosing the sector is also what they are flexible to work or where they are very comfort to work in such places or such locations they have to choose for it to work. That is the main pros. And cons is modest pay and inconsistent income, lack of benefits, and responsible for taxes and other benefits, and potential of stress and burden. So many things they are depend on some are is possible to work on very good and very well, but most of the things are generating as a very conflict for the gig workers. So gig workers are maybe consumers side in the gig workers are low goods, services and low quality, very cheap quality products will be provided. And in the food sector side, they lose the money and they are not providing as a best platform to customers, and food safety rules and risk is also very less. So those kind of activities may be done by the gig workers. So legal framework improve the work environment based on the treatment of equal who have skill based with no one any gender gap. Government providing skills industries, rural areas, and also reaching the educational institutions was at least low cost, and freelancers are working, changing the labor law or incremental of wages, salaries as per the inflationary trend of prices will also help to works. Focus on both areas like urban and rural areas also. The business houses also should support to the gig workers and policies support them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Any remarks from the taxation chair?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Josna. It was indeed a good presentation. But according to you, is it a boon or a bane for the country?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
concept, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Gig workers are rapidly growing in India. They are choosing as a multiple task to getting as a India was born. I feel it.
Thank you.
Any of the participants would like to ask anything about gig economy? Okay, in that case, we can go ahead with the next presentation. Ms. Preeti Manishankar, are you there in the presentation? If you can,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
respond.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Yeah. Give me a second, I'll share your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Paper ID CM13, Consumer Buying Behavior Factors Influencing CBB by Preeti Manishankar from Bangalore University.
Ma'am, it's Preeti Manishankar.
Yeah, sorry, Preeti Manishankar from Bangalore University.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
You
Can I
can
start
start.
the presentation?
You can
Yes,
start.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, this is Preeti Manishankar. I'm working as assistant professor with City College, affiliated to Bangalore University, and I'm pursuing my PhD with Jain University. I've taken a topic on consumer buying behavior, that is in-store interface of GHS, that is Golden Harvest Scheme. That is into Tanishq store, particularly into Koramangala branch. Ma'am, can you show the next slide? Yes. Actually, I'm very much interested towards marketing topics, and I've chosen my PhD option also, consumer buying behavior as my topic for the thesis. And as far as we know, consumer is the king in the market. It's not from now; it's from long back. It's from decades. We assume that consumer is the king of the market because we run the show on the basis of his behavior into the market. So consumer buying behavior is an important concept, to survive in the market. So we should give much importance for how a consumer will be influenced, and what are the factors which influences him to buy a product or not to buy a product. Ma'am, next slide, ma'am. Yes, the study is conducted to know consumer behavior and interest in gold as a mode of investment, and also the level of interaction between the consumer and the staff members in store. The title is set to match the study as Consumer Buying Behavior in-Store Interface of Golden Harvest Scheme Studies. Ma'am, next slide, ma'am. Yes, on the basis of topic chosen, the much importance is given to the subtopic like factors influencing consumer buying behavior. What are the factors actually influences a consumer when it comes to the investment part, that too especially into the golden harvest scheme, that is a gold as an investment matter. So I've chosen descriptive exploratory design to study the thesis, like how it will impact the factors the factors which influences the consumer behavior. For example, cultural factors, psychological factors, and personal factors, and many others. And I've chosen the descriptive exploratory design as already the secondary data is available on site. The results are presented in the forms of findings. The findings are, ma'am, next slide, ma'am. Yes, the first factor I have analyzed is age as an influencing factor. Definitely, the age matters a lot. Youngsters, they do not give their mind towards saving. The age factor which influenced here is the category was almost 30 to 50 years. As I have done the questionnaire, I have got many respondents from 35 to 50 years. So that age, the matured age, where they're well settled in life, and those who are going to be settled in life, they started investing in the golden harvest scheme. Next is gender as an influencing factor. I was really shocked to see that the men category is much interested towards investing in gold. It was really shocking. We females are very much interested towards the golden goals, actually, golden investments. But when I did the survey in Connect Store, that too into Kormangala branch, the thing is the gender is the male category who showed much interest towards investing in the golden harvest scheme. And the occupation is also one more important factor which influence those who are very much professional, those who have everyone's salary, and not businessmen. Actually, it is the professionals who are working in some other organization. Every month they are getting the salary. They are much interested towards investment. And the satisfaction as an influencing factor, as far as I know, almost 95% of the respondents were completely satisfied. And the employees interaction level, it was very much well-trained employees they had. They were influencing other customers also who are not coming for golden harvest scheme, but for the other purchasing also. They were also being influenced by employees, the way they interact, the way they influence the customers to buy the product. Next is promotional tools. The store ambience itself is a promotional tool. The banners, the printers, they displayed about the GHS, that is golden harvest scheme. It was really eye-catching. Next slide, ma'am. Ma'am, next slide, ma'am. So what I have concluded is there are three factors majorly: the personal factor, the social factor, and the psychological factor.
We are unable to hear you.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Hello. Ms. Preeti, are you able to hear us? Kindly respond. Are you able to hear us? Because your voice is not there. The audio is not there. Ms. Preeti, for the last time I tried to reach you. Are you able to hear us? Please respond.
Her audio is muted. I can ask her to check her.
Kindly
Yeah,
unmute
ma'am.
your audio.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please please conclude the paper.
Yes, yes. The conclusion is all about the personal factors and social factors and psychological factors, which directly as well as indirectly influences one's behavior towards the particular product or investment. The personal factors include, as I said, age, gender, occupation, and the self-concept and lifestyles and values. The social factors include their reference group and their family, roles, and statuses who influences them to buy a particular product. And the psychological factor is completely related to their psychological setup, like that is their motivation, perceptions, and their traits. So I conclude that these are the factors which definitely influences a consumer to buy a product or not to buy a product. Ma'am, next slide, ma'am. The future work, what I've planned for is like a study on saving motive in Indian context. Gold as a mode of saving has been planned actually, like who are all showing interest towards saving as a gold. So the company is stable and efficient with proper inventory and working capital management. Employees are fully committed and good coordinators, effective outcomes and success. As far as I know, the DHS scheme has not been given any suggestion to modify the scheme. The consumers are really very much satisfied with whatever the schemes they are offering. Ma'am, next one. Yes, these are the books I have referred, and these are the newspapers I have referred for my study. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks a lot for sharing my slide, Dr. Sumira, ma'am. I'm really thankful to you. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
It was my pleasure. Thank you so much first of all, for your initiative, for your interest in our conference, and then sharing your insights of your research. First of all, let's hear from the Taxation chair for her remarks, and then we'll get back.
Yeah, Ms. Preeti,
Yeah,
that was a good presentation, and in
Hello,
fact,
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
yeah, and in fact, the concept what you have taken, it's something close to our general life and something very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
From my side, I would just say that it would be better if you can show us the primary data analysis results, especially when you say that yes, age is an influencing factor or gender is an influencing factor. If the numbers are shown, that makes it more credible.
Ma'am, actually, I have sent like the full paper format, which I presented final paper. I've sent everything with that, but I did not like make it as a PPT, ma'am. Really sorry for that.
That's what I told. I know that it is all there, but in the PPT, if we can show the numbers speak much better and more stories, right? So
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's go
Thank you
ahead to
so
the
much.
next presentation, and I just want to inform all the participants that maybe we are left out with a couple of presentations of this track session, which we will be continuing after lunch. Post lunch session we'll continue. That is session ID 08, 15 and 16. If any we are left out, that also we'll be covering in the post lunch session. And in the post lunch session, again we have an enriching technical session to start with at 2 p.m. and after that we'll be starting the track sessions once again. And I'll also keep you informed that we'll be having commerce and management as well as computer science parallel sessions in the afternoon. So looking forward to be all with you all, and we will close the session after one more presentation. Can we have the next presentation, please?
The next paper ID, CM14, a study on customer perception of SBI YONO app among SBI bank account holders by Savita V and Pramod from PES College of Science, Arts and Commerce.
Good afternoon, ma'am. May I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Post lunch. Why don't you do it now? Finish it up. Nanda,
can you please mute Preeti, ma'am?
Why don't you?
Whoever wants to correspond, can you please leave a message in the chat box so that we can respond to you?
Is it my PPT visible to me?
Yes, sir. It's visible. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pramod K, Research Scholar, PET Research Foundation. I am pursuing my PhD under Dr. Savita V, Research Guide and Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, PS College of Science, Arts and Commerce. So my research topic is a study on customer perception of SBI YONO app among SBI bank account holders. The development of communication and information technology has emerged the emergence of new distribution channels that have enhanced the options available to banking business for building the relationship with its customers. Nowadays, networking systems play a crucial role in a banking sector in India. Changes are increased day by day in technologies world, and which leads to improve the e-banking services. So traditional bank model of bank is now changing into new form of e-banking services. The State Bank of India presented YONO. You only need this mobile banking application, and this provides anywhere, anytime online access to accounts for State Bank of retail and corporate customers. The study is focused on the factors influences the use of the YONO mobile application, the perception of the account holders of SBI on YONO mobile application in Mandya district. The study is based on both primary and secondary data. The primary data is collected for the questionnaire from 140 respondents from the State Bank of India's customers in Mandya district only, and the secondary data collected from the various websites. And the collected data are analyzed through the SPSS, so mean and standard deviations were used. The study concluded that most of the account holders are aware about the SBI YONO application, and time saving and 24/7 access are the factor mostly influences to use the YONO applications. And the objectives of the study is to analyze the customers' awareness about the SBI YONO app and to study the perception of the customers towards the factors describing the YONO mobile banking services. The research methodology, sampling area is a Mandya district, convenient sampling is used, and the primary and secondary data are collected. Primary data collected through the questionnaires, and sampling size is 140 respondents, that is users of the YONO application, and tools used for the studies are average, mean, standard deviations were used to through SPSS to analyze the gathered data. So showing the level of awareness of the customers towards the SBI YONO app. So out of 140 respondents, so 14 respondents are slightly aware, and 22 are moderately aware, and 59 are very aware, and 45 respondents are extremely aware. So out of 140 respondents, each and everyone are having an awareness with respect to the SBI YONO app. So the next one is, these are the factors. How the perceptions of the SBI YONO users, describing the use of the SBI YONO banking services. So by taking into the account the sample size of 140, the variables indicating the use of the YONO mobile banking services indicates the full outcome of descriptive statistics. The conclusion drawn from this result is that the average value of save time 24/7 access are more than 4. And these are the factors which significantly influences the use of the SBI YONO mobile banking services compared to other factors. And it is also stated that the mean values of the factors, that is cost effective, low cost transaction, user interface, and security features, are between 3 to 4, which denote moderately influencing factors. And the mean values of remaining tested variables, reliability, response speed, easy accessibility, and easy registration, are less than 3, which denote below average, and these variables have a minimum contribution in describing the use of the YONO mobile banking services. And also with respect to standard deviations, with regard to the easy transaction, cost effective, response speed, easy accessibility, low transaction cost, and security features is more than 1, signifying that there is a divergence of opinion among the respondents regarding the factors describing the use of the YONO mobile banking services. And remaining tested variables are deliberately common among the respondents towards the factor describing the use of the YONO mobile banking services, which evidences the standard deviation representing less than 1. And these are the findings. So I already explained in the chat. The points are again pointed out in the findings level. So when coming to the suggestions, time is valuable, and consequently the banks have to improve the response speed of the applications. Thereby it can reduce the troubles which affect the use of the mobile banking services. And proper protection offerings have to be furnished. So that principal motive for not adopting these services from some of the customers. And the customer safety in terms of avoiding the services ought to be reinforced, as there is a prospect of hacking and cracking of non-public details. So, and any questions of the SBI YONO app is acquired for your way of means of banks, it needs to be solved immediately in a banking sector to establish a grievance mechanism for online banking at branch level. Feedback is one of the suitable mechanisms with the bank need to take comments of the customer perception and convenience in the mobile banking and thereby improve their service providing quality. Conclusion, the current study is focused on customer perception towards the YONO app services. As per the result of the study, customers were positively opinionated. The study identified that the majority of the customers were aware and their response is satisfactory with respect to SBI YONO app, which provided by the SBI. Most of them used the app for balance check and fund transfer. And mobile banking is very easy to understand and navigate. YONO app provides faster services, but the security under the YONO app is always a questionable one. So if the bank builds trust about the security system among the customer, it easily achieves its landmark. So YONO plays a vital role of mobile banking and increasing the profit and maintaining the good relationship between the customers. These are the references. So I referred 6 articles with respect to this, and these are the very sources.
Thank you so much, sir. Any remarks or questions from the taxation chair?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pramod. It was indeed a good presentation. In the process of your article, did you come across any challenges with regard to the YONO app?
Security is the more important challenge faced by the banks. Even though they are establishing a well-structured security system, there is the chances of hacking. Also, some of the hackers mislead the customers by calling, we are the representatives of the bank, so you need to give your passwords. So that is the reason the bank should give initiation with respect to not involving in the fraud committed by the hackers or some other.
Okay. One last question. What is the population of YONO users?
I don't know.
No, because see, SBI is a group which is very large in number, and a sample of 140. I don't know to what extent it will justify, the satisfaction levels of this one. So I think my simple suggestion is next time where you have a huge population, I think the sample size also can be taken in a bigger numbers, because it's easy also to gather the data. So yeah, I think that can be kept in mind next time when you go further. But overall, your presentation is good, really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pramod, for the presentation and queries. There is a request from one of our participants. Dr. Reddy, can we take one more presentation, because this lady, she wants to present because she has classes to go and visit after.
Yeah, please go ahead. No problem.
Ms. Priya.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Am I audible?
Next presentation, please.
Yeah, I just want to share the screen, ma'am. Am I audible?
Mr. Pramod, can you please stop sharing your screen? Kindly stop sharing your screen, Mr. Pramod.
ID CM15, Enhancing HR Practices Through Artificial Intelligence by Sri Priya Guruzada, from Vishwavani Business Group.
Good
Our
afternoon,
screen
ma'am.
is visible, ma'am. You can go ahead with the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for accepting my request, actually. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sri Priya, and today my topic is on enhancing the HR practices through artificial intelligence. So first, coming to the main theme of this is artificial intelligence. Pardon me for the sound which is there in my background. I'm so sorry. AI, can be defined as that branch of computer science that can stimulate the human intelligence, and this is, implementing or implemented to machine to perform the tasks that actually require the human intelligence. So this is a kind of combination of computer science and robust data sets to enable the problem solving. So what's human resources? Then human resources has a very prominent role to play in the companies. Every company, let it be an established one or a startup. So HR has a major role in the lives of the employees working with them. So as they have to deal with the workers, both emotional and practical side of the employees, and also has to maintain the safe environment while recruiting new members in the company. So they certainly have they certainly need help in this, with this deal and the rigorous work that they are doing. So here comes the reason how the artificial intelligence will immensely benefit the human or the human resources here. So coming to my paper, the abstract here, in this current world that is driven by the digitalization and growing technology that has pushed the boundaries of the HR's role, so which became more challenging and critical for a business that runs with the human capital. So with the change in the technological trends in the work environment, there is a need for continuous learning in the organizations. So here comes the AI, the artificial intelligence, being the game changer in the HR, which enables to solve many problems. So through this qualitative paper, I attempt to throw light on the use of artificial intelligence in enhancing the HR practices in consideration with the IBM. So basically about the, coming to the introduction of my paper, here the ubiquity of the technology and the personalization has redefined the bar of employee experience everywhere in the world. So with this disruption of business model across all the industries, the talent acquisition game has changed, and with the impact of the technological change on the work. So there is a need for continuous learning here for the organizations. So now with this technology, in every field that AI and automation are becoming more accessible for the HR profession. So this is a kind of, it is enabling us to solve many pervasive talent issues, such as knowing our skills, such as knowing our skills and preventing unwanted employee turnover, and reacting quickly to the employee hotspots, and matching the employees and the external candidates with the career opportunities, and supporting managers with the better salary investment guidance, and so on. And the payroll thing, that is a robotic process or automation that is being implemented, and creating all this is creating a kind of irresistible platform for the employees to learn. And never been this, this is a continuous learning culture has never been more urgent than the presently whatever we are seeing. And the methodology that is used basically in the IBM, with the view that the HR has evolved in the considerably in the last 30 years, and research also has shown the ways that organizations manage their workers or employees, and have more important implications for how well the organizations are performing. So until recently, the primary benefit of technology has been to provide efficiency gains, and it allowed us to do the same thing we always used to do, but faster and more cost effectively. So coming to the points that are here in the methodology, the first one is to solve the pressing business challenges. So, mainly in IBM, the AI enables the HR organizations to deliver the new insights and services at a scale without ballooning the headcount or the cost. So these persistent challenges like having people resources to deliver on the business strategy and allocating financial resources accordingly. And this all can be addressed through AI thoughtfully. And second point is to attract and develop new skills. So the business world is constantly being disrupted. So in order to cope up with all these disruptions, business need to respond faster to the opportunities and to work in this agile way to stay ahead of the competitors. So this means that you have find an effective way to compete for the skills that are required to innovate in this new operating. Applications enable the HR department skills in the lockstep with shifting the market demand. Third point is to improve the to improve the employee experiences. So people have started to expect something different when they come to the work, and they want personalized experiences and not the kind of standard one. So they want the things to be tailored and offered to them in a way that works for them from start to the end. So at any kind of process. So today people can look inside the business from the outside with the sites like Glassdoor, which pushes the kind of premium on the employee experiences. And coming to the fourth point, to provide a strong decision support.
Seriously, sorry to interrupt you, but can you please sum up? Because the taxation chair has got her own commitments, so and we are also getting late to close the lunch session.
Ma'am, sure. I'll just move to the last thing. So taking into consideration to provide strong decision support and to use the HR budgets as efficiently as possible. And in this budget thing, they can be reinvested in further AI deployment, where increasing HR ability to solve the other business challenges like developing strategic skills and create positive work experiences, etc. And coming to the implementation of AI, this has been AI has been deployed in HR to identify high quality candidates, and specialized chatbots also are deployed during the candidate attraction. So where they can respond to the candidate queries using NLP, that is natural language processing. And it also leads to the better job matching compared to more traditional approaches, keyword searches, etc. And it also helps in tracking the ROI, that is return on investment. And in conclusion, I would like to say that some of the metrics that organizations could consider tracking, includes the reduction of cost of attrition, promotion rates, influence revenue, expertise improvement, and skill depth. So this panoptic human factor of human resources, along with the intelligence of machines, the companies will experience an improved and developed state for the stakeholders. And not just this, but the AI technology in HR will also lead to promoting the value for achieving the results better and quicker. And thank you very much. These are the references that I have taken from. And yeah, I guess.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me time. Thank you, Jyoti, ma'am.
Remarks from the president.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yes, yes, Ms. Priya, that was indeed a good presentation.
Thank you,
and I think next time, if you can involve more, if you can put in more of a research oriented, I think that can make a better presentation. So,
sure, ma'am.
yeah,
Sure,
please,
ma'am.
yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you.
Dr. Jyotirmay Reddy, may I now request you to present your concluding remarks about this taxation?
Yeah. First, thank you, Dr. Sumera, for the opportunity that you have given me. And here, all the presenters were good. And one thing, like it's my suggestion, if the papers could be more of a research based, I think that can help them in, learning the things in a better way. So there are many good topics wherein it was purely, maybe the reason could be anything, purely theoretical. So a research base will be good. And second thing is, one thing I observed in the presentations, your slides, is the data, which is very important. Say, for example, people who have done their research, so that data can be presented rather than an oral thing. So that slides also can be incorporated. So I think these are some small things which you can really keep in mind next time when you go for a presentation, so that can make your presentation a better one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to just add that any research is credible when it is represented through numbers, calculations, and hypothesis being tested. Otherwise, it only becomes your key concepts or opinions, and mere concepts and opinions will not work. So it needs to be backed up with your data and data that is tested and properly conclusions drawn from the testing. So with this, we will conclude this track session, and thanks a lot, Dr. Jyotirmay Reddy, for making it happen and giving your time despite your busy schedule. And I also thank all the participants of this track session for being there at time and cooperating with us in all possible ways. And I look forward for your presence. We generally have the conception that my paper is over and I need not be in the conference. This conference is for 2 full days. We are having track sessions and other papers being presented. You might get very good insights and clues to work upon in your further research initiatives. So kindly be there in the other sessions as well. And here is our token of gratitude towards Dr. S. Jyotirmay Reddy. Thank you once again, ma'am. We conclude the session, and post lunch we'll meet sharp at 2 p.m. And I request all the participants to log in by 2 p.m.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
खाना खाया आपने? ओ जी मैडम जी, खाना खाया? फास्टिंग टुडे? क्या हुआ? हाँ मैम, पूरा सर दर्द आ गए मैम। पेपर्स को सब थ्योरी है, फाइनेंस का है, हम तो HR वाले, इसमें ओनली 4 आर रिलेटिंग टू HR, 2 आर फॉर मार्केटिंग, और बाकी सब फाइनेंस।
Hello. Hello, Vatsala madam.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you are
Go
audible.
ahead, madam. Go ahead, madam. Good afternoon, Samantha madam. Samantha sir. Madam.
Good afternoon. Am I audible for you?
Yes, sir.
Gurunath sir, am I audible for you? Hello.
My voice audible?
Yes. Voice is audible, Gurunath sir. Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, so in another 10 minutes, we'll start, sir.
Sure. No problem. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good afternoon to everybody. Post-lunch sessions are usually tough, but we'll try to make it as interesting as possible. We'll start with a technical session followed by track sessions of computer science and commerce and management. To conduct the first technical session after lunch, I hand over the session to Dr. Srivatsala of Computer Science Department. Ma'am, can you please take over? Meanwhile, I request all the participants to be on mute, and since it's an online program, we will get noise. So all the participants kindly be on mute, and please unmute yourself and share your presentation when it is your turn.
Thank you, Sumera ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody present here. I welcome you all to the afternoon session of ICRACMT of day 1. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Devapata Samantha to the ICRACMT 2022 to deliver a technical talk on the topic of approach for spam mail detection using machine learning. Sir, before you commence your session, I would like to give a brief introduction. Dr. Samantha is presently working as assistant professor at RIT Kosovo. He obtained his PhD in computer science and engineering from NIT Durgapur, India, in the area of SAR image processing. He is keenly interested in interdisciplinary research and development, and has experience spanning fields of SAR image analysis, video surveillance, heuristic algorithm for image classification, deep learning framework for detection and classification, NLP, etc. He has successfully completed 6 consultancy projects. He has received funding of US dollars under Open Access Publication Fund. He has received funding under International Travel Support Scheme in 2019 for attending conference in Thailand. He has received travel grant for speaker in conference, seminar, etc. for 2 years from July 2019. He is owner of 21 patents. He has authored and co-authored 207 research papers in international journals, including Scopus Indexed and IEEE, Springer, Elsevier, etc. He has received Scholastic Award at 2nd International Conference on Computer Science and IT Applications, CSIT 2011, Delhi. He is a co-author of 13 books and co-editor of 11 books available for sale on Amazon and Flipkart. He has presented various papers at international conferences and received Best Paper Awards. He has authored and co-authored 8 book chapters. He also serves as acquisition editor for Springer, Wiley, CRC, etc. He is a professional IEEE member, an associate life member of the Computer Society of India, a life member of Indian Society for Technical Education. He is a convener, keynote speaker, session chair, co-chair, publicity chair, publication chair, advisory board, technical program committee members, and many prestigious international and national conferences. He has invited speaker at several institutions. Sir, it's a privilege to have you to deliver the technical talk. I hope you're also happy to deliver this talk. So please take over, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope am I audible?
Audible, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You can start.
Okay,
now.
you just please allow me to share the screen. Hope my screen is visible.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's visible.
Happy to see Sivasala ma'am. Thank you. My old colleagues. I'm happy to part of this prestigious conference today. Basically, one of my teamwork, it is with my first year students and with me, we are working some mobile applications with some other activity. This is one of the part, day by day, people have lot of confusions regarding the spam email. Some people, they are forgot to visit. Some people, they have some confusions. It's useful or not useful. But nowadays, few companies, they have huge demand. They have huge data analysis process. How to extract the information, valuable information from the spam mail detections. Basically, what I observe in most of the American-based companies and few Indian organizations, they have the huge informations. Sometimes maybe you can see that billions of dollars transactions can be get if you follow the few spam mail information extractions. Maybe it is the part of doc file, normal billing, faxes, payment, or the other orders. The IT team of few companies, they are trying to extract from last 2 years data. What exactly we are doing the last 2 years data from 2020 to 2022. This 80% of the Indian-based companies, they have lot of ethical and extraction operations doing on from the spam mail information systems. The major factors that what exactly we are now focus the spam mail detection process. Because of that unwanted email, because sometimes they are giving the advertisement, non-legal informations, sometimes the phishing scam, that is the most dangerous part, which is most important to our work, which is not important of our work, is difficult to understand. That is the reasons what we observe. Basically, the phishing scam also can be the one of the part in our research. How to stop that activity? Because we don't have idea other people, they are extracting our informations or not. So this way we can be divided 2 different parts. One is important mail inside the spam informations, not authenticate or unimportant email in the part of phishing scam also. Sometimes the few more transactions, because I came from India to Europe and I observed that my old bank transaction information is now default is going to my spam folders. how to extract, because people have no time to read all the emails every day. Lottery or the money transfer informations. So few categories we did, and we are trying to extract it to get the data to fulfill our requirement. Basically, the main objective of our project, of our research, this one, we have to be defenses two categories, which is harmful for that informations from the spam mail, or which is not is requirement just junk file. So that is the one important part. We have two categories from the spam mail. And second thing is that day by day, people have more efficiency. More efficiency means you can say that I don't have time to check the emails. Emails should tell which is my important mails, which is my categorized information is available or not. Lot of algorithms are available, but the best of the cases, we observe 65% accuracy. But suddenly we got the last 7-month research of this particular work, we got the 97% accuracy of this algorithm extraction process. So that is our achievement. And already we applied for that European internship project, and they accepted this work. So this is the way we can improve our objective process to extract the spam mail detections using the machine learning process. So this is the way we are now. This is a teamwork. So I call my student to give the few informations. Again, I come back for the next presentation. So I invite Ulka to give the next presentations.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to talk about types of spam. In our project, we use 5 different types of spam email: marketing messages, malware messages, frauds and scams, antivirus warnings, and sweepstakes winners. Now I will request sir to continue the session. Thank you.
Basically, this particular 5 categories is the most important factors when we are giving the categories of the deep learning process inside the algorithm techniques. Some cases, the antivirus, they block your extraction algorithms. Some cases, we are trying to develop the new malware informations to protect our spam folders. So this way, the different categories you have to understand before you execute your algorithm process. So basically, this is our main flow of the work, which have the 4 major steps. The mail data extractions, we know that's very simple. If we know the login passwords, after that, our algorithm can give the better solutions. If you give the authentication to extract your informations, we will check the mail data. And then we have our own data pre-processing techniques. Pre-processing is basically nothing but the tokenized systems. We gave the n number of tokenized process to extract the similar type of informations, and then we can put the different testing process. And if testing process is useful, we can give the regressions model to check our effective algorithms are giving result or not. So most of the cases, what we are using, basically, it's not 100% correct, but we are trying to give the accuracy level 10 to 100% using the logistics regression model. Next level, if we have the new mail, new message, new informations, that cases the previous algorithms will be not work, because our algorithms can take some time. So we cannot give the instant information from the spam mail detection process. We need minimum 3 to 4 minutes. But some cases, what we observe that n number of informations, n number of emails are coming per seconds. That cases, we are trying to give more accuracy level in our work. New message, the modification part of regression model, and we give the 2 categories, the spam or the harm process. If it is spam, we can go for the 5 different categories. If it is harm, we delete the mails. If we not delete the mails, they can give a new malware or the cookie systems which can delete your informations also. So that reasons, after the categorize, we will delete the harm mails from your mail process. This is the more intricate techniques in the terms of methodology process. We know that that very simple thing, we are extracting data from the social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagrams. That data we use for the testing process to create our own tokenized systems. Sometimes people are sending mails their own characters, own words, local languages. Some English and Bengali, they can do the Benglish, or the Kannada and English, they mix some new keywords. So that reasons we are trying to extract some textual data from the social media to create our own database for this particular tokenized system process. After that, we get the pre-processing, feature extractions, and we can put the classification process. Basically, the two categories: spam, it is not spam, it's go to the harm process. Now, implementations, it's really difficult because sometimes that Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, or the other mail providers, they will not allow to use our algorithms. It's really difficult. So we create our simulators. We create the environment that similar type of mail will come, store, and we are testing the process. There are total 6 different categories are available to implement this part. One is data cleaning. One is that part of exploratory data analysis process. Obviously, it's only for the text processing. We don't try to extract the video or the image or the other part because we have the limitation of the algorithms. Maybe futures we can extract that part, video and the image processing process. But now we are extracting the text process only. We built a model to evaluate, improvement, and the deploy. So this is the 6 category stage to fulfill the particular structures in the terms of technical techniques of that spam mail extraction process. After the implementations, obviously people can ask you that what is the accuracy, how you can test it these ones, what is the authenticity of the testing process. So few snaps, we can't give that sample code, or we can't give that sample informations because we apply for the patent process. We are waiting for the result. So few informations we are giving in this particular presentations. If we put the confusion matrix that all the diagonals are 1, so that means we are getting 10 to 100% accuracy. That 0.971 is the part where we got that spam mail extraction process in the part of these techniques. The another visualization techniques also we can represent that. Some cases the data analytics techniques or data processing process, we want the visualizations. If the data is coming the proper visualized, we can say that if it is better. There is 2 different color, blue and the orange. Blue is the target, it's completely 0, and orange is the 1. 1 means that particular mails we are not getting any result, yes or no, that is neutral. So what we observe that very less number of email we can't extract the information is very difficult. It is then we have to manually read and we can understand it is spam mail or the other part. So this is the few graphical representations where our algorithm gave that maximum accuracy in the terms of these particular things. Few word counts. So what type of tokenized word we created? Just to see that few big keywords, which is more important, more effective in the terms of this particular part. Free, call, stop, text, mobile, ripple, love, one, time, got, come, go. This type of keywords, it's that 100% we are getting the accuracy in the terms of spam mail extraction process. So this is the word count of the spam mail and harm mail categorized difference, and we are tested more than 3035 per day emails. We are extracting last 2 years data. We have a huge number of information data, and we extract in 2 categories, and we got more than 97% of the accuracy. When we can go for the comparative study, obviously KR and India is the best because they have their own patent, they have their own algorithms to extract the accuracy. We can't fight up that level, but we are trying to give the accuracy in the other effective result in the MBC, SBC, RF, LR, or that GBDP process. So this is the few comparative study where we can say that our result slightly given the better result of the existing technologies. The most important factors why we extract this particular 5 algorithms, most of the companies, most of the organizations, maybe it is education organizations or any business policy organizations, they are basically followed in the terms of these particular techniques. So this is the major factor. If you compare your extraction in these five techniques, obviously your algo is the better. So that reasons we are extracting the another 5 techniques to fulfill this particular project. Now we have some advantages. I am invite my students at Alma to explain this part.
Thank you, sir. So in our project, we also have advantages as follows. First, an important part of running a successful business in the 21st century. Second, it streamlines inboxes. With less garbage coming into your inbox, you can actually go through your emails more effectively and stay in touch with those who matter. A third, product against malware. With spam filtering, you can stay on top of the many spam tactics that are being used today, so you can ensure that your email inboxes stay free of harmful messages. Next, it keeps you compliant. Spam filtering is a major part of any cybersecurity plan, and it helps you stay compliant with the wishes and demands of companies and agencies that are concerned about their information. And last but not least, it saves you money. Spam filtering is also incredibly affordable, making it a cheap but extremely effective way to keep yourself safe. Now I will request sir to continue with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Basically, if we conclude the part, what exactly we are extracting the process of this particular techniques, it's very difficult to install as a extended versions of your laptop or the desktop. You have to authenticate first. That is the first major drawbacks of our product. But when we give the authenticates, when you give the permission to install, or when you add as a basic software in your laptop, then you can be getting that automatically extraction process. There is no need to be giving any type of payment. There is no need to be given of any type of process extra authenticate requirement. And obviously the first concern is how it is secured. Basically, the most important part is that when we start this project, the first concern is that people will not allow you to read your mails. So without reading the emails, how we can be extracted the part of informations in the terms of this particular work. The first concerns, we somehow develop one algorithms that we extract data from your mail, we store our database, but we have no idea which format it's stored in the database. It's completely encryption process. And we generate that automatically. We don't know what is the logic is following inside the automatic conversion by the encryption techniques. Basically, that techniques we develop that every 15 minutes, the logic, the modification part of encryption techniques will be changing. So we have no idea any particular rules are available to store your information from the mail and our database. After storing the database, that encrypted versions, we are extracting the informations. So that is the major concerns of backside work in the security and the authentication process. And the major part is that obviously you can see in the part of that current algorithm techniques, which can 97.19% in the terms of below 4,000 email per day if we store in our database. So now we are trying to put in the cloud environment, and we can trying to put our more accuracy and the speed of the calculation process. So there's the two things we have to be worked in the part of this model. Before that, we can give that one small information in the part of this 4th stage. The third one, that the training, when you give the training systems in the part of machine learning process, there what we observe that encrypted data we can't train. We have to read something, but we create our own algorithms. Encrypted data also we can train a proper way, and depends on their parts. And only this model already accepted with 4 companies. So that means our encrypted techniques in the terms of training process are very interesting, and we can put the classifications more than 15 classes. So it's a use that encrypted data may not be classified more than 1 or 2, maximum 3, what is available existing techniques. But our algorithms can give the 15 classes of encrypted data also, not the original data. Original data you can class multiple, whatever you want, but encrypted is very difficult. So this is the one of the our research, our project, which can give the effective result in the part of training sets also. Now, basically, the few part we can't tell, because of that we are waiting for the patent of this particular work. What we can say that depends on your interest, depends on your collaborations, or what type of information you want to extract with your mail database without reading, without open the mails, how you can categorize the two part, useful spam mail or the harm mail from your part. After that, you can categorize and you can put the systems automatically. Within a few seconds, it will be deleted from your folders. So this is the one advantages. If you install or if you allow to access your mail data set to these particular systems, it will be get the effective result. So these are the few references, and as we have only half an hour time, so last 5 minutes I'll be happy to discuss in the terms of if any queries or that open discussion for the audience.
Thank you, sir. Participants, you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I will stop sharing. If you have any doubt or any research collaboration, you can feel free to ask me. I can be happy to communicate. Any doubt, any confusions?
Thank you so much, Samantha sir. It was a nice technical session. We came to know so many aspects of the technology. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your knowledgeable insight.
Sure, sure.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be happy for that in the part of this conference. We'll keep in touch for the more research.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Samantha, sir.
Yes. Bye. 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 Sivasla, ma'am. Bye. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Happy to see your voice after a long time.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye. 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 Bye.
I welcome all the participants for the technical session. All the participants, kindly look at the bottom of your screen and you can see breakout rooms. All the commerce and management people can join their classroom, and all the computer science people can join the computer science track. Kindly check the breakout rooms and join your assigned classroom. Participants, you can see that in more. If you are not able to see the breakout rooms, click on more. You can see breakout rooms. Kindly join the breakout room. Kindly join computer science and commerce and management as per your track. The computer science session will start by 2:30. Kindly join the computer science room and commerce and management as per your track.
Thank you, Vatsala ma'am. Dr. Sumera here. All the participants kindly note that we have to run 2 parallel sessions, because of which we have created breakout rooms. And if you can click on the breakout rooms, you see 2 breakout rooms there. One for the computer science track, the other for the commerce and management track. So whoever has got the papers to be presented in the computer science track, please join that room, and whoever else has to join commerce and management track, you have to join that. Once all of you are there in the breakout rooms, we can start the parallel sessions.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Sir, this is Sriramulu.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Sir, can I present my paper, sir, in brief?
Sir, just hold on 2 minutes, sir. They're just
I
arranging the things.
sir, I have not prepared any PPT, sir. Just I will give some outlines of my paper, sir.
That committee members are busy, sir. They are going to tell you when to present.
Okay,
Just
okay,
for 2 minutes.
sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Dear participants, this is Dr. Sumera again. Kindly please bear with us till we add all the participants into the break room. Just give us a couple of minutes so that we can add all the participants into the break room, and also the taxation chair needs to join. Kindly give us a couple of minutes so that we can make it happen.
Okay, okay, yeah. 1 second, sir. I'll ask sir, what's the problem? Piyush sir will continue the session. Meanwhile, Gurna sir is seeing what may be the problem.
I think if you make me co-host, then that problem may solve.
Okay, we got it, sir. Thank you for the suggestion. Mahati, you can start announcing.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I hope I'm audible. So let's start with the first presentation. ID CS02, Brain-Computer Interface via Virtual Environment for Gaming by Ms. Ramisha R. from St. Joseph's University. Can we have your presentation, ma'am?
Hello, yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ramisha. I am a final year BCA student at St. Joseph's University. My paper is titled Brain-Computer Interface via Virtual Environment for Gaming, a Literature Review. So humans controlling machines with their minds may sound like science fiction, but it is becoming a reality through brain-computer interface technology, which allows humans to communicate with machines by translating brain signals into commands. I have studied 10 different research papers related to the field of brain-computer interface virtual environment and its applications in gaming, out of which I'll be discussing 5 of them today in detail. We'll also see the current status and the future possibilities of BCI in the field of games. So virtual environments provide a realistic immersive environment which helps in enriching human-computer interaction. They enhance user engagement and motivate the user to maintain mental images by providing high-quality immersion. They also provide the user with audio and visual feedback, which leads to successful learning and adaptation of BCI. A literature search was conducted about the current state of BCI gaming. It was found out that BCI games was one of the most promising as well as commercially feasible application of BCI. Emotive EPOC headset was found out to be the common EEG device used in game development. This paper also conducted a survey among producers and consumers. So here the producers are researchers and developers. They gave more importance to the integration of BCI into games, whereas the consumers, that is the users, were more concerned about the content of the game and the ease of playing the game. Various universities and laboratories have used BCI to interact with the virtual world. One such example is of the University of Tokyo. If you can see the picture, they created a system to monitor drivers' alertness level in a simulation. The auditory BCI system constantly monitored the cognitive status of the drivers and alerted the drivers when the alertness level dropped. This is another interesting application of a BCI game. It is a BCI version of the board game Connect 4. 9 EEG sensors were used to obtain brain responses. Players just had to focus their attention on a column to place a coin in that column. And the game ends when the player connects 4 coins in a row horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Another very interesting experiment is the monkey mind pong experiment by Neuralink to demonstrate how wireless implanted BCI can control a computer cursor. So in this, a coin-sized device called the Link was inserted in the motor cortex of a 9-year-old monkey named Pager. He was initially showed how to play the game with a joystick. And this device, the Link, captured the neural activity in his brain as he played. The joystick was then disconnected and the Link was able to control his hand and arm movements, and he was able to play the game without the joystick. So my observation is that virtual reality technology, when combined with BCI, has enormous potentials in gaming and various other fields. However, there are many challenges too. BCI games are slower and less precise compared to standard games. They're also difficult for the user to understand. It takes time to convert the brain signals into commands and actions in the virtual reality game. Also, data has to be accumulated and it's a very slow process. So this comes at the cost of losing the game's appeal. In conclusion, I would like to say that earlier BCI was just used in the medical field. It had many medical applications, but now its applications in entertainment and gaming have also received a lot of attention. So there are already many groundbreaking contributions in this field. Future research can develop on these groundbreaking contributions instead of starting from the initial stage. I'd like to conclude by saying that BCI can not only enhance our lives, but also help in giving rise to a world without any limitations. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present in this conference.
Thank you so much. It's time to listen from the chairperson, session chairperson.
Okay. Can you mention the challenges you have faced?
Yes, sir. So the challenges I faced was that.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Piyush sir, can me? Piyush sir, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, your video is tilted, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. I am checking.
Yeah.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಈಗ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Ramisha, can you, sir has asked, put a question. Ramisha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I was seeing that the challenges was that this is a very new and emerging field, so there is still very less research in this topic. So it was difficult for me to find a lot of papers related, especially in gaming. BCI has not advanced that much, so that it's still in the initial stage. That was the challenge.
And what is the future scope?
It has a lot of scope, sir. In gaming, especially nowadays, gaming is a very trending thing. And when you combine this brain-computer interface with virtual reality, you provide the user with an immersive experience. So it is very commercially feasible also.
Okay. And anyone else has any question?
I think audience have no questions. Okay. So there are 19 unassigned participants. They are not. They haven't joined either of the rooms. I request everyone to properly check out and join your respective rooms and start the conference. If you have any queries, please contact us. Next, move on to the next paper, ID CS03. Contemporary Practices in Fog and Cloud Computing for a Sustainable Outlook by Dr. Inder Singh from UPES. Can we have your presentation, sir?
Sure. Yeah, I'm audible to all of you. Yes, sir, you're audible. You can continue, sir. Your presentation is not visible.
Am I audible?
Sir, you're audible. Your presentation is not visible,
Thank
sir.
you. Yeah, I'm sharing that.
Yes, sir.
I think it is taking some time to upload, maybe just because of bandwidth issue.
Sir, it's your presentation is visible, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible, sir.
So I'm starting now. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Inder Singh from UPES, and my co-author is Shaurya Gupta, and we are from School of Computer Science, UPES. Today, I'm going to present a paper that is Contemporary Practices in Fog and Cloud Computing for a Sustainable Outlook. So these are the topics that we are going to discuss today. So when we're talking about sustainability, there is a current requirement in terms of we have to design and develop a full-fledged sustainable society. To achieving that sustainable society, when we're talking about from the perspective of computational sustainability, so fog and cloud computing plays a pivotal role in that to achieve these objectives. But while we are going to achieve this sustainability in the computational sustainability environment, there are so many challenges, like we have to face latency while we are transmitting the data. Then there is a problem of load balancing, carbon footprints. That these are the core issues when we are transmitting or when we are communicating through these devices. So when we are talking about this IoT-centered fog and cloud computing, that will use, and it is going to increase the productivity of time sensing applications. Like in the previous scenario, when we don't have this cloud and the flow computing, in that scenario, we rely on the core servers. These are the individual servers which is generating enormous CO2 emission and subject to utilize more energy. To overcome from this problem, we have to optimize the solutions. So when we're talking about cloud computing, it is going to optimize the utilization of different resources. But cloud computing at an isolated manner, when we're not talking about fog and the edge computing, is not going to solve that problem. Because while now we are working in the era of IoT devices, when all the IoT devices are connected with each other. And instead of saying IoT devices, we can say IoE, because it's not related with any sensors, but whatever devices that we're using, whether it's medical devices, whether the devices that you're using with the supply chain management, or the other devices that we're using is already embedding these IoT sensors in any term. So whenever they are communicating with each other and we have to transmit or we have to transfer that data to the cloud services, so it will subject to create some latency, and there will be too much load on the cloud server. So to overcome from this problem, we have to emphasize on that there should be some intermediate layers through which your data can be transmitted smoothly without any latency and without giving much load on the cloud. So these are few related works, and according to Cisco Corporation, they said that in the worldwide IP traffic generation would reach a mark of 288 exabytes monthly basis. And if it is a matter of when you're talking about the consumer IP traffic, it would be touching a mark of 242 exabyte with inclusion of business IP traffic that is reaching a mark of 50.5 exabytes. So while we have to process this enormous data because it is generating huge number of data, we require some high-end computing devices. But While we're using these high-end computing devices, there is a problem. The problem was that it is going to increase the CO2 emission and it is going to utilize more energy or more power. To overcome from this problem, like you have, the another problem that we have is that the data that we are processing is high in volume. So it will take lots of computing devices to process that data. And you know that we are working in the era of big data analytics, in which you have different voluminous data and how to process that. The more the data is there, then more the computing devices that are required. So when these computer devices will work, it will subject to generate more heat. Okay, to overcome from this generation of heat and your load balancing, so there is a concept that we can just go ahead with layering concept, in which we can use fog computing and the edge computing. So in our proposed architecture, that is the abstract architecture that we are going to discuss in the coming slide, which is talking about how exactly we can utilize these different layers, how they will be able to connect, and what kind of processes that we can do on each one of these layers. So these are our proposed architecture. The main drawback right now we're having is that we have not go through this simulation of this particular architecture, and we can go ahead with any kind of simulation. So that part we have not completed, but this is the theoretical architecture on the basis of the literature view we have gone through. So in this case, we are dividing this particular architecture into 3 different layers. The first layer is talking about the edge layer. So in edge layer, we'll use the different sensors and we'll take care of that how exactly these different sensors will be able to communicate with each other. The second layer is talking about the fog layer. In the fog layer, that can be in your building or any near proximity area, through which you will use the switches, gateways, routers, and the access point. And we will transmit the relevant data to the cloud computing instead of transmitting the entire data, raw data, to the cloud environment. So in the fog computing, we'll take care of that, what kind of data and what parameters you want to transfer from the fog computing to the cloud computing. So that is what the need of that. But at the layer, edge layer, what we'll talk about, we'll discuss about how exactly these devices or the sensors that we're utilizing is able to communicate with each other more efficiently. So in the last statement, you can see that we are saying that with the use of fog and edge computing, we can directly less the burden of over the data centers in terms of cost. Like when you're talking about cloud data center, so when we're using these 2 different layers, so it will less the burden of this data processing task on the cloud environment. Instead of that, these processes will be done at the fog and the edge layer. And we are going to reduce the latency also, because you know that.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I will have to inevitably ask you to summarize it because of the shortage of time.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
So this is the architecture that we are talking about. This is the abstract architecture in which you have the edge layers. In edge layers, you have different sensors and the equipments that you're going to be connect, which is communicating with each other, which is generating the data and will pass to the fog nodes. And the fog nodes, it will filter out that what kind of data that has to be transmitted to the cloud, and accordingly it will filter that data and transmit the relevant data. So it will reduce the latency as well as the load balancing. So these are the process architecture of this cloud computing. In the cloud layer, we are talking about the virtualization. Now we are moving towards from the virtualization, and we are going through the containerization also by using the Dockers and the latest cloud native technologies. We can use the fog computing layer, where we can go ahead with some big data concepts also. We can create the Hadoop servers through which only relevant data would be transmitted to the cloud. At the edge computing, we are talking about the hardware that we are going to use and what kind of communication processes that they are going to utilize it. And at the end, there are a few devices that would be connected with the edge layer. This is what the process architecture, how exactly the different layers and what kind of features and the functionality of each one of these computing layers. And these are some sort of application that we can utilize for the incorporation or association of sustainability in the existing IT infrastructure environment, in which you can just go ahead with this smart farming monitoring, then smart waste management, smart transportation systems, how we can go ahead and utilize the application for the sustainability in the real-time vehicular applications, how we can use or achieve the sustainability in terms of healthcare system, because nowadays we are moving towards the digitization of all the processes, not even in supply chain, but in the healthcare sector also. So we can automate the processes by utilizing this technology and to achieve some sustainability. So these are the few of the challenges that we are, when we are going to incorporate the sustainability.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Really sorry, you will have to summarize it, sir.
So these are the challenges: data center design, energy conservation, and data power consumption, and environmental society.
Sir,
Yes.
you in your presentation you did not mention related to security aspects. Any plans you have for adding?
Sir, right now, actually, right now, I think if you're talking about security, so security itself is a very wide field. Okay, because right now we are just taking, because right now it's an abstract model that we have prepared. It is not a full-fledged functional model, and we have not tested it yet by using any cloud sim simulator. So the thing is that whenever you are using these different sustainability outcomes, so there are so many challenges. We have just covered two challenges. One we are saying is the latency, how we are going to reduce the latency. And second one that we are talking about is how to go ahead with the load balancing of this processing. So these two parameters that we have discussed in this model. But yes, there is more need of security when we're talking about the digital transaction or digital transformation. I will take care of that in the future when we are going to work with the simulator and when we are going to test this model.
And I would also like to recommend you to file a copyright for your architecture.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? Okay. I really request the participants to adhere to the time limits. We'll move on to the next paper. ID CS04, Contemporary Practices for Healthcare Monitoring and Ailment Extrapolation in a Sustainable Environment by Dr. Shaurya Gupta from
including research papers, articles, and also from the browser. So before knowing the importance and purpose of these intellectual property rights, we need to know the terminologies first. So what is intellectual property? Intellectual property is the intangible property that is the result of creativity. In other words, we can say that this is the intangible creation of human intellect. The exclusive rights given to safeguard these property is called as intellectual property rights, whereas copyrights are the exclusive legal right given to the originator or the creator to copy, distribute, adopt, and display and perform the work which they have created for a stipulated period of time. It usually protects works relating to literacy, films, cinematography, music, artworks, computer programs, etc. On the other hand, trademarks are exclusive legal rights used to protect symbols, designs, logos, slogans, which help identify the products or services origin and helps differentiate from the others. The trademark owner may be an individual, a business entity, or a legal entity. Next, we have the various conditions involved in getting these rights. For the copyrights, the work needs to be tangible, it needs to be original, it needs to be creative, it should not be published before, and the person who has this work should be a citizen of India at the time of death as well. Whereas in trademarks, we look into the quality and standards of the product and the uniqueness of the product, which should not be similar with any other existing enterprise. And also the clarity as to what is the origin and what is the purpose of the product should be clearly mentioned. Coming to the purpose and importance of copyrights, the purpose involves two main categories, that is economic and moral rights. Economic rights, it states that the owner of these copyrights are given exclusive legal protection and ensure that they can store these data in electronic format as well. And it issues rights to copy and publish this work to public and perform this work in public as well, to communicate the essence of it, and also to make translations and adaptations of the work, etc. However, under moral rights, it is again classified into two categories, that is the right of paternity and right of integrity. The right of paternity states that the copyright holder can claim authorship and also prevent others from claiming authorship for his or her own work. And the right of integrity states that it empowers the copyright holder to prevent distortion, mutilation, or other alterations that would be prejudicial to his or her reputation. Coming to the importance, it helps to value and protect the author by giving them the ability to protect their work from unlicensed and uncredited usage. It helps to prevent the work from being pirated and sold in the market, which makes the credibility and reputation of the authors to go down. It fosters the intellectual creativity and gains recognition for the author as well. Coming to the tenure, the copyright tenure lasts for a lifetime and 70 years after the death of the author or any major participant of the work. This is usually related to cinematography, like the director or the script writer, etc. And for the computer-generated works, it is 70 years from the date of creation and distribution. Moving on, we have the purpose and importance of trademarks. The main purpose of trademark is to identify the product and its origin. It also guarantees the quality of the product when it is in the market. It helps advertise more effectively in the market as well. And it also helps to attract customers and build their loyalty towards the product and the company in turn. Coming to the importance, it helps the product to show its uniqueness in the market and helps consumers connect with the product in the first case. And then it helps convey the standards and quality of the product, which helps gain the trust and loyalty of the consumers in a long run. It builds reputation for the product and the company as well, which helps them generate more revenue. And it also adds value and recognition to the company. In turn, it helps to increase the share value of the market as well. This helps strengthen the company's market footing in the long run. The tenure of trademarks is lasts for 10 years from the date of registration. It is enforced through court laws, and trademarks can be renewed from time to time, but it involves certain fees. Coming to the differences between copyrights and trademarks, copyrights protects the original work, whereas trademarks protect distinguished work. Copyrights are generated automatically when the content is created, whereas trademarks are established through a course of time. Copyrights expire after a certain time and it cannot be renewed in India, whereas trademark does not expire when in use and it can be renewed every 10 years, which involves certain fees. Coming to the conclusion, as discussed from the beginning, both of these intellectual property rights serve as the ownership evidence in the eyes of law. They maximize the value of the work as well as the author in return. Since it is governed by law, it provides legal protection to the authors and also to the work without, and it ensures that it is not plagiarized. And the future of intellectual property, at present, there is lack of awareness among the people about the intellectual property rights. So ensuring better legal protection will give a fillip to the grassroots innovation and improve the lives of ordinary citizens. We can tell that technology is directly proportional to the safeguarding of intellectual property. So increasing awareness of intellectual property rights would motivate people to be more creative and exhibit their skills, which in turn contribute to the nation's growth as well. So thank you. I would take up any questions.
Thank you, Shamita. And first of all, I would ask our taxation chair to give her comments on the paper and also questions, if any.
Thank you, Shamita. It was a very nice paper. You are a student at present and prepared very nice PPT. You explained very well. So some queries are there. First of all, that are you aware about that nowadays some misuse of trademark also happening?
Yes, ma'am, it is happening.
So what are the remedies for it and for which are the items it happens? Can you tell?
Ma'am, ensuring the rights are very well governed is it is the part of the government as well. And for an individual, they have to register under certified legal authorities, which helps them continue their work without any restrictions or hurdles. Am I audible, ma'am? Yes, ma'am, that is this.
Fine. And generally, the misuse of trademarks happens for second-hand items. You know, if you go second-hand items, they are misusing the trademark, some other company's trademark they are putting and using. And generally, for advertisement and marketing, also they are doing these unethical practices. So you would have just added some more points that these are the remedies and these are the punishments, and to safeguard a trademark, what all the things can be done, how they can protect their trademark. So some more points you would have added, but overall it was a good paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll work on it for sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shamita, once again for your conceptual paper. When you say the role of patents and trade
healthcare management, we are dealing with person's health, so it shouldn't be taken in a lighter manner. And interconnection challenges, that is very much important, the interconnectivity amongst the IoT sensors. So the technology is enabling machine-to-machine communication, and applications with time are increasing the automation apart from the data, bulk of data which is being stored and which is being analyzed, and then some inference should be taken out from that data. So future work can be in Internet of Nano Things, deliver medications to specific organs with extreme precision, nano sensors, precision medicine. Like if a person liver is damaged, he should be prescribed a particular medicine. With that particular medicine should be injected directly into that liver of that person, so that he can get cured as early as possible. So things like that can be our future work. So these are the references. Thank you. Sorry for taking extra time.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to congratulate you for the wonderful presentation, and you have thoroughly gone through the review of literature.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Could be observed in the slides. So I congratulate for your hard work. And I just had one question, sir,
Yes,
regarding security of IoT devices. Have you done any other review?
Sir, regarding security, I haven't done that much work, because right now I am just focusing on the interconnectivity of IoT devices. And yeah, thank you for the suggestion. I'll just work in the next phase of this IoT security, because that needs to be taken care of, because the patient's data is very much critical. So I'll be working on that in the next phase, sir.
Because recently AIMS hospitals data was hacked by China.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so,
sir.
That's why I asked. Okay,
yes,
sir.
I done. Thank you, sir.
Any questions from the participants? Okay, let's move on to the next paper. ID CS05, Detection of the Object with the help of Background Subtraction by Dr. Pooja Shashi from the Oxford College of Engineering.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Because some bit network problem is there in my college. So I just see how maximum. I'm sharing the screen now, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Fine, ma'am. 1 second. Some problem is coming. Anyway, fine. My screen is visible, no, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Yeah, so I will carry on with this only.
Yeah.
Because so good afternoon to one and all. This side Dr. Pooja Shashi from Oxford College of Engineering. Good afternoon, Parik sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity for presenting my paper. So my paper title is Object Detection with the help of the background subtraction. So this is my agenda for today: abstract introduction, problem statement, key functions, proposed algorithm, conclusion, feature enhancement, and bibliography. I will try to summarize as maximum as I can because I know 5-minute time is very small. So coming to the abstract part, nowadays, as we know that object detection, in fact, has become very important nowadays. The main objective of this object detection is to scan digital scenario in order to locate instances of every object, separate them, and analyze their necessary features for real-time prediction. So this theme, in fact, I am considering in my topic. So going to the introduction part. So nowadays, major significance within the area of computer, as I told before also, that the detection of the object with the help of background subtraction. Now this background subtraction, in fact, if I want to say a little bit about this, so it is a widely used approach to detect moving object in a sequential frame from a static camera. That means when we talk about a static camera, it is a camera that in fact doesn't move, and this means that it is locked down, I think, in a tripod type of things. And also I can say that this background subtraction is a technique for separating our foreground element from the background, and mostly it is done by generating a foreground masking. So this technique may also be used for detecting moving object when we move some object in fast sequence with the help of a static camera. So in my paper, mostly I have taken help of a static camera, not on the dynamic camera. So my future things will be, I will try to work something based on the dynamic camera also. So this is my problem statement. So in today's world, research work is related to object tracking in very vast scale, but in fact, before doing the object tracking or before doing any type of tracking and tracing, if initial detection of object is done, then I think it is good for their security point of view. For implementation, I have used various type of key functioning. Like for example, first key functioning I can say is a frame differencing. So in fact, it is a technique where the computer checks the difference between the two video frames. So this is in fact a non-recursive method, and in this I had given the formula ft minus 1 greater than th, where ft stands for the frame at the given time t, and ft minus 1 is applicable for the previous frame, and this I'm comparing with the threshold. That means when we subtract ft minus 1 with ft, that means previous frame with the current frame, then in that case it should be greater than the threshold value. The next is median filtering. In fact, this is also a nonlinear filtering technique in which output sample is computed as the median value of the input sample. It is we can also say that it is mostly the buffer that is used to store the n previous frames. So whatever frames we are collecting, it is all the frames are stored in as a median filtering, and these stored frames are then used to evaluate the background. So we are using this median filtering approach to calculating the background. After that, so this is the formula that I am applying. Sorry for that, I am going a bit faster, but anyway, time is not in. I have to finish the slides. So finally, this after the subtraction between the current frame of the video that is taken by the static camera and the earlier background frame, I am getting this approach, that is b of xy equal to 1 by n. I am applying the limit from I to n, and finally I am getting the formula f of xy minus b of xy. So after that, I am applying mean filtering technique. So mean filtering technique, once again, approximately, I can say it is same like a median filtering technique. But in this case, only difference is the method of background frame is obtained by computing the mean. There we were calculating the median, and this over here, we are calculating the mean of the sequential frame stored in the buffer. And subtraction, in fact, as I told earlier also, it is performed between the current frame, that is f of xy, and background frame, that is b of xy. Algorithm that I am proposing from my side, in fact, it is still in infant stage, I can say. So in the first step, the camera, I am using the camera for capturing the video. This video, in fact, consists a huge number of frame that we run one by one, out of which we take few frames, or we take a few picture in the form of a frame as a starting sequential frame, and then we calculate the mean that will be given, in fact, as a background frame in the form of b of xy. Then in a step 2, I am using once again for a frame, current frame f of xy at time t, and background frame b of xy. I am getting one result b of xy, and that result is given by b of xy minus f of xy. Now in next step, I am using a new variable, that is q of xy, that is calculated by combining a multiple of certain constant value that is denoted by k. In fact, k is a constant in this formula, and its value in a standard term, in fact, it lies between 3 to 5. So this formula that I am taking help of, that is q of xy equal to k multiplied the standard deviation of x and y. Now finally, we compare the value of p of xy and q of xy. Now in this case, if the value of p of xy is greater than q of xy, then it is treated as background, otherwise it is treated as foreground. So this
Excuse me, ma'am.
yes,
Your 5 minutes is done.
yeah, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Just 1 minute more I will take. So with this thing, I am applying, in fact, morphological operation. So as we all know, this morphological operation, in fact, is a type of a structural element that we apply to an input image of some size. And in this operation, the value of each pixel in the output image is based on the comparison in the corresponding pixel. So for this morphological operation, there are two major things. Someone who is having a bit concept in image processing, they know that one is erosion and second one is dilation. So in dilation, in fact, it is in dilation we do in a binary image, a pixel is set to 1 if any of the neighboring pixel have the value 1, and in case of erosion, the pixel is set to 0. And after that, I am applying the masking approach. So it is in fact a binary image consisting of 0 and non-zero values, and all the pixels which are non-zero in the mask are set to 0 in the output image, and in fact all these remains unchanged. So finally, on the basis of that, I'm detecting the object with the help of a function, that is region props. So as ma'am said, I don't have time to explain everything. So it is given by the formula S is equal region props B and property, where B is the binary image, and property in fact show particular property that can be used as image, and it consists of many options. So nowadays, since security is most important, so I can say we are doing this object detection with the help of subtraction, then from security point of view, the object can be tracked easily, and for that I had applied the algorithm. And as I said before also, most of my work is based on the static camera, but yes, in the future getting chance, I may work on dynamic camera also. These are the references. Yes, sir. Sorry for taking extra time.
Congratulations, ma'am. It was a wonderful presentation.
Sir, I think I am having a bit net problem.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Ma'am, I had one question. What is the accuracy?
I think I am not able to hear your question, sir. Yes,
ma'am, what is the accuracy you have achieved for your architecture? Accuracy, ma'am. Is it audible, ma'am?
So she's not able to hear you, I think. So.
Okay, ma'am.
I just type in the chat box. Maybe she can answer it later.
Accuracy or comparison with the existing models, you can ask, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I think there is network issue for madam. You can continue with the next participant.
Yes, sir. We'll move on to the next paper. ID CS06, Application of Machine Learning Algorithms to Predict Complexity of Orthogonal Variability Models by Ms. Divyakshi Mittal L and Ms. Sakshi Gupta from IIS Jaipur. Can we have your presentation, ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
So, namaskar and good afternoon to one and all present here. Our topic of research is application of machine learning algorithms to predict the complexity of orthogonal variability model. I, along with Ms. Divyakshi Mittal, are going to present this paper. And Dr. Gitika Vyas and Dr. Ruchi Nanda is our supervisor for this research. I hand over to Divyakshi for the presentation. Okay, there is some network issue at her end. So the contents of our presentation are as follows. So in this research, the main objective of our research is to understand the various machine learning algorithm and apply them to the real world problem by predicting the complexity of orthogonal variability models. Orthogonal variability models play an important role in the phases of software development. These are the papers that we have studied for understanding the software product line and orthogonal variability models. We have also learned about the various machine learning algorithms from these papers, and we have used VECA tool, and we have studied other tools and find out that VECA is better for our research. So these are the papers that we have studied. Now, the methodology that we have followed is, firstly, we have collected the data from the secondary resources. Then here we have attached the snapshot of our data. So, and then we have selected the machine learning algorithms that are suitable for the prediction of complexity. Then we have trained the model using VECA tool. After that, we have evaluated the performance and identified the best model. And then we have predicted the complexity of best performing model. So these are the parameters that we have taken for evaluating the performance of the algorithms. These are as mean absolute error, root mean square error, accuracy, precision, and time taken. And the results obtained on these parameters are showing in this table. In case of mean absolute error, we have found that KNN has performed best with the value of 0.0588. And in case of root mean square error, with the same value, KNN outperformed all. And accuracy, when we talk about accuracy, so we have found that random forest and KNN both have provided 100% accurate results to us. Then in case of precision, best performing algorithms were random forest and KNN with the value of 1. And time taken by the algorithms and random forest took 0.02 seconds, other has not taken much time. So as a conclusion, when we have compared these models, we have found that KNN is the best performing algorithms and can be used for developing a prediction model for complexity of OVMs. And as we have concluded that KNN has outperformed all with least errors and it took the less time. And the complexity of OVMs we have chosen because OVMs is an emerging trend in software development, and it has a future relevance because we can use this research as we can try it on other packages, and that provide us greater degree of freedom. Plus, we can also increase the size of data set and also work on another data sets. We can also collect the primary data sets that can be worked upon. So we can get a better insight into the prediction of complexity. Thank you so much. These are the references that we have included.
Okay. Very well presented. I would like to congratulate all the authors, contributors for this article. What are the challenges you have faced in implementation? Can you name few challenges and how did you
Yes, so
resolve
we
them?
have sometimes we have faced the challenges of arranging the data sets, that sometimes when data sets are much larger, so it becomes difficult for it becomes time consuming for algorithms to provide us the accurate results. And we have not faced as much so many challenges because Veka is really a good environment tool that provided us with all the algorithms and all the components that are required.
And what is the future scope? How would you like to extend the same work?
Sir, orthogonal variability models are very relevant in future because because as the competition is increasing in the software trend, so we need to always compare the variability among our software. What are the changes that we can obtain? So that this will help us a lot to understand the better understanding of OVM models and to predict the complexity by using machine learning algorithms.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dr. Pooja Shashi who had internet connectivity problem. Sir, you had asked a question to her.
Yeah.
She is here to answer that. Dr.
Yes, sir.
Pooja.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, what is the accuracy you have achieved, ma'am, for your architecture?
Sir, accuracy, that's what, sir. Since as of now, because I was not able to, am I audible, sir? Not
Yes,
that clear.
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Audible.
Yeah, okay, sir. Sir, as of now, I had not worked upon that exact accuracy level, sir. But if I can say, with this static camera, I can get maximum 92 to 93% accuracy, sir, not more than that. But as I told that my work is still in infant stage, so maybe if I am using a combination of static and dynamic, then maybe in that case I may exceed maybe 95, 96%. Yes.
Ma'am, and as I found your architecture to be a bit novel, you can also try for applying it for a patent. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. With your blessing, 100% I will do,
so,
sir.
any support is required, you can contact the main organizer, ma'am. They have my number, so we can get connected.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you, organizer, for giving me time once again. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll next move on to the paper ID CS07, IoT-based temperature violation detection system for vaccines in transit by Ms. Udita Parikh and Ridham-Swamy and Muskan from IIS, Jaipur. Can we have your presentation?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Namaskar, everyone. Today, I, Udita Parikh, with Ridham-Swamy and Muskan Chhajed, would like to propose an IoT-based temperature violation detection system for vaccines in transit. Certain medicines are temperature sensitive and have specified maximum temperature. During transportation, chances are always there that the temperature exceeds the specified range. If the medicine is kept for a certain period at temperature higher than specified limits, the medicine is not recommended to be used. Vaccines are all temperature sensitive. Exceeding maximum temperature may lead to reduction in its efficiency. Biological samples that are sent for test results can be tempered due to temperature changes, and we might not get desired results. Ointment and drops may cause irritations, rashes, and other side effects due to changes in chemical composition.
So here we have addressed the reviewed articles that explains the significance of temperature in drugs and vaccines. So there are some limitations with the existing devices, that they lack a temperature log, they are not wireless, or some of them are USB based, not app based. So these issues will be resolved by the model which we have outlined.
Thank you, Rhythm. Moving on to the model, the sensor will measure the temperature and convert the input information into digital data and thus transmitting it directly to the server. The server will then transmit the information directly to the user's device, ensuring data transparency. The data will also be stored in blockchain technology, which will ensure that tampering of data could not occur, and therefore data security will be ensured. The IoT-based temperature monitoring framework utilizes temperature sensor. An ADC converter transforms the sensor's analog signals into digital ones before sending them to the Arduino. The Arduino simultaneously sends the data to the web application where authorized users can verify the product's temperature and take the necessary precautions to maintain them. In order to prevent any alterations, the data that the web application receives will be saved concurrently in the database and the blockchain. The challenges faced by us would be connectivity. That is, the transmission of signals between the web application and the circuit is essential. Data security. IoT networks are vulnerable to data security breaches when transmitting data. Therefore, it is vital to regulate the system security by utilizing the proper encryption technology. Third, reliability. A robust and secure infrastructure is necessary for each successful IoT device. We may conclude by saying that maintaining the temperature of medications and vaccines is crucial after examining the literature reviews of many authors. Therefore, an IoT-based temperature monitoring system has been proposed to monitor the temperature of pharmaceutical products and present temperature logs on the web applications using blockchain. Thank you.
It was a very wonderful presentation. And the topic you chose was also very novel, and it's solving a social problem of maintaining the temperature of the vaccines.
Thank you, sir.
So, and I also suggest you, if you have the architecture ready or prototype ready, to also try for applying for patents, because I don't think such application is available as of now. So you can also speak to your supervisors and try for filing intellectual property rights on this topic.
So in our next phase, we will try to make the prototype of this model, and then we will apply for patent by speaking to our supervisor.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, next.
We'll move on to the next paper. ID CS08, Application of Machine Learning for Analyzing Sentiments by Ms. Tanishka Yadav from IIS Jaipur. Can we have your presentation, ma'am? Yes, you're audible.
My screen is visible?
Not yet.
Just a second, ma'am.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
You can go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. This is Tanishka Yadav, and I've been working on application of machine learning for sentiment analysis model. The outline of my paper goes as follows: abstract, some related work, that is the review of literature, our proposed methodology, concepts we've been working on, our working models overview, and the USP of our model and how it is beneficial in today's world, and the references that we have used. Well, in today's so-called modern era, people are more responsive towards products or certain events that are currently occurring. But rather than mouth publicity, rather than talking, people are responsive towards online reviews, online responses of the things and the services they've been provided with, which is ultimately useful for CRM, that is Consumer Relationship Management. And to understand the text polarity from the linguistic data, natural language processing, and data mining techniques are most focused research terms used for sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis ultimately is useful to have an overview and the understanding of what a certain consumer or customer have his reviews or views about a certain product or a service. These are the research papers that we have been through. We have studied Mona Lisa Sahu's paper that focused on feedbacks that are unstructured, which apparently are analyzed by the businesses at a larger scale to understand their customers' reviews regarding their products and services. The data set that they took was subjective and objective both. It was
Ma'am,
basically managed.
sorry, ma'am, can you go to your next slide?
Yeah, sure.
You have to do the slideshow. You are, I think, in the title slide only.
Actually, I'm not sure why it's not sharing. Wait.
No, it is shared, ma'am, but it is you are not playing the slideshow. Just
No. Actually, I am on the third slide.
Oh, no, it's not shown to us. Now it is shown. Yeah. Okay. There is a second slide. Now it is coming, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, this is the reference paper that I was talking about. We have gone through these papers by Mona Lisa Sahu and Kundan Reddy, sir. Basically, the Kundan Reddy's sir's main focus was that there is no relevant study on predicting sentiment on Twitter data set. That is, one can manually not study the data at a very larger scale. To understand the whole data, they have made models of machine learning which will categorize the data into positive, negative, or neutral, which is useful to understand a certain review about a product at a larger scale. The machine learning is a type of artificial intelligence that allows software applications to become more accurate at predicting outcomes without the explicitly programmed to do so. Machine learning is of two types, supervised and unsupervised learning. The overview of our working model will be collecting the data, analyzing the data, indexing the data, and delivering the data. Data collection is basically raw data, then we'll be pre-processing it, and the pre-processing will be done in the following steps. Filtering the data, tokenization of the data, stop words removal, which apparently is important because if they are not removed, the data and the results can be manipulated. Stem document, that is, this step is used to remove common word endings in ing, s, s's, or any other abbreviations that has been used, removing the white spaces and convert to lower. This is the working of our model, data collection, analyzing the data, indexing the data, and then delivery. Data has been collected from a college survey. That is, our college has 3 canteens. We'll be taking all these canteens, and we have our students are around 5 to 7,000. So we are circulating a survey. That is, we'll be collecting 5 to 7,000 responses of all 3 canteens, and we'll be running all the data through our machine learning model to analyze which canteen is best preferred and why. These are done on various parameters, as in the hygiene, the food quality, food quantity, the affordability, etc. Algorithms that we'll be using is Naive classifier, maximum entropy classifier, and the decision tree. The uniqueness in our model is that basically it will tell what the customers think of a particular product and a particular brand, whether customers are happy with the service they have been received, and how the company's policy or company's employees or external events are impacting on a customer's perception of the brand, and what is that customers like about the company's competitors rather than the company. How it is useful in today's world is a very wide area of study. It will basically help in maintaining the customer relationship management. To understand the real-time market update, it is very necessary to understand what a consumer wants. to resolve the customer experience pain points, optimize customer servicing, optimizing their pricing, measure social media ROI, return on investment, that is, to understand all these aspects, to have a better consumer relationship management, to understand what a consumer wants. Sentiment analysis is very useful. It is used basically to because one cannot study a large data in a manually, or go through each and every response by themselves. So one can run through all the data through machine learning, that model that we have been working upon, and have an overview and the delivery of the results in positive, negative, or neutral format. That is, they'll have a very sorted data, whether how many positive responses they have received, how many of them are negative, and some data that is being neutral.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to disturb. Your
Yes,
5
ma'am.
minutes is done.
Yeah, I'm done with the presentation. Thank you so much. These are the references that we have used, and I'm so much open to questions now. Thank you.
Very well presented, Tanishka Yadav.
Thank you, sir.
See, you have mainly focused on the applications related to CRM.
Right, sir.
Any other applications you can extend your work to? Or
Sir,
any
right.
critical applications?
Sorry, sir, I didn't quite get you.
See, any applications related to critical systems?
So right now we are working on consumer relationship management mainly, but we'll be definitely expanding it towards the critical thinking side also.
Okay. And have you visited any companies?
Right now, sir, we are expanding and presenting our model in the college campus only. Once the whole data for the college campus is done, we'll be expanding it to, with some corporate company definitely.
Okay. Because the same sentimental analysis, if you can apply to a patient and give feedback to the doctor or to the hospital management, I think it will be having more advantage.
Right, sir.
Even food is a main area. Even canteen food facility and all, they are also contributing majorly to the studies of the day scholars. If they have a very good food facility, students are happy and they study well, and it has been already proved in some of the research articles. So your area is also good, but you also try to expand the application to medical
More corporate side.
medical field and all.
Yeah, definitely, sir. We definitely plan to do that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We'll next move on to the ID CS09, role of machine learning in the prediction of mental health condition by Ms. Purvi Lunawat and Ms. Tanishka Sharma from IIS Jaipur. Can we have your presentation, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Is that still visible?
Your presentation is visible, but your voice is not audible, ma'am. It's not clear.
Ma'am, is it audible? Is it audible now?
Yeah, it's audible, ma'am.
So, namaskar everyone. I'm Tanishka Sharma. And I'm Purvi Lunawat. Today we are giving a presentation for a research paper entitled Role of Machine Learning in the Prediction of Mental Health Conditions.
Sorry to disturb. It's still a little unclear. It would be nice if you could improve the quality.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Is it audible now?
Yeah, it's
audible. Hello.
Yeah.
Is it audible now clearly?
Yeah, it's audible.
Yeah. So our research paper entitled Role of Machine Learning in the Prediction of Mental Health Conditions under the supervision of Dr. Ruchi Nanda and Ms. Sujita Sinhal. Our presentation is outlined by the following points, such as abstract, introduction, review of literature, conclusion, future work, and references. The abstract includes mental health, which is an important in every stage of life. It includes cognitive, behavioral, and emotional well-being. Some common type of mental health problems are anxiety disorder, bipolar disorder, depression, etc.
Machine learning is a significant way for predicting mental health. The widely used algorithms in the field of machine learning are support vector machine, random forest, and artificial neural networks.
Our paper outlines the state of the art in machine learning research for mental health and offers a number of specific recommendations for future development of machine learning systems.
These are some common machine learning algorithms.
These are some common mental health disorders.
We have reviewed some recent year research papers. Some of them are as follows. The first paper is by the author Vaishnavi et al. 2022. They stated the problem to classify data set on various problems of mental health. Data set was collected of primary data of 27 columns and 1,259 entries collected from diverse groups. All the classifiers are above 79%, stacking technique 81.75%. The future work for the paper was a large data set can be used and the research can be applied on the same for more accuracy.
Next paper was of Wang et al. 2022. They collected the data of mental health of medical workers during COVID-19. They collected the data of 5,108 Chinese medical workers through questionnaire survey and got 92.55% accuracy.
The next paper is by the author Priya et al. 2020. They predicted 5 different levels of anxiety, depression, and stress. Primary data was collected through DAS-21 questionnaire from 348 individuals from different communities. NIF bias was found to be the highest. Random forest was identified as the best model. Problem of produced imbalanced classes. The best model selection can be made on the basis of F1 score.
Next paper was by Chung et al. 2022. They reviewed 30 research papers and found that 97% of accuracy is been obtained from random forest and 83.59% accuracy is obtained from support vector machine. But the data set was of small size, which is below 100 subjects. Their work can be proceeded using specific approaches in future.
The next paper was by the author Gonzala et al. 2019. They stated the problem of inaccurate classification of patients. Digression dataset is used. Random forest had the highest sensitivity of all 5, 8,314. The future work was creation of reliable method for the automatic identification of depressive episodes. Will assist professionals in recognizing mental status based on motor activity.
Next paper was of Zelena Calceda et al. 2019. They detect the depressive states through the motor activity of patients using data from the smart band. The dataset was divided into 2 types, patients with depression and without depression. They got 86.7% accuracy with the presence of depression, whereas 91.9% accuracy with the absence of depression. Their future work is that the data can be collected from more than one source and can be used for the same research.
The next paper was by the author Katasis et al. 2011. They stated the problem of affective states in anxiety patients. Primary data is obtained through effective state in anxiety patients. The results were neurofuzzy system 84.3%, random forest 80.83%, support vector machine 78.5%, artificial neural network 77.33%. The future work was creation of real-time system and physiological inputs for emotional stress assessment.
The conclusion and future work for our paper is that the primary goal of this work is to review the role of machine learning for the prediction of mental health disorders such as anxiety, depression, and stress.
In all of the research papers, classification algorithms are used, and the most accurate prediction of mental health disorders is obtained using random forest and support vector machine.
Variety of data sets are used, both primary and secondary, which includes text as well as sensor data, which is collected through smartwatches and are available online for research purposes.
It is very difficult to get mental health data. Prospective researchers can work on motor activity data and develop more advanced recommendation systems that may be utilized by clinicians for the accurate and early interventions.
These are the references. Thank you.
So very well presented by Tanishka and Purvi. It was like a relay competition. See, any deep problem statements you have identified with your review of literature?
So we have got this problem that the text data is not available like the people are not frank in sharing their mental state. So we have got this by using sensor data for like wearing wristbands, and then they are collecting data. So we will be getting the accurate data. Like people will not like pretend that they are well or somewhat like that. So we will get the correct data, and it will help us in performing the model in better way.
Any secondary sources of data you have used?
Yes, sir. We have used in the papers. In one of the papers, it is stated the sensor data is used. We have used that data currently for our research work, but we will surely expand it and collect more data relating to the same topic.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, what was the paper ID of the present?
Sir, CS09, sir.
09 has been done, no?
Yes, sir. 09 is done.
Okay.
Next, ID CS11, an empirical study of secure neural key exchange process using different activation functions by Dr. Amita Sharma from IIS Jaipur.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
This is CS11 paper ID.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
CS11.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Let me. Now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Namaskar, everyone. My name is Dr. Amita Sharma, and this is basically my research scholar work. Because of her health issue, I am presenting this paper. So this is the initial work of her PhD, where she is basically working on a neural key exchange process.
Excuse me, sorry for disturbing. Please
Yes.
turn on your video, ma'am. I request all the participants to turn on your video.
Actually, I have some network issue. If I'll turn out, my voice will break.
Okay, ma'am, right.
So in this particular research paper, we have just initiated the research where we are going to develop the neural key exchange process. And in that process, we try to explore how activation function play a role in designing this kind of exchange process. So the basic concept is that neural cryptography is a new type of encryption algorithm where it is basically helped in generation of key. So the process is named as neural key exchange process, which include both the generation and the exchange of secret key by training the two tree parity machine on their mutual output bits. So if we consider sender and receiver, both of the machine will have a neural network tree, and they will train themselves, and then they'll get synchronized to generate the key. So in this way, this complete process takes place. The issue with this kind of technique is that since we know neural network has several parameters, on the basis of that parameter, the tree is being generated or neural network is being defined. The basic element, if we talk about, is the activation function, or you can also say it as a transfer function. And it plays important role in defining the whole architecture of the neural network. So in many papers, we find that at the initial level of neural cryptography, the activation function selection was not clearly defined. What kind of activation function one should select, and then do the further studies, like studies maybe many like talking about the attacks or any other kind of studies. So to define a fundamental structure of neural network, what kind of activation function suits the network is necessary for this study. So we think let's start with this kind of experiment, and then we'll add on the rest part of the experiment. So in this paper, the neural key exchange process has been designed using Visual C++, where we have used three activation function, which has been discussed in the papers. And on the basis of that, we just try to compare which give the best result with respect to synchronization of time. So this is basically the literature review where different authors has talked about the neural cryptography and how it has helped in designing a new branch of cryptography. And also they have mentioned that in key generation system, 3 parameters are important: activation function, learning rate, and type of network. So in this particular experiment, we have just used the feed forward fundamental neural network, and we have just focused on the activation function, and we have not just considered the different learning rate. So we are just taking the Hebbian learning rate and the fundamental network for our study. So in this study, we have considered 3 activation function which are being discussed in the literature. One is the thresholding function, then we have signum function and sigmoid function. Then by implementing the complete structure, the tree has been implemented on the same machine. That means we have developed a system where we are defining 2 kinds of machine, and they are being synchronized using the neural network. And after the generation of a key, the message has been encoded, or you can say encrypted using AES algorithm. So in this, we basically have 4 parameters: K, L, N, TP. So K is basically the hidden neurons, N is the input neuron, and L is basically the weight which we have taken for the neural network. And TP basically represent the final key which is being generated. So this is the basic structure of tree which is being generated using neural network. This is one of the screenshot of our system where you can see there is a terminal A and B designed, and also there is a plain text. Then after generation of a key, the plain text has been encrypted using AES, and then it is decrypted. So this is general outline of our system designed using Visual C++. After doing the comparison, we realized that since you can see in this table, the iteration we have taken around 30,000, and the synchronization time of all the functions, if we consider, the best result is being seen in the sigmoid function. So you can understand that for key generation, sigmoid function provides the fastest way of synchronization as well as the key generation. So that could be
Yes. Your 5 minutes is done, ma'am.
Yes, I'm just winding up. So it can be considered for designing a TMP machine. So this is the conclusion, that sigmoid is providing the best result, and that can be considered for designing the complete system. In future, there is certain amendments has been done on TMP which we are going to focus, and then we're going to study about the meta-heuristic attacks on TMP machine, and then we're going to analyze how it can perform in that kind of attacks. These are some references. Thank you. I'm ready for questions.
Yeah, ma'am, very well presented, and I appreciate the fact that you are representing your research scholars' work, which is a very rare case. We hardly find any professors representing the scholars in their absence. So, ma'am, I would like to have ask you one question.
Yes.
Ma'am, any latest application related to the research work which is being carried out, or any motivation behind selecting this topic?
Actually, when we started with the encryption technique, we come across that neural cryptography as well as quantum cryptography were 2 pioneers, because it is lay back 2 years later. Before COVID, we started the research. Then we eventually realized that synchronization mechanism is being used in many machines, and that could be a very good mechanism even for if we target for future purpose, since quantum is not that cheaper for us. Neural could be a much cheaper for us and can be understood and can be played with different kinds of attack as well. So this was the 2-3 ideas which we were keeping in mind, and recently we saw that there are certain more amendments has been done on TPM algorithm itself, and still they have not studied the meta heuristic attacks, which is again very important in today's scenario when we are moving towards metaverse and many other things. This kind of attack should be considered with every kind of encryption technique. So we have focused that in our research, and we are doing that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Amita, we really appreciate your efforts, and you're presenting your scholars paper. Really appreciate that effort, Dr. Amita.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
We wish we could also had got such guide.
Yeah, please, sir. Really.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next paper, ID CS12, Protein Function Prediction in MTB Focusing Infertility and Reproductive Organs Using Machine Learning-Based Algorithms, by Ms. Anushri Vijay from IIS Jaipur. Can we have your presentation, ma'am? Ms. Anushri Vijay. Can you confirm if you're there in the meeting?
Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible.
Okay. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, please share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Ma'am, what is the paper ID, ma'am? 12?
CS12, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper is Protein Function Prediction in MTB Focusing Infertility and Reproductive Organs Using Machine Learning Based Algorithm. So the outline of my paper will be first abstract, then the related work, then the conclusion and future scope, and last will be the references. The objective of my paper is basically based on the infertility in women, which is still a challenge in diagnosing of MTB. As we all know that MTB is a very pathogenic bacteria, and it causes a TB, and we can find out of 10 women, means many people are affecting through the MTB. MTB effects on the female genital system, particularly the fallopian tubes, it has been observed, and it is mostly at the age of 15 to 50 years, that is the post-puberty period. Protein-protein interaction plays a vital role in the determination of MTB, and the mutation of microorganism may lead to the new and uncharacterized proteins, which is commonly called as hypothetical proteins. So these uncharacterized or the hypothetical proteins are responsible for spreading infections. Therefore, their study is of prime importance. Researchers are more interested in learning machine learning algorithms for the prediction of hypothetical MTB proteins, as the traditional experimental methods do not give quick results and accuracy. So studying new proteins is necessary since anti-drug resistant MTB proteins are becoming quite prevalent. We will explore a machine learning based algorithm in this work. Some literature review I have done to identify hypothetical proteins in MTB, particularly in women, called female genital TB. It will be highly beneficial for finding new therapeutic drugs. So basically, there are two types of MTB. First is the latent TB infection, and second is TB. Latent TB infection is the infection that is inactive in your body, that regenerates or that becomes active when your immune system gets weak. And the hypothetical proteins are those proteins that are predicted to be expressed in an organism, but there is no evidence of their existence. The related work of my study will be based on these three parameters. First is the traditional techniques of diagnosis of MTB proteins. Second is the machine learning methods of diagnosis of MTB proteins. And the last will be the MTB studies on hypothetical proteins function prediction using machine learning. So this was the report that was given on the 24th March, that is the Tuberculosis Day. It has been given by the experts that the tuberculosis has the ability to severely damage the fallopian tubes if not treated at the initial stage. So it is a very serious illness that has to be considered in our research. MTB bacteria is also, it has been find out that MTB bacteria is transported by the blood to other organs, including reproductive organs, and causes infection in fallopian tubes, uterus, or in endometrial lining. And it is spread and cause secondary infection to the uterus and even the fallopian tubes, which can reduce the chances of pregnancy. So it is reducing the growth of the future generation. When the bacteria attacks the uterus, it causes uterine tuberculosis, which is also known as pelvic TB, which mostly affects women during the childbearing period and is usually diagnosed during an infertility checkup. So the tuberculosis can lead to the serial health complication and also result in infertility. Traditional techniques were used for the MTB proteins, that were sputum smear, microscopy, chemical probe, LAMP, gene expert, MTB, RIF, sequencing, mycobacterial culture, immunological techniques, chest X-ray, CRISP-Cas, sensors, and digital PCR. In India, FGTB is a prominent cause of infertility. The endometrial tuberculosis, that is the PCR test, is used for the identification of FGTB. So these have often been developed and improved, and the considerable effects have been made to establish new methods. But these techniques fail for early diagnosis of GTB and cannot keep the history of record of TB patient. So there is a need for a method that can diagnose latent tuberculosis infection while also overcoming the limitations of time-consuming tests and expensive text materials, and also the early disease detection. So this, the method that is called the machine learning methodology. This paper was reviewed, and it is mainly based on the FGT, how this disease is caused and how it is spread. In this paper, it was mentioned that it is spread largely occurs through the hematogenous route, which is a key contributor to tuber blockage and infertility. Machine learning methods used for the diagnosis of the MTB proteins. So as we all know, machine learning is a field of computer science and AI that, with no human involvement, gains knowledge from prior data, experience, and produces reliable results. Traditional techniques require a lot of time and money to treat the TB using standard biochemical experimental method. So there came up bioinformatics, a biological computational method which is based on the sequences that can treat TB, and it is possible to treat the FGTB problem. Studies have also shown that
MTB's subcellular localization production with high precision and efficiency may help in defining the biological function of the proteins and then provide the important insights for the protein function annotation as well as drug discovery. MTB studies on the hypothetical protein function prediction using machine learning. It has also found that this PPI interaction can help us to find out the cellular process like the unique virulence mechanism created by the bacterial pathogens as well as unknown protein activity. So there is need to find the essential genes that are crucial for discovering human disease genes and potential medication targets, as well as for understanding minimal requirements for an organism's survival. The few papers were literature reviewed. This was the paper through which we got an idea. Basically it is a model to predict the function of hypothetical proteins through a 9-point classification scoring schema. That is, they have particularly said about the 9 parameters through which we can identify the protein function of a particular microorganism. So conclusion and future scope of my work will be that research on the FGTB through the traditional techniques cannot detect latent MTB in the host. There is no early diagnosis technique has been developed to get rid of this disease. ML techniques can help in identifying the cause of FGTB through cell signal pathway of MTB protein in human host. So this application of ML algorithms will open the doors for designing novel therapeutic medicines. So there is hypothetical proteins play an important role in the advancement of the drug discovery, and also a recommender system can also be generated for the personalized medicines, specifically for the patients having multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. In future, we can use next generation sequencing methods with ML techniques, which will aid in accurate results and will also be less cost effective methodology to obtain new therapeutic drugs for MTB. Already machine learning methods in the MTB protein study is used. Such algorithms are naive-Bayes, KNN, SVM, ANN, and SMO. These have already been used. These algorithms are used for the first line MTB, but there has been no research done on the on this disease, that is the FGTB. So there is a scope in female genital TB to be used. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Anushri ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. And I also
Thank you, sir.
appreciate the fact that a lot of secondary sources you have used and mentioned, and you have cited them very well. For example, the Tuberculosis Day, the news event which happened, their announcements, and very depth you have been carrying out the research. So I wish you all the best for your further research studies.
Thank you,
I'd
sir.
like to know one of the challenges or major challenge which you had faced during carrying out the research work.
So challenges, I found that there has been no study done on the, this is a major cause that is been reviewed by me, that this challenge is very critical in the healthcare sector, and infertility is a very common issue that is found in the woman. So these are the challenges. For the quick results to diagnose, we need some algorithm so that
Have you done any failure mode effective analysis of the existing models?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, we'll
No.
move on to the IDCS14, application of machine learning.
Everything. Next up, we have paper ID CM 37, Consumer Awareness and Buying Behavior of Ayurvedic Products by Gagan Sahil J from DSC ASC. The next paper I request Dr. Madhu Nandagopal to be read.
Sir, are you there? Okay. We cannot hear you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. I am Gagan Shel of BCom second year studying in Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce. Today I am presenting a paper on study on consumer awareness and buying behavior towards Ayurveda products in Bangalore city. Introduction. The Ayurveda is called as mother of healing of all the diseases. The World Health Organization has acknowledged the growing significance of traditional and complementary medicine in developing nation. Ayurveda takes a holistic approach to treatment and treats the body as a whole rather than the individual parts in isolation. To re-establish a balance between the body, mind, spirit, and environment, it promotes specific lifestyle changes and natural remedies. Ayurveda treats the cause of the issue, not merely its symptoms. Objectives of the study are to study the consumer awareness towards Ayurvedic products, to study the consumer buying behavior towards Ayurveda products, to study about the consumer satisfaction on Ayurvedic products. Scope of the study. Ayurveda can be characterized as a system that uses natural laws to keep a person's body and soul in perfect harmony with the environment and promote health. Unlike modern medicine, the discipline of Ayurveda takes a holistic approach to treating it. It addresses the social and physiological components of the human being as well as their spiritual and bodily characteristics. Research methodology. Primary data. Primary data was collected from consumers, those who were using Ayurvedic products. Secondary data. It has been collected from various secondary sources like journal, magazines, and articles and other sources. Sampling method. We use convenient sampling method to collect the data. Type of research and data collection. We collected data through structured questionnaire filled and responded by the from the users from the population. Statistical tools, applied percentage analysis, t-test and chi-square test to know the relationship between the dependent variable and the independent variable. Findings. We found that allopathic medical practice is known by maximum of the respondents, which is an expected lines. Only few respondents are aware of homeopathy and Ayurveda. The awareness towards Ayurvedic products is low among the male respondents and it is satisfactory among the female respondents. The awareness of Ayurveda is more in the age of 40 and above years, whereas the awareness is satisfactory among the age of 20 to 30 years. Majority of respondents prefer to buy Dabur and Himalaya products. Majority of the respondents are aware of Ayurveda products through advertisements and through friends and relatives. Majority of respondents use Ayurveda products because of no side effects. Suggestions. There is a need to improve awareness of Ayurveda products, especially among the young male population, as an immediate attention must be given to young male population. The positive opinion about Ayurveda products and services must be converted into service further to customers. Ayurveda products must work on improving awareness with various programs as the potential population who suffer from work-related problems. Conclusion. Cities like Bangalore have a low-level penetration of Ayurveda products, awareness, and particularly in young males. Because they are unaware of the advantages of Ayurvedic products, many people are limited to their usage in practice to its massage services. Because it is prevalent among literate and individuals and in an upscale location, it is concerning. Even if the majority of people have opinions of Ayurvedic services, their advantages and significance are not widely recognized. Related works were taken from Kotler on Marketing 2012, Consumer Behavior 2007, and Journal of Chemical and Pharmaceutical Research 2009. Thank you.
So, Plab sir, over to you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I have two questions. One, it is you have given that all the findings related to that all the demographic data. Just I want to know that where that t-test outcome, t-test the report and or outcome. So if you can brief about that one.
T-test is a sampling test of hypothesis used.
No, what is the outcome or output of the t-test result?
T-test, sir. We conducted the test sampling for 100 members. The test has revealed that there is difference in opinion between gender and their satisfactory level.
So what is the output of the t-test result?
T-test is women are more conscious.
No, I'm not asking that about the interpretation. I'm talking about the t-test result.
T-test results.
What is the sample size?
Sample size is 100, sir.
100. So you have collected the data and you have gone for the t-test. So yes, I'm asking that what is the t-test result?
45 are the male and 55 are the female, sir.
That is not a t-test result. That is a demographic details. Okay. So one more next question is, there are 3 objectives in your research. Now, please link the objective with the findings. 3 objectives address with the findings. For example, to study the consumer awareness towards the Ayurvedic product. So what the findings based on this objective?
Sir, we found out that male should be concentrated on Ayurvedic products.
No, not it should not be. I'm not asking about the suggestions. I'm asking about the findings. You know the differences between the findings and suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We found out that female were very known about the Ayurvedic products,
okay,
and they were well aware of that Ayurvedic products, and people who are above 40.
I'd like to suggest you to try to file a copyright for the architecture which you have built.
Yes, sir.
It seems to have novelty, so you can just check.
Sorry, sir.
It has novelty in it. So
yes,
you
sir.
can try for applying for copyright.
Yes, sir.
Copyright
Sure.
office.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next paper. ID CS15. Metaverse.
Ma'am, only 13 is absent, no?
Yes, sir. 13. No. 12 is absent, sir.
12 or 13?
12 is absent, sir.
12 is absent. Okay, ma'am.
Excuse me.
No.
Mahati.
CS13 is absent, sir.
Piyush, sir. CS13 and CS10.
10 and 13. Okay.
Yes, 10 and 13.
Confirmed.
Okay.
Next, we'll move on to CS15, Metaverse in Robotics by Mr. R. Sujay from Dayananda Sagar University.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Hi, sir. Namaste.
Sir, can you please mute yourself?
ऐसे बनाओगे एक लाइन में बनाओ
नहीं सर ये देखो पी पाटो
Hello, ma'am. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
पी छोटा आएगा
नहीं है सर ये तो आएगा ही पर एक लाइन
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes, sir.
Good evening to one and all. I am the first time I would love to thank my parents and the Almighty to help me stand in such a platform. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Shalini Suresh. She have been providing me with great opportunities in the course of time and my best supporting friends. So moving on to my introduction, my name is Arsujay. I am from Dayananda Sagar University. I am studying first year, first semester, department BTech CSE AI and ML. So with no delay, I'm going to the abstract. So this is the outline and index we are going through this presentation. So what is the abstract about? Before going to the topic of metaverse and robotics, what is metaverse first? The metaverse is a parallel virtual universe that users represented by avatars are free to explore. At the first advent of metaverse, gaming companies like Rockstar, Second Life, and Unity adopt metaverse to attract their users, and now it is pretty common that it has proved its worth in technological field. So it is as diverse as in education and entertainment, as they are eager to find ways to implement it. In order to maintain their dominant position in rapidly expanding user apps and software firms, major CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates are trying to rush into the advent of metaverse to contribute into metaverse from their point. So metaverse has been the subject of such speculation and anticipation in recent years. Although most of the emerging technologies that have captured people's imaginations for centuries, especially robotics is emphasized because robotics have limited or no functionality in this regard. Promising strategy for introducing metaverse into robotics. So what are the related works I have gone through this research paper is in-depth analysis. The major challenge I was faced with was that I was not able to get any proper study on this particular topic as no one has studied metaverse in robotics. So I have to go through some web analysis and I came up with two hypotheses, which is
Shalini, 1 second. Shalini ma'am.
Sir, tell me, sir. Shalini ma'am.
Ma'am, 5 minutes I'll be back. You can please continue, ma'am. 5 minutes I'll be back.
No problem, ma'am. No problem.
Okay.
No, sure.
Sir, please continue.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Sujay, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. So in-depth analysis, as the major challenge was there is no study about this particular topic. There was topic on metaverse or robotics, but there was no integration in metaverse with robotics. So I have to go on with hypotheses which was proposed and proved by major famous universities like Carnegie Mellon and Hyundai and Dynamic Robotics, etc. And based on literature reviews, I have gone through metaverse and taxonomy, metaverse in AI, robotics and AI, but not integrated AI with metaverse. So the third one is developing strategies. Developing strategies to provide effective implementation methods for metaverse in robotics. So what is the proposed method? Analytical or interpretative study. This paper is basically based on analytical and interpretative study in which I have gone through a case study throughout the subject, and then I have contributed my personal views and strategies to improve the technology. And proposal of two hypotheses. The two hypotheses were, the one hypothesis is training robots in metaverse, and the other hypothesis was use of robotics in metaverse through that users can control the robots for viewing the for an example, there is a class, a 5th grade class, geography class is going on, and teacher wants to take the students to the Mount Alps. So the robot will be connected from Mount Alps to the teacher. Teacher will be getting control via goggles. The robot will be able to capture all the facial recognitions, characteristics of the person, can be able to interact, which can either be a humanoid or semi-humanoid robot. So this is the two hypotheses I have came up with. The third one is convergence of the concept of hypothesis. These two hypotheses were converged into single beam so that it can be concentrated for the effective strategies for the implementation of metaverse and robotics. Unveiling the strategies, it is coming in the conclusion and concluding with better outcomes. So what are the results I came up with? Strategies for effective implementation of metaverse and robotics. Collaboration. Great companies like Microsoft and Instagram, Facebook, etc., Meta, which has recently turned into Meta, will be collaborating with, if it is collaborated with major robotic companies like Boston Dynamics or Hyundai, they can come up with a better implementation of metaverse and robotics, but that has not happened yet. The next one is investment. Better investments lead to better implementation. That is what I believe in. So that better investments should be given by each and every companies which support both robotics and metaverse should be giving equal investments in the advancement of the technology. Next one is application. Creative application leads to better implementation. One of the example is minor surgeries can be done by chief surgeons wirelessly using robots. So the chief surgeon will be performing the operation, minor operation, but he will not be in person at the venue. Next one is training. Proper people, proper professionals of the technology should be hired under and formed a team under a company which focuses on or which gives an amount of sum for us investment in the advancement of metaverse and robotics. Last one is accessibility. Accessibility with each and every one, so that the users won't be able to get partialism, and also something like tourism by the government can be implemented with metaverse and robotics. That foreigners can visit India without being in person in India. They can be controlled by a robot, humanoid robot using metaverse, but at an affordable cost, which even helps in increasing the economy of India. Conclusion. As time has progressed, robotics and the metaverse have both come to recognize as two crown gems. Unfortunately, no matter how often the motion of emerging the metaverse and robotics is discussed in the technology sector, its actually implementation is seldom addressed. One of the most important factors in the practical success of a technological idea is how well it is implemented. This study provides worthwhile strategies for effective implementation of metaverse and robotics according to all the recent advancements and hypotheses that different companies like NVIDIA, Meta, Unity, Hyundai, and some universities like Carnegie Mellon University from US and Italian Institute of Technology has made and proposed respectively. Metaverse and robotics is going to take over the throne of advancement in technology for next century by its vast applications that help in the advancement of most diverse fields. And the last but not the least unique and major facts about the metaverse and robotics implementation is Carnegie Mellon University combined with Meta has come up with a product, a robotic thin skin, which can be applied to the robot, which is studded with magnetic properties connected to AI, so it can touch and feel. So using metaverse in robotics, if the robot is somewhere 300 or 400 kilometers away from the user connected through a private connection, they can feel what the robot feels and interaction will be real. So that's all about my presentation, and the future works are scopes of contributing in future book chapters based on metaverse and robotics, as no study has yet proposed in integrating both the technologies, advancement in metaverse and robotics, great help for companies in effective implementation of metaverse and robotics. So these are some of my references. Thank you for the opportunity to the team. Thank you. Thank you.
Sujay, it was a wonderful presentation. This being your first presentation and your first paper, it was really great of you, Sujay. Very good, Sujay. Okay. I wish you all the best in the future also.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next paper, ID CS28, a review on Sanskrit computational linguistics and machine translation using NLP by Ms. Smita Girish from Jain University.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. I'll share the screen. Give me a second. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah. Today I'm presenting a review on Sanskrit computational linguistics and machine translation using NLP. I am a research scholar from Jain University, and my area of interest is natural language processing. And till now, majority of the natural languages or the human languages, the NLP has been developed, like sentence generation, the next word prediction, or sarcasm detection, sentiment analysis, especially in English, it has been done to the greatest extent. But when it comes to the languages, the ancient Indian language, Sanskrit, many are not having awareness, but it is a very useful and resourceful language. Most of the Vedas, Upanishad, Ayurvedic granthas and all has valuable information which could lead the human mankind to a betterment. So with respect to that, and it is my interest also, personal interest, studying Sanskrit. So with respect to that, I have chosen this natural language computational linguistics related to Sanskrit using natural language processing. Basically, natural language processing is a domain in computer science, belongs to artificial intelligence and a linguistic as a specialization category. It is used to make the computers to understand the human language as human beings can. And when it comes to computational linguistics, what is computational linguistics is whenever I speak a language or whenever I write a language, there is a specific pattern for it. I need to follow certain grammars. So that itself is done by the computer using the specified predefined modules. So that computational linguistics is nothing but syntactically and semantically presenting a language is called as computational linguistics. Now, it is the Sanskrit has a very robust grammar. There is no dilemma in it. Around 4,000 rules are written by the Maharshi Panini, and there is no scope for ambiguity. Whereas in English, though we are used to it, it is most commonly used language worldwide for the business purpose. But there are certain dilemma in it, like the words, the spellings are not the way what we speak. There are certain dilemma in it, whereas in Sanskrit, it has been eradicated completely. The natural language processing provides different options for Sanskrit computational linguistics based on rule-based grammar, POS tagging, machine translation, machine learning, deep learning, etc. All these are the areas using which the natural language processing will arise as a complete option. Now, related work. The work what I have done here, presenting here, is a systematic review, which explains about the structure of the Sanskrit computational linguistics and based on computational linguistics, how machine translation is being performed. This is what it focuses on. And the review answers the following questions. What are the features of Sanskrit that makes, what are the features that make Sanskrit computationally viable? Because each and every language cannot be represented in NLP. There should be certain structure which is defined earlier, using which we'll be going ahead to represent the language using NLP. What are the conventional machine translation approaches which will be used to translate from Sanskrit to other languages or vice versa? Different machine translators related to Sanskrit that is available till date, and what are the approaches of machine translation used to develop the translator? These are the basic questions this review answers. The NLP has two subdomains. One is natural language generation and one is natural language understanding. And natural language generation will generate the natural text. As we type, it generates the text, so it generates the natural text. But natural language understanding is the backbone of this linguistics. It provides the features, what is required to understand the grammar and to present the grammar programmatically. So it has 5 categories in it: phonology, morphology, pragmatic, syntax, semantics. All these functionalities, which is provided by the natural language understanding, will distinguish the grammar from one language to another language. Phonology deals with the sound that is associated with the word. As we pronounce, it creates the sound, right? That one. Morphology, it deals if I have a word, it can be segregated into different terms. without affecting the meaning of it. So each particular term will have a meaning. For example, played. Play is a stem word. That means the original word is play. And ed is an inflectional suffix to represent it is a past tense. So whenever we break the word into different parts, every word will have its own meaning. Pragmatic will deal with the intents, discourse, or the verbal structure. Syntax. Syntax is the way we write the language. It's like the script, or it's also called as lipi. And intentionally, I have included few Sanskrit phrases there so that we can relate, and I have included the meaning also. Ram is elder to Shama. How is it represented in Sanskrit? Ramaha Shamasya Jyeshtaha Asti. And this language translation should happen from English to Sanskrit. It is not easy because English to Sanskrit is a domain in which the research is taking place just now. The central government has introduced a project called as AI for Bharat, in which all IITians are involved in developing this NLP structure, and all language experts are involving in machine translation or developing the dictionary. So in that case, from the scratch, it should be started. So syntax example I have given here. Here, only the nouns are swapped. If you look at these examples, the nouns are swapped. Rest of the grammar is kept same, but the meaning is entirely different. When I read Ram is elder to Sham, Sham is elder to Ram. The nouns are swapped, but it gives the different meaning. So syntax basically deals with the way we write the word, the spelling, etc. It does not deal with the semantics or the meaning of the sentence. Semantics analyzes the logical structure or the meaning associated with the sentence. Here, Krishna is humble and divine. The same, what it represents in Sanskrit is Krishna Vinayashilaha Divyaha Cha Asti. So it could be Lord Krishna or a person named Krishna. So the contextual analysis will lead to a research statement or the topic that is called as word sense disambiguation. That could be one of the research domain. So Sanskrit and machine translation. When it comes to machine translation, for any language, what are the qualities expected? Machine translation, what it expects from a language. Grammar should not have any dilemma. All the rules of the grammar should be clearly stated. No scope for mispronunciation results in no misconception. So pronunciation should be same as writing. Total accuracy. When we write, it should convey the proper meaning. Spoken and written form of the word should be same. Now, grammar tools to represent the language. There should be some predefined tools which can be, from which we can at least type the language. We can get the language to a digitized form. So these are all the qualities that is expected. So now, approaches of machine translation. Machine translation, there are different types of machine translation, and these days we use completely automated machine translation. There is no human intervention in it. Earlier, there were two other categories: human with partial machine support, machine translation with human intervention, but now completely automated machine translation. If you type a word and ask for a translation, it gives to you. There is no the interface or some other intermediator is not required for that. In that completely automated machine translation, we mostly use rule-based, statistical-based, or empirical machine translation because of the flexibility or the type of predefined options it provides for translation. So in the diagram I have shown, a rule-based machine translation, transfer, direct, and interlingual, these are the options it has, or the subcategory it has. And in empirical machine translation, statistical and example-based machine translation it has. Now, I have listed or I have analyzed a few translators which is related to Sanskrit, either Sanskrit to some other English or English to Sanskrit. These are the basic translation options what I have targeted as of now. So earlier the basic version was started with Basica, and now it is not to be found, but I have listed it because the lot of work had gone behind. The grammar was presented and it was able to recognize that grammar. And the approach is rule-based approach. Rule-based approach identifies that it is with respect to the grammar. The logical and the syntactical structure of the grammar is extracted and applied here. Angla Bharati. This is pseudo-interlingual approach. Interlingual approach is basically when two languages are used, it identifies the similarities and the examples, example-based methods. Using all these approaches were constructed. Then English to Sanskrit, rule-based approach again. And English to Sanskrit translator, rule and example-based approach. Till now, majority of the approaches, whatever research has taken place, majority of the approaches used either example-based or rule-based. So we can see I have listed few other, and here these are all not named. A specific name has not been given. So I have included who all have done the research on that. And we can see in the approach column, we can see majority of the approaches are either rule-based or example-based. Now, recently, what we have is the Google is including the Indian languages or the native languages are included in Google also these days. So as the Google uses statistical machine translation, which is supposed to be more accurate. And in this case, the Google Translator, the recent version of the research is taking place on statistical machine translation. It translates English to Sanskrit. And apart from this, we do have certain online platforms which takes the English as an input and converts it to Sanskrit, and Sanskrit as an input and converts it to English. That is called as direct machine translation, word-to-word translation. There, the entire sentence meaning will not be considered at once. Word to word, whenever one word it fetches, it will translate it and give it to you. In that case, if at all there is certain ambiguity, if at all there is certain different meanings to the same word, then it will not be depicted. So Google Translator, the recent work that is addressed by Google Translator is word sense disambiguation. So if I conclude it by saying that this review basically provides knowledge on structural representation of Sanskrit computational linguistics and provides an analysis on different machine translators and different translation approaches implemented by those translators. And future work could be the future work or the future scope. There are a lot of scope in this particular field, especially with respect to Sanskrit, because now the research is taking place aggressively. Of course, foreign countries are doing the research much in advance than us, but awareness has been created now. Now, we do consider all the native languages with the equal priority, and even for all the literature, we have that, I see the generation giving that kind of respect towards it. So now, the future scope would be based on sentence generation, next word prediction, word sense disambiguation, or sentiment analysis. All these could be the future scope with respect to this domain. And these are all the few references what I have used to present this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita ma'am. Wonderful presentation. And I'm very happy that you have worked on Sanskrit language.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you name a few of the major challenges which you have faced in translation process?
Yes, major challenges is when it comes to Google, up to 85% it gives the exact result while translating. Major challenge itself is, sir, in Sanskrit, we don't get the digitized input. Okay. We have the text in the form of textbooks. And that should be either typed and get it digitized, or we have certain digitized text. From there only we need to take and use it for the experiment. But with respect to all the applications, we can't use the same text. For example, sentiment analysis will need a particular type of text. Word sense disambiguation will need the words which will have different meanings. So when it comes to such applications, we need to have that kind of inputs. That will be there, but it is not in the digitized form. So IIT Kharagpur has formed a site called as Super Gita, but there we will find only the references of this Mahabharata and stuff. So in that way, collecting the data was a big problem earlier. Then when I collected, Google translators, the translation is up to 85%, it is accurate. But then when we go to the online platforms, like when we input something and get the translation, it is a direct translation, word-to-word translation. We don't get the accuracy. So getting the accuracy was the major issue.
Okay, ma'am.
Any input, sir?
And any other filters you have tried, ma'am? Any other latest Python packages have you tried with those also?
OpenNLP I have tried.
Okay, ma'am.
Python I have not tried, sir. OpenNLP I have tried.
Because they claim in using Python, we can get more accuracy.
Yes, NLTK is there. Using that we can use. Yes, I'm experimenting with that also. But with OpenNLP I tried first.
Okay, yes. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, and this architecture of yours, because it is for Sanskrit language and I don't think any other for Sanskrit language, you have more review of literature available. So I also suggest you to go for filing a copyright for your architecture.
Sure, sir. Definitely I'll do
And
it.
if you have any hardware in the future, you can also go for filing a patent.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Shalini, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Is it done, ma'am?
Yes, sir. We will conclude the session, sir, formally.
Okay, ma'am.
Smita, can you just, yeah, your presentation is still on there.
Is it so, ma'am? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Smita.
Dr. Piyush, sir, we are indeed privileged and honored that you have taken your valuable time and you have been a session chair for this session. Also, we have observed your valuable comments to all our participants, and you were kind enough to give them a lot of suggestions about patents, etc. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. And also, thanks to all the participants who presented the paper, who just joined here and present it tomorrow. Thanks a lot for your cooperation, and congratulations, because you all, many people had novel ideas, and sir was also appreciating you people. Thanks a lot. All the best to your future work. Tomorrow, our sessions will be starting by 10 o'clock with the same link. Kindly join.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Piyush, sir. We are formally concluding the session. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you all the participants for joining us today. Please join us sharp 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you all.
Research outcome. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Avishka. Over to Sia.
Next up, we have paper ID CM46, Resistance to Digital Banking by Senior Citizens in India, a review by Professor Fasia Begum from DSC ASA. I request Sudan S to kindly be ready with their presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Fasiya ma'am.
Avishka, I request you to please stop sharing your screen.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Fasiya ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Slide.
Can proceed.
I request Fasiya ma'am to kindly turn on her camera, please.
Ma'am, my slide is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Slide is absolutely visible. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening to all. I, Fasiha Begum, Assistant Professor, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, with my co-author Najma Farheen, Assistant Professor, Krupanadi College, presenting paper on Resistance to Digital Banking by Senior Citizen in India, a review. Introduction. Digital banking means availability of banking activities online or digital platform, and it's eliminating the paperwork. So the development and services of digital banking are inevitable given that we live in digital age. Digital banking has changed significantly and taken new shape in the world of technology. So thanks to the technological advancement, Indian banking industries is seeing both significant changes as well as challenges as a result of adoption of digitalization. Objectives of the study. To conceptualize the concept of digital banking in India, to evaluate the reasons, challenges, barriers to reluctant to adopting digital banking senior citizen in different cities of India, to highlight the barriers and challenges of digital banking. Research methodology. Secondary data we have collected to do a research paper used from various sources and analyze using conceptual paper based on the facts and figures. Certain articles also has been, certain articles published on research paper based on that also we have collected the data. Now my co-author is going to present that. Continuing. Farheen.
Farheen ma'am, you can continue.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Absolutely audible, ma'am.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. I'm Farheen Najma, and I'm from Krupanadi Degree College. So I would like to thank Fasiha ma'am for being my co-author and helping me with this paper. It's basically, as ma'am has said, it's a secondary paper completely. And our findings have revealed that there are some, I have divided the findings in relation to our objectives. One is relating to the challenges faced by the digital banking, and the other one is the reasons for resistance by the senior citizens. Our findings have revealed that the customers have switched to using online banking transactions over going to bank branches and standing in long waits. Now, we need to thank for this, the decreasing internet costs and the growing awareness of the internet banking. But however, we see, although the senior citizens are included in this, they are typically assumed to prefer the conservative routes, especially with regard to the banking and investments. Especially after what we see is after the demonetization, the number of senior citizens, moving to online banking is slowly been increasing. And COVID-19 lockdown gave this a push, and this got triggered after the banks reduced their working hours during the period, and the need to maintain social distancing became a new normal. Now, the current findings have indicated that they are currently, the senior citizens are treated in the same manner as other regular clients by a vast bulk of financial institutions, because they do not have a sophisticated approach in their digital services separately for them. And an additional factor will be the rejection of digital banking services from our elderly couple, given this reason, and also the illiteracy and lack of education. And furthermore, we found that the older bank clients, it's one of the reasons is that illiteracy, since the greater majority of older people lack technological knowledge and experience. And also they have security difficulties with regard to the digital financial transactions. According to the survey, we found that, which is conducted by the Times of India, the factors which are majorly responsible for senior citizens' resistance to using this digital technology will be the lack of time on the part of their kith and kin, which includes the children. Yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you have only 1 minute left.
Okay, quickly, let me just browse it through. So what we've seen is that there is some kind of resistance. The reason for this resistance is because their dependency on others, and also when it comes to adopting to the new technology, their self-esteem is something which is and their ability to not to depend on others, which is stopping them from adopting the digital banking. And the findings relating to the digital banking, the challenges which are faced by the digital banking is the digital literacy, which needs to be still worked on by the digital bankers, and the cash, if they want to fulfill their dream of having this cash-based economy. There are certain risks, though, like private, nationalized and commercial banks competing with the foreign banks. And even when it comes to technology management, this is becoming a challenge for the digital bankers in India. Now, being current is important, since especially for our digital bankers, since this digital transformation process is ongoing and the technology is always getting upgraded. Now, with digital banking, this is a new challenge, and new technologies will always result in new administrations, and that has to be updated continuously, which the digibankers in India are finding a little difficult. And other impediments to digital banking will include lower internet access rates on one hand, and at the other hand, which it is the aversion of the elderly people to accept the same. And when it comes to my suggestions, I would say that we came across that the banks keep on sending messages which the older audience find it unnecessary, and this will cause a kind of fear of insecurity in them. Now, with this growing shift that is, in the digital banking habits, I would suggest that the banks will need to, yes?
I'm so sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You can conclude, ma'am.
Is it possible for you to turn on the camera?
1 second, ma'am. Actually, I'm the only one who's waiting for this. I'm in my college premises, all alone.
Okay.
So just a moment. And I'm sitting in some corner. All my classrooms.
It's okay, ma'am. If it is not feasible, no problem. No problem.
I have tried to switch on my camera. I'm not really sure. Are you able to see me? No, I guess I have some problems. No, it's locked. I'm so sorry. It's locked.
It's okay, ma'am. No problem. It's okay. No problem.
Any questions, sir?
Okay.
Madam, sir?
Yes, madam. It is good things that to bring it to the in this all the international conference, because it is a challenge for that the senior citizen and that illiterate people to adopt that all the digital banking system. But the thing is, there should be that both the side. One thing it is the people should have the willingness to learn. Another side to the banking sector should have the mechanism to train them so how to utilize, because the recently we observe that when old age people, that senior citizen, when they are getting the pension, now the government is planning to that all the people, they should get the debit card, and not necessary to that every month they should go and stand in a queue to withdraw the cash, especially to get that all the pension.
Yes,
sir. So that plan that the government of India has done. Now the thing is issuing the debit card and making them to, or forcing them to go for the digitalization of the digital banking, until and unless they are that they are more comfortable to use that one. I think that
what we see in our research is, sorry to interrupt you there, sir.
Yes.
I had this in my conclusion. There is also resistance, but there is some kind of attempt, they since this the recent happenings that are going on, they are pushing it. They are putting a pressure on the older audience in our country to upgrade. But however, they are like getting demotivated because of the lack of resources. Although they have this interest, some of them, they want to learn WhatsApp, they want to learn the new technology when it comes to using the debit cards, credit cards, online banking. But then the problem is they are dependent on others for that. And then if we show you the statistics, Fasiha ma'am can just display that slide. I think the fifth one.
Okay,
if you could
madam,
see the reasons,
yes,
if you
madam,
could see the reasons here.
I have gone through, madam, that all the things. It is just, I have that one more question. So what are the different sources of secondary data for your research, madam?
So we have used mostly the research articles, the web articles. Fasiha ma'am has used certain webcast pods or something. She has referred those things. So basically, we both have worked together on this, research articles and web articles.
Okay. So one more question. When, yes, digitalization, when it start digital banking, practicing to that one, it will today or tomorrow, it will affect to that even senior citizen also. And there is no other option that we must learn to that. So yes. What is your suggestion if that situation it is that that they must learn? So what will be your suggestion through this research work that you can?
Sir, I would suggest if you see my last slide, that RBI has introduced certain what do you say, this certain remedies. So that they are able to, bank safely and securely. But if RBI could specially design something, keeping in mind our older audience in view, okay, so that would be an amazing thing. And also my overall opinion is the financial institutions, they must specifically design certain apps and applications, especially addressing the elderly. And maybe some training sessions should be conducted for them to promote, so that they can instill some confidence in them to, use these apps, to motivate them to use these apps.
That RBI already started and they are promoting to that one, so that once
yes, sir, but what we see is,
what the elderly people, madam, what
yes,
the
sir.
elderly people, they have the problem that again and again to remember that all the OTP, remember that all the password and all the things. But RBI has already introduced that one. If once you save to your mobile app, so that it will be safe for that further all the transaction. Yes. So no need to go for the again and again to to remember that all the OTP or that password, and it will be safeguard to that through that apps. So these are the different things that we can say, bring that simplify that all the methods, and it should be more secure and safe for that people to go for the digital banking. And we can say it will not create the problem. We can say it will be the opportunity, or it is all the different problem can be solved, where the senior citizen, they should not have that any, even they also sit at home, they can do that all the banking transaction from home also.
Yes, sir.
With that minimum that effort. Okay. Thank you, madam. It was very good effort and good things that you have bring to this international conference. Thank you so much.
I had few more points. If you had given me 2 more minutes.
Madam, we are in a short of time. Thank you so much, madam. Okay. Over to you, madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Candidates, please maintain the timing. See the watch. If you have a stopwatch, even Sia will gonna give you time to time the things like your 4 minutes up or 5 minutes up. So please maintain the timing. Sia, who is the next candidate?
Next up, we have paper ID CM40, a study on cryptocurrency and central bank digital currency by Sudan S. from DSC ASC. I request Gaurav Garg and Rashi Sangani to kindly be ready with your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all present here. Good evening to the panel members.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I'm here to present a topic on a study on cryptocurrency and central bank digital currency, authored by Sudan S. and Sanjana S. Raju. I am Sinchana S. Raju from studying from Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and my co-author Sudan S. Studying from third sem BCom. A short abstract of this paper. This paper gives a basic concept of cryptocurrency and the central bank digital currency. Some of the digital currencies may include cryptocurrency, virtual currency, and central bank digital currency. CBDC is a digital currency that was introduced under the Finance Minister, Central Government of India. This paper includes a basic introduction, explains the objectives, benefits, and risks of cryptocurrency, issuing of CBDC in India, implementation of CBDC. It will also get to know about how CBDC promotes the retail sector in India. Cryptocurrency is an emerging currency. This paper gives prominence to digital currency to the people. Research objectives: conceptualize cryptocurrency and CBDC, bring about the implementation of CBDC, to conceptualize CBDC in the retail sector. Research methodology: we have extracted sources from various authors around the globe, published papers around the globe. We have extracted sources from the secondary data also. Also, we have referred to certain articles. Introduction. Cryptocurrency works as a medium of exchange through a computer network, which means cryptocurrency works from the help of a blockchain technology. It is a decentralized system from which does not has any regulatory or authority bodies. It is secured and cost effective. It is secured from mnemonic phrase and private keys, which keeps the cryptocurrencies very much secured, and it is very much cost effective compared to other fiat currencies or any other things. Digital currencies created by the governments that are linked to established currencies. Digital currencies are linked to all the established currencies like Indian rupees, notes, coins, etc. Features of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies are always stored in special virtual wallets. This has unique specialized virtual wallets for to store the currencies. There are no supervisory bodies. There are no body to supervise the currencies. There are no such as RBI. Any bodies are not there. There are no regulatory authorities. There are no centralized or government authorities to control the cryptocurrencies. Transactions cannot be reversed. Once the transaction is done, or once the currencies are exchanged, it cannot be reversed. We cannot get back the currencies. Easy converting of cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies can be easily converted to rupees or any other in country's currency. Over to my friend Sudan.
Good evening, teachers. Now let us see about the benefits and risk of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is always decentralized, which do not have any regulatory bodies, and it is always anonymous, where it does not disclose any details of the user, and it is self-governed. It always governed by the user itself, and it is more secured with the mnemonic keys and as well as the private keys, unless until you share with others. It helps to transfer funds instantly across the globe without any limit. And the risk: there is no any legal protection given by the government for the cryptocurrencies. Understanding cryptocurrencies and the crypto market is very much harder when compared to other new persons. When they enter the crypto market, means it is very much hard to trade in cryptocurrencies. And if you lost any virtual wallet like mnemonic keys or private keys, means it is not possible to recover at any cost. High risk in transferring of funds. Every person have unique
Sorry to interrupt,
IDs.
Sagar. You have 1 minute left.
Yes.
Try concluding, please.
Yes, sir. In India, in Union Financial Budget of 2022-2023, Finance Minister was introduced
You
the
can directly
CBDC.
shift to the concluding slide.
Yeah, ma'am. This is the last line.
Okay.
Yeah. RBI came forward to give knowledge about the cryptocurrency in India, so that people get knowledge about the cryptocurrency as well as the digital currency, because some have bad faith in cryptocurrencies, so that it helps the people to transfer funds easily, and it also helps the retail sector to trade international level. And it is nothing but it is the future for the international level. And it is supported by, now it is CBDC supported by the National Payments of India, which was launched December 1, 2022. It makes the monetary payments more faster and secure when compared to other currencies as well. Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Okay. Okay. My first question is, do you have the literature review?
Sir?
Do you have literature review of literature, previous literature related to the cryptocurrency?
Sir, we have extracted data from RBI and other research gates, sir.
Research gates. Okay. So, Mike, another question is, what is the brightest part of the cryptocurrency?
So the thing is, it is decentralized, where there is no any regulatory body, and one
so that
can
is the brightest part.
Yeah, sir, because
okay.
You can transfer funds instantly through to other countries as well. You can do transactions at any part of the world, because
Okay.
when compared to fiat countries, you can only transfer in the particular country, sir.
Very good. So at least the younger generation, like all of you, you are so approached and motivated to that transaction. So it is good. So that we have to look forward to that one, how that we are looking for. So do you think that, do you suggest to go for the cryptocurrency practices or the transaction?
Definitely, sir. There is
Very
some
good.
protocol. If you follow some protocol, it is very much beneficial to the people, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Good initiative. Okay. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, Sudhan and team. Sia, can we have next member, participant?
The next paper ID, CM45 on gig economy by Gaurav Garg and Rashi Sangani from DSC ASC. I request Saurabh Sharma to kindly be ready with their presentation. And I request Gaurav Garg and Rashi Sangani to kindly turn on their cameras, please.
Good
Yes,
evening,
please start
sir.
your presentation. Yeah.
I am Rashi Sanghani and my co-partner is Gaurav Garg. Here today's my topic is gig economy. So I'm starting. Gig economy is also known as freelancer economy. The word gig economy is defined by the market, which is based on the short-term contract by the company, organization, individual, or online market. The impact of gig economy is very pervasive and felt across the industries. It has completely changed the method of work and has brought a change in how economic works. So the number of gig workers are increasing day by day as people are getting aware of it. The gig economy provides the people a freedom to complete the assigned work according to them in their comfort zone. So related to gig economy are, we try to find out in what kind of job freelancers can perform more efficiently and how the gig economy is recent trend. With a number of factors contributing to its rise, the two most important factors are the workforce has become more mobile, work is increasing done remotely via digital platforms. Freelancers can take a job or project with the employer anywhere in the world. At the same time, employees can select the best person for a specific project from a larger pool than is available in a given area. The gig economy is made up of companies, workers, and consumers. All gig workers aren't the same. They included freelancers who paid per task, independent contractors who perform work and get paid on a contract-to-contract basis, project-based workers who get paid by the project, temporary hires who are employed for fixed amount of time, part-time workers who work less than full-time hours. The following.
Can you show 1 minute? Please show the objectives. So what are the objectives of the study?
Yes, sir. So the main objective of gig economy is increasing the workers' mastery on the strategic decision within the multinational companies of every sector. And the second
I'm not asking the objective of the gig economy. I'm asking the objective of your study.
Objective of my study.
Yes.
So the main objective is to influence the employees to do their own work. Freelancers.
To whom you are going to influence? Did you meet that employees?
Employees.
They should leave their permanent job. They should go for the freelance. That is your objective.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what are the findings? If that is the objectives, what did you find?
Sir, by this, the employees will, first of all, they will be happy by doing their own work according to them. Okay. And the second is they will enjoy their work actually. They will enjoy their work happily and do anything they want.
Yes, whenever they want, they can go to the office. Whenever they want, they can leave the office. If they wish, they can work. If they wish, they don't work. Something that you should identify, something productive, because the purpose of this, it is a paper that you are presenting. So that, because the title itself, that I am not clear about that one, because you have mentioned gig economy. Is it the title of the paper? Tell me. It's a topic, or it is that two words that you can say, gig economy. What you want to learn about that?
The
okay.
free.
You should talk to the faculty. You should talk to that. You should take the guidelines to the people that you are presenting the paper in the international conference. So that means that you little bit that learning process. So gig economy, what you want to know, some impact of the gig economy among the society or to the economy. Okay, because that we can say 100% employees are not permanent at all in the different organization. There are so many people, they want that flexibility of their workplace, that and they need some type of freedom, and freedom not make sense whatever I wish that as an employee and I can do. No, that is not a freedom. Freedom makes sense that I should not be engaged that all the 9 to 5 the job, or that even all the days, even though I have some work, that I have some other commitment and I can involve with some other work. But that's why that if you have that something to know, curiosity to understand, then you can collect some data. You identify that what are the data it talks about, few literature that if you review, will get some result, and you can give that your productive some suggestions that if this is the way it happens, so these are the problem can be solved. Okay, because that giving that complete freedom, if as an employee's point of view, it is very good, we can say. From the organization point of view, it is not productive at all, because they will not take that any commitment towards that organization to do the work until and unless it is completely the project or the it is called contract based work. Understand? So good initiative. So anything that you want to say about the suggestion, if you want to conclude?
I want to conclude, sir.
Yes. No. What you want to say? You give that your conclusion.
So you are asking to conclude, or
yes.
Sir is asking
yes,
in what way you're gonna conclude your entire presentation. What are the suggestions from your end? Any suggestion from your end related to your study?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell.
Then tell.
Tell me. The gig economy provides employment a very huge number of people across the globe, but not every freelancer is happy and satisfied with the job. So, it is because...
Thank you, Rashi. We can proceed with the next candidate.
Next up, we have paper ID CM36, an overview on green supply chain management by Saurav Sharma, DSc ASC. The next, I request Dr. Madhu Nandgopal to kindly be ready with their presentation. Thank you.
Requesting Saurav Sharma to please share your screen and start your paper.
Yes, ma'am. So you should. Wait, how can you? Yes, ma'am. So we are presenting our topic, an overview of green supply chain management. Here we'll be talking about the abstract, related words, proposed method, results, conclusion, and the further works. Abstract. Organization nowadays needs to stand up and take note on environment environmental challenges due to the depletion of world. These difficulties may be proactively handled by using sustainable supply chain management and logistic methods. Therefore, it makes sense that green supply chain management has gained popularity among business in recent years. Purchasing, inbound logistic production, distribution, and reverse logistics are all involved in the process. This paper analyzes green supply chain management and gives a brief overview of its importance, necessities, challenges, and promises. A special emphasis is placed on Indian market while recommending variables that are crucial for establishing and maintaining CGM. Objectives: to identify the latest practices to implement the green concept in supply chain management, to study the benefits of implementing the concept of green supply chain management, to determine the various challenges, obstacles in implementing this concept, and to develop suggestions for a strategic roadmap for suitable green supply chain management implementation. Latest practices by the companies, 3D printing. 3D printing, for example, producing, like it can help in producing very less waste. And 2 reasons: they let producers develop items on demand, limiting the possibility of overproduction. 3D printers assist reduce of carbon emission by reducing energy use and waste. Circular supply chains. These emphasizes the reclaiming and reusing waste resource to transform them into marketable products. Carbon emission trading. It can reduce the CO2 emission.
Voice is breaking, Saurav. Your voice is breaking.
Exchange carbon credits.
I guess the selection of location is not open. Your voice is breaking, Saurav.
Internet of Things organization can track goods,
Saurav, sorry
equipments,
to interrupt.
energy,
Your time
thanks
is
to
up.
IoT. Automating processes, increasing. Mom, can you hear me now, Mom?
Your time is up. Would you like to conclude?
Okay, to conclude
Just come to your finding,
yes,
suggestion, and conclusion last.
Yes, Mom. So the green supply chain practices are working themselves into greater consciousness because they are arising in response to pressing needs. Every year, quantify human production, demand, and activity surpasses the planet's.
Over to you, sir. Thank you, Saurav. Your time is up.
Okay. See, when we are talking about the green supply chain management, there are different aspects, the different activities. It is including green warehousing, green distribution, transportation, design, that whatever the 3D design that they are pointing out to that one, green purchasing, and the green production. So all the different things including to that one.
This is referred to an ecological.
I think. Saurav, can you hear us? I think your location is the problem. You cannot hear, sir. Okay, Sia, by the time you can call next candidate.
Next up, we have paper ID CM38 to study about the direct controlling changes of human capital and performances in professional services firm by Dr. Madhu Nandagopal from City College. Ma'am, could you please turn on your camera?
Dr. Madhu, you're here. Can you able to hear us? Dr. Madhu?
Hello, Dr. Madhu, are you there? I believe she is on mute. Hello, ma'am.
No, ma'am, I'm not seeing her name in the list.
But who shared this PPT?
Yeah.
PPT we are sharing because
Okay,
she texted that she couldn't share, so we got her PPT and we are sharing.
Okay, ma'am, we can proceed for the next with the next candidate.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next presentation.
Yes.
Next up, we have paper ID CM42, a study on NIF growth in India, identifying drivers and hindrances from select banks by Mahati Arkanat and Aditya Maheshwari from DSC ASC MBA. I request both of you to kindly turn on your cameras.
Candidates, please share your screen and start your presentation.
Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you're absolutely audible. Please.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. It's an immense pleasure to be presenting a paper at this international conference. The title of our paper is The Study on NEFT Growth in India, Identifying Drivers and Hindrance from Select Banks. The authors, myself, Aditya S. Maheshwari, Mahati Arkanat, Dr. Sumera. Coming towards the abstract, National Electronic Fund Transfer is one of the most successful payment. National Electronic Fund Transfer is one of the most successful payment initiatives from the Reserve Bank of India. The present study aims at studying the growth of NEFT transaction of various banks across a period of 8 years, that is 2013 to 2021. It is found that 5 banks are recording more than 10⁴% growth during the study period, and 67 banks recorded 10⁵% growth. At the same time, 35 banks recorded less than 500% growth, and 5 banks recorded less than 100% growth in NEFT transactions. Interestingly, among the top 7 banks in terms of growth in NEFT transactions, 4 were cooperative banks. The Gujarat State Cooperative Bank Limited topped the list, and the first ranked bank was at the bottom. Here are few papers from the existing literature that we have referred. Coming towards methodology, with the growing popularity of digital payments, the present study examined the growth of NEFT transaction in India over the last 8 years. The data was used to pick common banks that have existed for the 8 years, that is 2013 to 2021, and to assess the rise and fall of transaction and the respective reasons for them. The percentage change in transaction at the selected banks was calculated by taking into account the monthly transaction from March to December for the period of 2013 to 2021. The top 7 banks with the highest percentage change are identified, and possible reasons for the upward trend are discussed in the same way. The bottom 6 banks with the lowest percentage change are analyzed, and their cause are outlined.
Coming towards the results, from the comparative analysis that we carried out, considering the years 2013 and 2021, we've obtained that Gujarat State Cooperative Bank Limited is the first among the top 7 banks that have the highest percentage change, and the Dhanlakshmi Bank is the first among the bottom 6, and the last one is the first ranked bank.
Sorry, Mahati, but you have only 1 minute.
Yeah. We've tried exploring the reasons for the standings of these banks. So the Gujarat State Cooperative Bank Limited So the innovative services that these banks provide: agricultural loans, farmers get short-term seasonal agricultural operations for crop production loan, franking services, and also the cooperative bank offers an auto vault safe deposit locker, and they are pioneer in financial innovations with a customer-centric approach and an openness to change and adopt the latest and modern banking technologies. So other than arranging exposure visits of the PSAs, that is primary agricultural credit societies, secretaries of different districts to the multi-service good working PSCs, these are in coordination with the NABARD to provide financial incentives. Moving on to the Rajasthan State Cooperative Bank. Services provided are Kisan Credit Card, short-term agricultural loans, employee-oriented schemes, hazard-free financial services, rural development, and non-agricultural loans.
You can come to the conclusion.
Okay. So we've tried exploring the reasons for why these particular banks are in the top or are in the bottom. So coming to the conclusion, the banks that have really laid goals towards technology-driven, customer-centric financial products have clearly shown remarkable growth in their NEFT transactions. So the more customers are acquired and retained, the more will be the payments and the transfers of the banks. Hence, the best practices of the toppers of the analysis table can be considered as drivers of the growth of NEFT transactions. Simultaneously, the reasons for the banks at the bottom of the analysis table, one reason I would like to state, because the operations of such banks are closed and the total bank operations are closed in India, and that's the reason of the decline in NEFT transactions. Overall, the Indian payment ecosystem has experienced enormous growth over the study period. One more interesting insight is that none of the reputed private and public sector banks that enjoy high brand equity in the banking sector among the customers have made it up to the top 5 banks, showing the highest growth. And these are the references. Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Okay, because it is analytical paper, we can identify that secondary data collection, I hope so. It is
Yes,
a secondary
sir.
data
It's a
collection.
yes, sir.
Okay, so when the methodology, you have to address that with research design, then sources of data, and which are the analytical tools that you are utilizing to that one. So those things it does not address to that. Okay, next I will go for that. That you have identified that few banks are performing well, and the few banks are not performing well. Now the question is not that either they should utilize the technology. When we are talking about NEFT, it must be the technology driven only. It is not that without technology it is not possible to that one. So that even all the banks are now computerized using the latest technology. But even though, did you identify that we are not going for that usage of the technology? Where exactly that the problem or the reasons that why a few banks, they are not performing well?
Yes, sir. One particular bank that
you can identify that whatever identified that Dhanalakshmi Bank is not performing well.
Yeah,
did you identify the reason why they are not performing well?
Yes, sir. Definitely. It was there in the slide, but I couldn't explain because of the time constraint.
Okay.
So the management, Dhanalakshmi Bank majorly has a management problem, and they are not innovative, and they are not providing customer-centric products to their, and their customer base is reducing. So that's the reason all the NEFT transactions are also coming down. And all other banks which I've stated, First Rand Bank and other banks, their operations in India has reduced, and gradually it has closed its operations in India. And hence we saw a gradual decrease in NEFT transactions.
Okay, did you identify that any differences between that NEFT transaction with the UPI transaction?
Yes, sir. Of course, with the technology being utilized more and more innovative technologies coming up, the UPI transactions are increasing, and comparatively to UPI transactions, NEFT transactions is
because as the researcher or that you are doing the this paper, you are preparing that one. I think you are not knowing about that NEFT transaction, because all the younger generation, you are mostly that you are habituated and you are taking that all the transaction through the UPI only, correct? So yes, definitely, when you are talking about the declining of the NEFT transaction, it will have when a latest or the some more alternative transaction or the technology it will introduce, definitely that another part it will have that the reduce, or you can say the reduction of it transaction.
Basically,
that's good. So what are the suggestions that you have, or what the conclusion from this paper? What did you understand about it?
Sir, though technology is increasing day by day, we can see a gradual growth in NEFT transactions also, and we have tried comparing how it has increased over a period of time, over a period of 8 years, from 2013 to 2021, and we have not compared it with another UPI or IMPS or RTGS. Just we have considered NEFT transactions as such.
Okay.
So
good initiative. Good initiative. Nice that all the things, only those things that you need to keep in your mind while you are addressing to the research methodology, so that make sure that all the things, at least, because research or that analytical research paper should address that you can bring few that identify the hypothesis also, so that you can, if you can analyze the data, and if you can, after formulation of hypothesis, if you can address the hypothesis, I think it will be the one of the best paper to that one. Okay. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Over to you, madam.
Yes, sir. So here we have come to the end of the session. We must find time to stop and thank people who make a difference in our lives. And today, all of you brought a huge amount of difference with the help of your research work. Thank you so much, all the researchers, academicians, scholars, students, and thank you so much, Suplabh sir, for adding value to this session.
Thank you so much.
It was absolutely incomplete without you, and the way you have given a guidance to the students, I think they have taken up a lot of things with today's sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my co-host Sia Malpani. Thank you, Subbalakshmi ma'am. Thank you, Gurunath sir. Thank you, Shalini ma'am. Thank you, entire team of IQAC. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dayananda Sagar.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Gurunath sir. Thank you to all that organizing committee members, Shalini madam, Subbalakshmi madam, everybody for giving me the chance to be the part of this international conference. Thank you once again.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request all the participants to leave, and if possible, tomorrow also you please join these sessions. Hello.
मैम आपने हमको थैंक यू बोलेंगे मैम।
हम देख नहीं पाए तो आगे बोल। Thank you so much to of the brilliant student of DSC BPS third semester, the topper Rishabh and the all-rounder bestie of Rishabh. Thank you so much. सिया गई क्या?
हाँ गई मैम, है बाजू।
चलो कहाँ गई?
मैम
बाय बाय।